Book 2, Chapter 6 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Falk's Flight. Ronder sat in his study waiting for young Falk Brandon. The books smiled down upon him from their white shelves. Because the spring evening was chill, a fire glittered and sparkled, and the deep blue curtains were drawn. Ronder was wearing brown kid slippers and a dark velvet smoking jacket. As he lay back in the deep armchair, smoking an old and familiar briar, his chubby face was deeply contented. His eyes were almost closed. He was the very symbol of satisfied, happy, and kind-hearted prosperity. He was really touched by young Falk's approach towards friendship. He had in him a very pleasant and happy vein of sentiment which he was only too delighted to exercise so long as no urgent demands were made upon it. Once or twice women and men younger than himself had made such urgent demands. With what a hurry, a scurry, and a scamper had he then run from them. But the more tranquil, easy, and unexacting aspects of sentiment he enjoyed. He liked his heart to be warmed. He liked to feel that the pressure of his hand, the welcome of the eye, the smile of the lip were genuine in him and natural. He liked to put his hand through the arm of a young, eager human being who was full of vitality and physical strength. He disliked so deeply sickness and decay. He despised them. Falk was young, handsome, and eager, something of a rebel. The greater compliment, then, that he should seek out Ronder. He was certainly the most attractive young man in Polchester, and although that was not perhaps saying very much, after all, Ronder lived in Polchester and wished to share in the best of every side of its life. There were, however, further, more actual reasons that Ronder should anticipate Falk's visit with deep interest. He had heard, of course, many rumours of Falk's indiscretions, rumours that naturally gained greatly in the telling, of how he had formed some disgraceful attachment for the daughter of a publican down in the river slums, that he drank, that he gambled, that he was the wickedest young man in Polchester, and that he would certainly break his father's heart. It was this relation of the boy to his father that interested him most of all. He continued to remark to the little god who looked after his affairs and kept an eye upon him that the last thing that he wanted was to interfere in Brandon's family business, and yet to the same little god he could not but comment on the curious persistency with which that same business would thrust itself upon his interest. If Brandon's wife, son, and general ménage will persist in involving themselves in absurd situations, it's not my fault, he would say, but he was not exactly sorry that they should. Indeed, to-night, in the warm security of his room, with all his plans advancing towards fulfilment, and life developing just as he would have it, he felt so kindly a pity towards Brandon that he was warm with a desire to do something for him, make him a present, or flatter his vanity, or give way publicly to him about some contested point that was of no particular importance. When young Falk was ushered in by the maidservant, Ronder, looking up at him, thought him the handsomest boy he had ever seen. He felt ready to give him all the advice in the world, and it was with the most genuine warmth of heart that he jumped up, put his hand on his shoulder, found him tobacco, whisky and soda, and the easiest chair in the room. It was apparent at once that the boy was worked up to the extremity of his possible endurance. Ronder felt instantly the drama that he brought with him, filling the room with it, charging every word and every movement with the implication of it. He turned about in his chair, struck many matches, pulled desperately at his pipe, stared at Ronder with a curious mixture of shyness and eagerness that betrayed his youth and his sense of Ronder's importance. Ronder began by talking easily about nothing at all, a diversion for which he had an especial talent. Falk suddenly broke upon him. "Look here, you don't care about that stuff, nor do I. I didn't come round to you for that. I want you to help me." "I'll be very glad to," Ronder said, smiling, "if I can." "Perhaps you can, perhaps you can't. I don't know you really, of course. I only have my idea of you, but you seem to me much older than I am. Do you know what I mean?" Father's as young or younger, and so are so many of the others. But you must have made your mind up about life. I want to know what you think of it." "That's a tall order," said Ronder, smiling. "What one thinks of life. Well, one can't say all in a moment, you know." And then, as though he had suddenly decided to take his companion seriously, his face was grave and his round, shining eyes wide open. Falk coloured. "Perhaps you think me impertinent," he said, "but I don't care a damn if you do. After all, isn't it an absurd thing that there isn't another soul in this town you could ask such a question of? And yet there's nothing else so important. A fellow's thought an impossible prig if he mentions such a thing. I expect I seem in a hurry, too. But I can tell you I've been irritated for years by not being able to get at it, the truth, you know. Why we're here at all, whether there is some kind of a God somewhere or no. Of course, you've got to pretend you think there is, but I want to know what you really think, and I promise it shan't go a step farther. But most of all I want to know whether you don't think we're meant all of us to be free, and why being free should be the hardest thing of all." "You must tell me one thing," said Ronder. "Is the impulse that brought you in to see me simply a general one, just because you are interested in life, or is there some immediate crisis that you have to settle? I ask that," he added, smiling gently, "because I've noticed that people don't as a rule worry very urgently about life unless they have to make up their minds about which turn in the road they're going to take." Falk hesitated. Then he said, speaking slowly, "Yes, there is something. It's what you'd call a crisis in my life, I suppose. It's been piling up for months, for years, if you like, but I don't see why I need bother you with that. It's nobody's business but my own. Although I won't deny that things you say may influence me. You see, I felt the first moment I met you that you'd speak the truth, and speaking the truth seems to me more important than anything else in the world." "But," said Ronder, "I don't want to influence you blindly. You've no right to ask me to advise you when I don't know what it is I am advising you about." "Well, then," said Falk, "it's simply this, that I want to go up to London and live my own life. But I love my father. It would all be easy enough if I didn't, and he doesn't see things as I do. There are other things, too. It's all very complicated, but I don't want you to tell me about my own affairs. I just want you to say what you think this is all about, what we're here for, anyway. You must have thought it all through and come out on the other side. You look as though you had." Ronder hesitated. He really wished that this had not occurred. He could defeat Brandon without being given this extra weapon. His impulse was to put the boy off with some evasion, and so to dismiss him. But the temptation that was always so strong in him to manipulate the power placed in his hands was urging him. Moreover, why should he not say what he thought about life? It was sincere enough. He had no shame of it. "I couldn't advise you against your father's wishes," he said. "I'm very fond of your father. I have the highest opinion of him." Falk moved uneasily in his chair. "You needn't advise me against him," he said. "You can't have a higher opinion of him than I have. I'm fonder of him than of any one in the world. I wouldn't be hesitating at all otherwise. And I tell you I don't want you to advise me on my particular case. It just interests me to know whether you believe in a God and whether you think life means anything. As soon as I saw you I said to myself, 'Now I'd like to know what he thinks.' That's all." "Of course I believe in a God," said Ronder. "I wouldn't be a clergyman otherwise." "Then if there's a God," said Falk quickly, "why does he let us down, make us feel that we must be free, and then make us feel that it's wrong to be free because, if we are, we hurt the people we're fond of? Do we live for ourselves or for others? Why isn't it easier to see what the right thing is?" "If you want to know what I think about life," said Ronder, "it's just this, that we mustn't take ourselves too seriously, that we must work our utmost at the thing we're in, and give as little trouble to others as possible." Falk nodded his head. "Yes, that's very simple. If you'll forgive me saying so, that's the sort of thing any one says to cover up what he really feels. That's not what you really feel. Anyway, it accounts for simply nothing at all. If that's all there is in life "I don't say that's all there is in life," interrupted Ronder softly. "I only say that does for a start. For one's daily conduct, I mean. But you've got to rid your head of illusions. Don't expect poetry and magic for ever round the corner. Don't dream of utopias. They'll never come. Mind your own daily business." "Play for safety, in fact," said Falk. Ronder coloured a little. "Not at all. Take every kind of risk if you think your happiness depends upon it. You're going to serve the world best by getting what you want and resting contented in it. It's the discontented and disappointed who hang things up." Falk smiled. "You're pushing on to me the kind of philosophy that I'd like to follow," he said. "I don't believe in it for a moment, nor do I believe it's what you really think. But I think I'm ready to cheat myself if you give me encouragement enough. I don't want to do anyone any harm, but I must come to a conclusion about life and then follow it so closely that I can never have any doubt about any course of action again. When I was a small boy the Cathedral used to terrify me and dominate me too. I believed in God then, of course, and I used to creep in and listen, expecting to hear him speak. That tomb of the Black Bishop seemed to me the place where he'd most likely be, and I used to fancy sometimes that he did speak from the heart of that stone. But I dare say it was the old Bishop himself. Anyway, I determined long ago that the Cathedral has a life of its own, quite apart from any of us. It has more immortality in one stone of its nave than we have in all our bodies." "Don't be too sure of that," Ronder said. "We have our immortality, a tiny flame, but I believe that it never dies. Beauty comes from it and dwells in it. We increase it or diminish it as we live." "And yet," said Falk eagerly, "you were urging just now a doctrine of what, if you'll forgive my saying so, was nothing but selfishness. How do you reconcile that with immortality?" Ronder laughed. "There have only been 4 doctrines in the history of the world," he answered, "and they are all pursuits. One is the pursuit of unselfishness. Little children, love one another. He that seeks to save his soul shall lose it. The second is the opposite of the first, individualism. I am I, that is all I know, and I will seek out my own good always, because that at least I can understand. The third is the pursuit of God and mysticism. Neither I matter nor my neighbour. I give up the world and every one and everything in it to find God. And the fourth is the pursuit of beauty. Beauty is truth and truth beauty. That is all we need to know. Every man and woman alive or dead has chosen one of those 4 or a mixture of them. I would say that there is something in all of them. Charity, individualism, worship, beauty. But finally, when all is said and done, we remain ourselves. It is our own life that we must lead, our own goal for which we are searching. At the end of everything we remain alone, of ourselves, by ourselves, for ourselves. Life is, finally, a lonely journey to a lonely bourne. Let us cheat ourselves as we may. Ronder sat back in his chair, his eyes half closed. There was nothing that he enjoyed more than delivering his opinions about life to a fit audience, and by fit he meant intelligent and responsive. He liked to be truthful without taking risks, and he was always the audience rather than the speaker in company that might be dangerous. He almost loved Falk as he looked across at him and saw the effect that his words had made upon him. There was, heaven knew, nothing very original in what he had said, but it had been apparently what the boy had wanted to hear. He jumped up from his chair. "You're right," he said. "We've got to lead our own lives. I've known it all along. When I've shown them what I can do, then I'll come back to them. I love my father, you know, sir. I suppose some people here think him tiresome and self-opinionated. But he's like a boy. You always know where you are with him. He's no idea what deceit means. He looks on this Cathedral as his own idea, as though he'd built it almost, and of course that's dangerous. He'll have a shock one of these days and see that he's gone too far, just as the Black Bishop did. But he's a fine man. I don't believe anyone knows how proud I am of him. and it's much better I should go my own way and earn my own living than hang around him doing nothing, isn't it?" At that direct appeal, at the eager gaze that Falk fixed upon him, something deep within Ronder stirred. Should he not even now advise the boy to stay? One word just then might affect much. Falk trusted him. He was the only human being in Polchester to whom the boy perhaps had come. Years afterwards he was to look back to that moment, see it crystallized in memory, see the books, piled row upon row, gleam down upon him, see the blue curtain and hear the crackling fire, a crisis perhaps to himself as well as to Falk. He went across to the boy and put his hands on his shoulders. "Yes," he said, "I think it's better for you to go." "And about God and beauty?" Falk said, staring for a moment into Ronder's eyes, smiling shyly, and then turning away. "It's a long search, isn't it? But as long as there's something there, beyond life, and I know there is, the search is worth it." He looked rather wistfully at Ronder, as though he expected him to confirm him again. But Ronder said nothing. Falk went to the door. "Well, I must go. I'll show them that I was right to go my own way. I want father to be proud of me. This will shock him for a moment, but soon he'll see. I think you'll like to know, sir," he said, suddenly turning and holding out his hand, "that this little talk has meant a lot to me. It's just helped me to make up my mind." When he had gone, Ronder sat in his chair, motionless, for a while. He jumped up, went to the shelves, and found a book. Before he sat down again, he said aloud, as though he were answering some accuser, "Well, I told him nothing, anyway." Falk had, from the moment he left Ronder's door, his mind made up, and now that it was made up, he wished to act as speedily as possible. And instantly there followed an appeal of the town, so urgent and so poignant that he was taken by surprise. He had lived there most of his days and never seen it until now, but every step that he took soon haunted him. He made his plans decisively, irrevocably, but he found himself lingering at doors and at windows, peering over walls, hanging over the Pol Bridge, waiting suddenly as though he expected some message was about to be given to him. The town was humming with life these days. The May weather was lovely, softly blue with cool airs and little white clouds like swollen pincushions drifting lazily from point to point. The gardens were dazzling with their flowers, the Cathedral green shone like glass, and every doorknob and brass knocker in the precincts glittered under the sun. The town was humming with the approaching Jubilee. It seemed itself to take an active part in the preparations, the old houses smiling to one another at the plans that they overheard, and the birds, of whom there were a vast number, flying from wall to wall, from garden to garden, from chimney to chimney, with the exciting news that they had gathered. Every shop in the High Street seemed to whisper to Falk as he passed, "Surely you are not going to leave us? We can offer you such charming things. We've never been so gay in our lives before, as we are going to be now." Even the human beings in the place seemed to be nicer to him than they had ever been before. They had never, perhaps, been very nice to him, regarding him with a quite definite disapproval even when he was a little boy, because he would go his own way and showed them that he didn't care what they thought of him. Now suddenly they were making up to him. Mrs. Combermere, surrounded with dogs, stopped him in the High Street and in a deep bass voice asked him why it was so long since he had been to see her, and then slapped him on the shoulder with her heavy gloved hand. That silly woman, Julia Preston, met him in Bennett's bookshop and asked him to help her to choose a book of poems for a friend. "Something that shall be both true and beautiful, Mr. Brandon," she said. "There's so little real beauty in our lives, don't you think?" Little Betty Callender caught him up in Orange Street and chattered to him about her painting, and that pompous Bentinck Major insisted on his going into the Conservative Club with him, where he met old Mackenzie and older Forrester and had to listen to their golfing achievements. It may have been simply that everyone in the town was beside and above himself over the Jubilee excitements, but it made it very hard for Falk. Nothing to the hardness of everything at home. Here at the last moment, when it was too late to change or alter anything, every room, every old piece of furniture seemed to appeal to him with some especial claim. For 10 years he had had the same bedroom, an old, low-ceilinged room with queer bulges in the wall, a crooked fireplace and a slanting floor. For years now he had had a wallpaper with an ever-recurrent scene of a church tower, a snowy hill and a large crimson robin. The robins were faded and the snowy hill a dingy yellow. There were school groups and Oxford groups on the walls, and bookcase near the door had his old school prizes, and Henty and a set of the Waverley novels with dark red covers and paper labels. Hardest of all to leave was the view from the window, overlooking the Cathedral Green and the Cathedral. That window had been connected with every incident of his childhood. He had leant out of it when he had felt sick from eating too much. He had gone to it when his eyes were brimming with hot, rebellious tears after some scene with his father. He had known ecstatic joys gazing from it on the first day of his return from school. He had thrown things out of it on the heads of unsuspecting strangers. He had gone to it in strange moods of poetry and romance, and watched the moon like a plate of dull and beaten gold sail above the Cathedral towers. He had sat behind it listening to the organ like a muffled giant whispering to be liberated from grey confining walls. He had looked out of it on a still, golden evening when the stars were silver buttons in the sky after a meeting with Annie. He went to it and gazed heartsick across the green now when he was about to bid farewell to it for ever. Heartsick, but resolved. It seemed strange to him that after months of irresolution his mind should now be so firmly composed. He seemed even, prophetically, to foretell the future. What had reassured him he did not know, but for himself he knew that he was taking the right step. For himself and for Annie. Outside that, it was as though a dark cloud was coming up, enveloping all that he was leaving behind. He could not tell how he knew, but he felt as though he were fleeing from the city of Polchester and were being driven forward on his flight by powers far stronger than he could control. He fancied, as he looked out of his window, that the Cathedral also was aware and aloof, immortal, waiting the inevitable hour. Coming straight upon his final arrangements with Annie, his reconciliation with his father was ironic. So deeply here were his real affections stirred that he could not consider deliberately his approaching treachery. Nevertheless, he did not for a moment contemplate withdrawal from it. It was as though two personalities were now in active movement within him, the one old, belonging to the town, to his father, to his own youth, the other new, belonging to Annie, to the future, to ambition, to the challenge of life itself. With every hour the first was moving away from him, reluctantly, stirring the other self by his withdrawal, but inevitably moving, never, never to return. He came late in the afternoon into the study and found his father balanced on the top of a small ladder, putting straight Christ's Entry into Jerusalem, a rather faded copy of Benjamin Haydn's picture that had irritated Falk since his earliest youth by a kind of false theatricality that inhabited it. Falk paused at the door, caught up by a sudden admiration of his father. He had his coat off, and as he bent forward to adjust the cord, the vigour and symmetry of his body was magnificently emphasized. The thick, strong legs pressed against the black cloth of his trousers, the fine rounded thighs, the broad back almost bursting the shiny stuff of the waistcoat, the fine neck and the round curly head, these denied age and decay. He was growing perhaps a little stout, the neck was a little too thick for the collar, but the balance and energy and strength of the figure belonged to a man as young as Falk himself. At the sound of the door closing he turned, and at once the lined forehead, the mouth a little slack, gave the man his age. But Falk was to remember that first picture for the rest of his life, with a strange poignancy and deeply affectionate pathos. They had not met alone since their quarrel. Their British horror of any scene forbade the slightest allusion to it. Brandon climbed down from his ladder and came, smiling, across to his son. At his happy times, when he was at ease with himself and the world, he had the confident gaiety of a child. He was at ease now. He put his hand through Falk's arm and drew him across to the table by the window. "I've had a headache," he said, rather as a child might complain to his elder, "for 2 days, and now it's suddenly gone. I never used to have headaches, but I've been irritated lately by some of the tomfoolery that's been going on. Don't tell your mother. I haven't said a word to her. But what do you take when you have a headache?" "I don't think I ever have them," said Falk. "I'm not going to stuff myself up with all their medicines and things. I've never taken medicine in my life if I was strong enough to prevent them giving it to me, and I'm not going to start it now." "Father," Falk said very earnestly, "don't let yourself get so easily irritated. You usedn't to be. Everybody finds things go badly sometimes. It's bad for you to allow yourself to be worried. Everything's all right and going to be all right." The hypocrite that he felt himself as he said this. "You know that everyone thinks the world of you here. Don't take things too seriously." Brandon nodded his head. "You're quite right, Falk. It's very sensible of you to mention it, my boy. I usedn't to lose my temper as I do. I must keep control of myself better. But when a lot of chattering idiots start gabbling about things that they understand as much about as—" "Yes, I know," said Falk, putting his hand upon his father's arm. "But let them talk. They'll soon find their level." "Yes, and then there's your mother," went on Brandon. "I'm bothered about her. Have you noticed anything odd about her this last week or two?" That his father should begin to worry about his mother was certainly astonishing enough. Certainly the first time in all these years that Brandon had spoken of her. "Mother? No. In what way?" "She's not herself. She's not happy. She's worrying about something." "You're worrying, father," Falk said. "That's what the matter. She's just the same. You've been allowing yourself to worry about everything. Mother's all right." And didn't he know, in his own secret heart, that she wasn't? Brandon shook his head. "You may be right. All the same—" Falk said slowly, "Father, what would you say if I went up to London?" This was a close approach to the subject of their quarrel of the other evening. "When? What for?" "Oh, at once. To get something to do." "No, not now. After the summer we might talk of it." He spoke with utter decision, as he had always done to Falk, as though he were 5 years old and could naturally know nothing about life. "But, father, don't you think it's bad for me hanging round here doing nothing?" Brandon got up, went across to the little ladder, hesitated a moment, then climbed up. "I've had this picture 20 years," he said, "and it's never hung straight yet." "No, but, father," said Falk, coming across to him, "I'm a man now, not a boy. I can't hang around any longer. I can't, really." "We'll talk about it in the autumn," said Brandon, humming Onward, Christian Soldiers, as he always did, a little out of tune. "I've got to earn my own living, haven't I?" said Falk. "There," said Brandon, stepping back a little so that he nearly overbalanced. "That's better. But it won't stay like that for 5 minutes. It never does." He climbed down again, his face rosy with his exertions. "You leave it to me, Falk," he said, nodding his head. "I've got plans for you." A sudden sense of the contrast between Ronder and his father smote Falk. His father! What an infant! How helpless against that other! Moved by the strangest mixture of tenderness, regret, pity, he did what he had never in all his life before dreamed of doing, what he would have died of shame for doing had anyone else been there, put his hands on his father's shoulders and kissed him lightly on his cheek. He laughed as he did so, to carry off his embarrassment. "I don't hold myself bound, you know, father," he said. "I shall go off when I want to." But Brandon was too deeply confused by his son's action to hear the words. He felt a strange, almost idiotic impulse to hug his son. To place himself well out of danger, he moved back to the window, humming Onward, Christian Soldiers. He looked out upon the green. "There are 2 of those choir boys on the grass again," he said. "If Ryle doesn't keep them in better order, I'll let him know what I think of him. He's always promising and never does anything." The last talk of their lives alone together was ended. He had made all his plans. He had decided that on the day of escape he would walk over to Salis Coombe station, a matter of some 2 miles. There he would be joined by Annie, whose aunt lived near there, and to whom she could go on a visit the evening before. They would catch the slow 4 o'clock train to Drymouth, and then meet the express that reached London at midnight. He would go to an Oxford friend who lived in St. John's Wood, and he and Annie would be married as soon as possible. Beyond everything else, he wanted this marriage to take place quickly. Once that was done, he was Annie's protector so long as she should need him. She should be free as she pleased, but she would have some one to whom she might go, some one who could legally provide for her and would see that she came to no harm. The thing that he feared most was lest any ill should come to her through the fact of his caring for her. He felt that he could let her go forever the very day after his marriage, so that he knew that she would never come to harm. A certain defiant courage in her, mingled with her ignorance and simplicity, made his protection of her the first thing in his life. As to living, his Oxford friend was concerned with various literary projects, having a little money of his own, and much self-confidence and ambition. He and Falk had already, at Oxford, edited a little paper together, and Falk had been promised some reader's work in connection with one of the younger publishing houses. In after years he looked back in amazement that he should have ventured on the great London attack with so slender a supply of ammunition, but now, looking forward in Polchester, that question of future livelihood seemed the very smallest of his problems. Perhaps deepest of all, something fiercely democratic in him longed for the moment when he might make his public proclamation of his defiance of class. He meant to set off simply as he was. They could send his things after him. If he indulged in any pictures of the future, he did perhaps see himself returning to Polchester in a year's time or so as the editor of the most remarkable of London's new periodicals, received by his father with enthusiasm, and even Annie admitted into the family with approval. Of course they could not return here to live. It would be only a visit. At that sudden vision of Annie and his father face to face, that vision faded. No, this was the end of the old life. He must face that, set his shoulders square to it, steel his heart to it. That last luncheon was the strangest meal that he had ever known. So strange because it was so usual, so ordinary. Roast chicken and apple tart, his mother sitting at the end of the table, watching, as she had watched through so many years, that everything went right, her little tight expressionless face, the mouth set to give the right answers to the right questions, her eyes veiled. His mind flew back to that strange talk in the dark room across the candle-lit table. She had been hysterical that night, overtired, had not known what she was saying. Well, she could never leave his father now when he was gone. His flight settled that. "What are you doing this afternoon, Falk?" "Why, mother?" "I only wondered. I have to go to the Deanery about this Jubilee committee. I thought you might walk up there with me about 4. "I don't think I'll be back in time, mother. I'm going out Salis Coombe way to see a fellow." He saw Joan, looking so pretty, sitting opposite to him. How she had grown lately! Putting her hair up made her seem almost a woman. But what a child in the grown-up dress with the high puffed sleeves, her baby face laughing at him over the high stiff collar. A pretty dress, though, that dark blue stuff with the white stripes. Why had he never considered Joan? She had never meant anything to him at all. Now, when he was going, it seemed to him suddenly that he might have made a friend of her during all these years. She was a good girl, kind, good-natured, jolly. She, too, was talking about the Jubilee, about some committee that she was on, and some flags that they were making. How exciting to them all the Jubilee was, and how unimportant to him. Some book she was talking about. The new woman at the library is so nice. She let me have it at once. "It's the Mazarenes, Mother, darling, by Ouida. The girls say it's lovely." "I've heard of it, dear. Mrs. Sampson was talking about it. She says it's not a nice book at all. I don't think father would like you to read it." "Oh, you don't mind father, do you?" "What's that?" The Archdeacon was in a good humour. He loved apple tart. "The Mazarenes, by Ouida." "Trashy novels. Why don't you girls ever read anything but novels?" and so on. The little china clock with the blue mandarin on the mantelpiece struck 2:30. He must be going. He threw a last look round the room as though he were desperately committing everything to memory: the shabby comfortable chairs, the Landseer dignity and impudence, the warm blue carpet, the round silver biscuit tin on the sideboard. "Well, I must be getting along." "You'll be back to dinner, Falk, dear, won't you? It's early to night, 7:15. Father has a meeting." He looked at them all. His father was sitting back in his chair, a satisfied man. "Yes, I'll be back," he said, and went out. It seemed to him incredible that departure should be so simple. When you are taking the most momentous step of your life, surely there should be dragons in the way. Here were no dragons. As he went down the High Street, people smiled at him and waved hands. The town sparkled under the afternoon sun. It was market day, and the old fruit woman under the green umbrella, the toy man with the clockwork monkeys, the flower stalls and the vegetable sellers, all these were here. In the centre of the square sheep and pigs were penned. Dogs were barking. Stout farmers in corduroy breeches walked about arguing and expectorating, and suddenly, above all the clamour and bustle, the Cathedral chimes struck the hour. He hastened then, striding up Orange Street, past the church and the monument on the hill, through hedges thick with flowers, until he struck off into the Drymouth Road. With every step that he took he stirred child memories. He reached the signpost that pointed to Drymouth, to Clinton St. Mary, to Polchester. This was the landmark that he used to reach with his nurse on his walks. Further than this she, a stout puffing woman, would never go. He had known that a little way on there was Rocket Wood, a place beloved by him ever since they had driven there for a picnic in the jingle, and he had found it all spotted gold under the fir trees, thick with moss and yellow with primroses. How many fights with his nurse he had had over that, he clinging to the signpost and screaming that he would go on to the wood, she picking him up at last and carrying him back down the road. He went on into the wood now and found it again spotted with gold, although it was too late for primroses. It was all soft and dark with pillars of purple light that struck through the fretted blue and the dark shadows of the leaves. All hushed and no living thing, save the hesitating patter of some bird among the fir cones. He struck through the wood and came out onto the common. You could smell the sea finely here, a true Glebeshire smell, fresh and salt, full of sea pinks and the westerly gales. On the top of the common he paused and looked back. He knew that from here you had your last view of the Cathedral. Often in his school holidays he had walked out here to get that view. He had it now in its full glory. When he was a boy it had seemed to him that the Cathedral was like a giant lying down behind the hill and leaning his face on the hillside. So it looked now, its towers like ears, the great east window shining, a stupendous eye, out over the bending, wind-driven country. The sun flashed upon it, and the towers rose grey and pearl-coloured to heaven. Mightily it looked across the expanse of the moor, staring away and beyond Falk's little body into some vast distance, wrapped in its own great dream, secure in its mighty memories, intent upon its secret purposes. Indifferent to man, strong upon its rock, hiding in its heart the answer to all the questions that tortured man's existence, and yet, perhaps, aware of man's immortality, scornful of him for making so slight a use of that, but admiring him, too, for the tenacity of his courage and the undying resurgence of his hope. Falk, a black dot against the sweep of sky and the curve of the dark soil, vanished from the horizon. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 7 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Brandon Puts on His Armour. Brandon was not surprised when on the morning after Falk's escape his son was not present at family prayers. That was not a ceremony that Falk had ever appreciated. Joan was there, of course, and just as the Archdeacon began the second prayer, Mrs. Brandon slipped in and took her place. After the servants had filed out and the three were alone, Mrs. Brandon, with a curious little catch in her voice, said, "Falk has been out all night. His bed has not been slept in." Brandon's immediate impulse, before he had even caught the import of his wife's words, was, "There's reason for emotion coming. See that you show none." He sat down at the table, slowly unfolding the Glebeshire Morning News that always waited neatly beside his plate. His hand did not tremble, although his heart was beating with a strange, muffled agitation. "I suppose he went off somewhere," he said. "He never tells us, of course. He's getting too selfish for anything." He put down his newspaper and picked up his letters. For a moment he felt as though he could not look at them in the presence of his wife. He glanced quickly at the envelopes. There was nothing there from Falk. His heart gave a little clap of relief. "At any rate, he hasn't written," he said. "He can't be far away." "There's another post at 10:30, she answered. He was angry with her for that. How like her! Why could she not allow things to be pleasant as long as possible? She went on, "He's taken nothing with him, not even a handbag. He hasn't been back in the house since luncheon yesterday." "Oh, he'll turn up." Brandon went back to his paper. "Mustard, Joan, please?" Breakfast over, he went into his study and sat at the long writing table, pretending to be about his morning correspondence. He could not settle to that. He had never been one to whom it was easy to control his mind, and now his heart and soul were filled with foreboding. It seemed to him that for weeks past he had been dreading some catastrophe. What catastrophe? What could occur? He almost spoke aloud. "Never before have I dreaded—" Meanwhile he would not think of Falk. He would not. His mind flew round and round that name like a moth round the candlelight. He heard 10:30 strike, first in the dining-room, then slowly on his own mantelpiece. A moment later, through his study door that was ajar, he heard the letters fall with a soft stir into the box, then the sharp ring of the bell. He sat at his table, his hands clenched. "Why doesn't that girl bring the letters? Why doesn't that girl bring the letters?" he was repeating to himself unconsciously again and again. She knocked on the door, came in and put the letters on his table. There were only 3. He saw immediately that one was in Falk's handwriting. He tore the envelope across, pulled out the letter, his fingers trembling now so that he could scarcely hold it, his heart making a noise as of tramping waves in his ears. The letter was as follows: North Road Station, Drymouth, May 23, 1897. My dear Father, I am writing this in the waiting room at North Road before catching the London train. I suppose that I have done a cowardly thing in writing like this when I am away from you, and I can't hope to make you believe that it's because I can't bear to hurt you that I'm acting like a coward. You'll say, justly enough, that it looks as though I wanted to hurt you by what I'm doing. But, Father, truly, I've looked at it from every point of view, and I can't see that there's anything else for it but this. The first part of this, my going up to London to earn my living, I can't feel guilty about. It seems to me truly the only thing to do. I have tried to speak to you about it on several occasions, but you have always put me off, and as far as I can see, you don't feel that there's anything ignominious in my hanging about a little town like Polchester, doing nothing at all for the rest of my life. I think my being sent down from Oxford as I was gave you the idea that I was useless and would never be any good. I'm going to prove to you you're wrong, and I know I'm right to take it into my own hands as I'm doing. Give me a little time, and you'll see that I'm right. The other thing is more difficult. I can't expect you to forgive me just yet, but perhaps, later on, you'll see that it isn't too bad. Annie Hogg, the daughter of Hogg down in Seatown, is with me, and next week I shall marry her. I have so far done nothing that you need be ashamed of. I love her, but am not her lover, and she will stay with relations away from me until I marry her. I know this will seem horrible to you, Father, but it is a matter for my own conscience. I have tried to leave her and could not, but even if I could, I have made her, through my talk, determined to go to London and try her luck there. She loathes her father and is unhappy at home. I cannot let her go up to London without my protection, and the only way I can protect her is by marrying her. She is a fine woman, Father, fine and honourable and brave. Try to think of her apart from her father and her surroundings. She does not belong to them. Truly she does not. In all these months she has not tried to persuade me to a mean and shabby thing. She is incapable of any meanness. In all this business, my chief trouble is the unhappiness that this will bring you. You will think that this is easy to say when it has made no difference to what I have done. But all the same it is true, and perhaps later on, when you have got past a little of your anger with me, you will give me a chance to prove it. I have the promise of some literary work that should give me enough to live on. I have taken nothing with me. Perhaps Mother will pack up my things and send them to me at 5 Parker Street, St. John's Wood. Father, give me a chance to show you that I will make this right. Your loving son, Falk Brandon. In the little morning room to the right at the top of the stairs, Joan and her mother were waiting. Joan was pretending to sew, but her fingers scarcely moved. Mrs. Brandon was sitting at her writing table. Her ears were straining for every sound. The sun flooded the room with a fierce rush of colour, and through the wide-open windows the noises of the town, cries and children's voices, and the passing of feet on the cobbles came up. As 10:30 struck, the cathedral bells began to ring for morning service. "Oh, I can't bear those bells!" Mrs. Brandon cried. "Shut the windows, Joan." Joan went across and closed them. The bells were suddenly removed, but seemed to be the more insistent in their urgency because they were shut away. The door was suddenly flung open, and Brandon stood there. "Oh, what is it?" Mrs. Brandon cried, starting to her feet. He was a man convulsed with anger. She had seen him in these rages before, when his blue eyes stared with an emptiness of vision and his whole body seemed to be twisted as though he were trying to climb to some height whence he might hurl himself down and destroy utterly that upon which he fell. The letter tumbled from his hand. He caught the handle of the door as though he would tear it from its socket, but his voice, when at last it came, was quiet, almost his ordinary voice. "His name is never to be mentioned in this house again." "What has he done?" "That's enough. What I say. His name is never to be mentioned again." The two women stared at him. He seemed to come down from a great height, turned and went, very carefully closing the door behind him. He had left the letter on the floor. Mrs. Brandon went and picked it up. "Oh, Mother, what has Falk done?" Joan asked. The bells danced all over the room. Brandon went downstairs, back into his study, closing his door, shutting himself in. He stayed in the middle of the room, saying aloud, "Never his name again! Never his name again!" The actual sound of the words echoing back to him lifted him up as though out of very deep water. Then he was aware, as one is on the first clear moment after a great shock, of a number of things at the same time. He hated his son because his son had disgraced him and his name forever. He loved his son, never before so deeply and so dearly as now. He was his only son, and there was none other. His son had gone off with the daughter of the worst publican in the place, and so had shamed him before them all. Falk, he arrived in his mind suddenly at the name with a little shiver that hurt horribly, would never be there any more, would never be about the house, would never laugh and be angry and be funny any more. Behind this thought was a long train of pictures of Falk as a boy, as a baby, as a child, pictures that he kept back with a great gesture of the will. In the town they would all be talking, they were talking already. They must be stopped from talking, they must not know. He must lie. They must all lie. But how could they be stopped from knowing when he had gone off with the publican's daughter? They would all know. They would laugh. They would laugh. He would not be able to go down the street without their laughter. Dimly on that came a larger question. What had happened lately so that his whole life had changed? He had been feeling it now for weeks, long before this terrible blow had fallen, as though he were surrounded by enemies and mockers and men who wished him ill. Men who wished him ill! Wished him ill! He who had never done any one harm in all his life, who had only wanted the happiness of others, and the good of the place in which he was, and the glory of God. God! His thoughts leapt across a vast gulf. What was God about to allow this disaster to fall upon him? When he had served God so faithfully and had had no thought but for his grandeur. He was in a new world now, where the rivers, the mountains, the roads, the cities were new. For years everything had gone well with him, and then suddenly, at the lifting of a finger, all had been ill. Through the mist of his thoughts, gradually, like the sun in his strength, his anger had been rising. Now it flamed forth. At the first it had been personal anger because his son had betrayed and deceived him, but now, for a time, Falk was almost forgotten. He would show them. They would laugh at him, would they? They would point at him, would they, as the man whose son had run away with an innkeeper's daughter? Well, let them point. They would plot to take the power from his hands, to reduce him to impotence, to make him of no account in the place where he had ruled for years. He had no doubt, now that he saw further into it, that they had persuaded Falk to run away with that girl. It was the sort of weapon that they would be likely to use, the sort of weapon that man Ronder. At the sudden ringing of that now hated name in his ears, he was calm. Yes, to fight that enemy he needed all his control. How that man would rejoice at this that had happened! What a victory to him it would seem to be! Well, it should not be a victory. He began to stride up and down his study, his head up, his chest out. It was almost as though he were a great warrior of old, having his armour put on before he went out to the fight, the greaves, the breastplate, the helmet, the sword. He would fight to the last drop of blood in his body and beat the pack of them, and if they thought that this would cause him to hang his head or hide or go secretly, they should soon see their mistake. He suddenly stopped. The pain that sometimes came to his head attacked him now. For a moment it was so sharp, of so acute an agony, that he almost staggered and fell. He stood there, his body taut, his hands clenched. It was like knives driving through his brain. His eyes were filled with blood, so that he could not see. It passed, but he was weak, his knees shook so that he was compelled to sit down, holding his hands on his knees. Now it was gone. He could see clearly again. What was it? Imagination, perhaps? Only the hammering of his heart told him that anything was the matter. He was a long while there. At last he got up, went into the hall, found his hat and went out. He crossed the green and passed through the cathedral door. He went out instinctively, without any deliberate thought, to the cathedral as to the place that would most readily soothe and comfort him. Always when things went wrong he crossed over to the cathedral and walked about there. Matins were just concluded, and people were coming out of the great west door. He went in by the St. Margaret door, crossed through the vestry where Rogers, who had been taking the service, was disrobing, and climbed the little crooked stairs into the Lucifer room. A glimpse of Rogers' saturnine countenance (he knew well enough that Rogers hated him) stirred some voice to whisper within, "He knows, and he's glad." The Lucifer room was a favourite resort of his, favourite because there was a long bare floor across which he could walk with no furniture to interrupt him, and because, too, no one ever came there. It was a room in the Bishop's Tower that had once, many hundreds of years ago, been used by the monks as a small refectory. Many years had passed now since it had seen any sort of occupation save that of bats, owls, and mice. There was a fireplace at the far end that had long been blocked up, but that still showed curious carving, the heads of monkeys and rabbits, winged birds, a twisting dragon with a long tail, and the figure of a saint holding up a crucifix. Over the door was an old clock that had long ceased to tell the hours. This had a strangely carved wood canopy. Two little windows with faint stained glass gave an obscure light. The subjects of these windows were confused, but the old colours, deep reds and blues, blended with a rich glow that no modern glass could obtain. The ribs and bosses of the vaulting of the room were in faded colours and dull gold. In one corner of the room was an old, dusty, long-neglected harmonium. Against the wall were hanging some wooden figures, large, life-sized saints, 2 male and 2 female, once outside the building, painted on the wood in faded crimson and yellow and gold. Much of the colour had been worn away with rain and wind, but 2 of the faces were still bright and stared with a gentle, fixed gaze out into the dim air. 2 old banners, torn and thin, flapped from one of the vaultings. The floor was worn and creaked with every step. As Brandon pushed back the heavy door and entered, some bird in a distant corner flew with a frightened stir across to the window. Occasionally some one urged that steps should be taken to renovate the place and make some use of it, but nothing was ever done. Stories connected with it had faded away. No one now could tell why it was called the Lucifer Room, and no one cared. Its dimness and shadowed-coloured light suited Brandon today. He wanted to be where no one could see him, where he could gather together the resistance with which to meet the world. He paced up and down, his hands behind his back. He fancied that the old saints looked at him with kindly affection. And now, for a moment, all his pride and anger were gone, and he could think of nothing but his love for his son. He had an impulse that almost moved him to hurry home, to take the next train up to London, to find Falk, to take him in his arms and forgive him. He saw again and again that last meeting that they had had, when Falk had kissed him. He knew now what that had meant. After all, the boy was right. He had been in the wrong to have kept him here, doing nothing. It was fine of the boy to take things into his own hands, to show his independence and fight for his own individuality. It was what he himself would have done if— Then the thought of Annie Hogg cut across his tenderness, and behind Annie her father, that fat, smiling, red-faced scoundrel, the worst villain in the town. At the sudden realization that there was now a link between himself and that man, and that that link had been forged by his own son, tenderness and affection fled. He could only entertain one emotion at a time, and immediately he was swept into such a fury that he stopped in his walk, lifted his head, and cursed Falk. For that he would never forgive him, for the public shame and disgrace that he had brought upon the Brandon name, upon his mother and his sister, upon the Cathedral, upon all authority and discipline and seemliness in the town. He suffered then the deepest agony that perhaps in all his life he had ever known. There was no one there to see. He sank down upon the wooden coping that protruded from the old wall, and hid his face in his hands, as though he were too deeply ashamed to encounter even the dim faces of the old wooden figures. There was a stir in the room. The little door opened and closed. The bird, with a flutter of wings, flew back to its corner. Brandon looked up and saw a faint shadow of a man. He rose and took some steps towards the door. Then he stopped, because he saw that the man was Davray, the painter. He had never spoken to this man, but he had hated everything that he had ever heard about him. In the first place, to be an artist was, in the Archdeacon's mind, synonymous with being a loose liver and an atheist. Then this fellow was, as all the town knew, a drunkard, an idler, a dissolute waster who had brought nothing upon Polchester but disgrace. Had Brandon had his way, he would long ago have had him publicly expelled and forbidden ever to return. The thought that this man should be in the Cathedral at all was shocking to him, and in his present mood quite intolerable. He saw, dim though the light was, that the man was drunk now. Davray lurched forward a step, and then said huskily,
"Well, so your fine son's run away with Hogg's pretty daughter." The sense that he had had already that his son's action had suddenly bound him into company with all the powers of evil and destruction rose to its full height at the sound of the man's voice. But with it rose, too, his self-command. The very disgust with which Davray filled him contributed to his own control and dignity. "You should feel ashamed, sir," he said quietly, standing still where he was, "to be in that condition in this building. Or are you too drunk to know where you are?" "That's all right, Archdeacon," Davray said, laughing. "Of course I'm drunk. I generally am, and that's my affair. But I'm not so drunk as not to know where I am, and not to know who you are, and what's happened to you. I know all these things, I'm glad to say. Perhaps I am a little ahead of yourself in that. Perhaps you don't know yet what your young hopeful has been doing." Brandon was as still as one of the old wooden saints. "Then, if you are sober enough to know where you are, leave this place, and do not return to it until you are in a fit state." Fit? I like that. The sense that he was alone now, for the first time in his life, with the man whom he had so long hated, infuriated Davray. "Fit? Let me tell you this, old cock, I'm twice as fit to be here as you're ever likely to be. Though I have been drinking and letting myself go, I'm fitter to be here than you are, you stuck-up, pompous fool." Brandon did not stir. "Go home," he said. "Go home, recover your senses, and ask God's forgiveness." "God's forgiveness!" Davray moved a step forward as though he would strike. Brandon made no movement. "That's like your damned cheek. Who wants forgiveness as you do? Ask this Cathedral. Ask it whether I have not loved it, adored it, worshipped it as I've worshipped no woman. Ask it whether I have not been faithful, drunkard and sot as I am. And ask it what it thinks of you, in your patronage and pomposity and conceit. When have you thought of the Cathedral and its beauty, and not always of yourself and your grandeur? Why, man, we're sick of you, all of us, from the top man in the place to the smallest boy. And the Cathedral is sick of you and your damned conceit, and is going to get rid of you, too, if you don't go of yourself. And this is the first step. Your son's gone with a whore to London, and all the town's laughing at you." Brandon did not flinch. The man was close to him. He could smell his drunken breath. But behind his words, drunken though they might be, was a hatred so intense, so deep, so real, that it was like a fierce physical blow. Hatred of himself! He had never conceived in all his life that anyone hated him, and this man had hated him for years, a man to whom he had never spoken before to-day. Davray, as was often his manner, seemed suddenly to sober. He stood aside and spoke more quietly, almost without passion. "I've been waiting for this moment for years," he said. "You don't know how I've watched you Sunday after Sunday, strutting about this lovely place, happy in your own conceit. Your very pride has been an insult to the God you pretend to serve. I don't know whether there's a God or no. There can't be, or things wouldn't happen as they do. But there is this place, alive, wonderful, beautiful, triumphant, and you've dared to put yourself above it. I could have shouted for joy last night when I heard what your young hopeful had done. That's right, I said, that'll bring him down a bit, that'll teach him modesty. I had an extra drink on the strength of it. I've been hanging about all the morning to get a chance of speaking to you. I followed you up here. You're one of us now, Archdeacon. You're down on the ground at last, but not so low as you will be before the Cathedral has finished with you." "Go," said Brandon, "or house of God though it is, I'll throw you out." "I'll go. I've said my say for the moment, but we'll meet again, never fear. You're one of us now, one of us. Good night." He passed through the door, and the dusky room was still again, as though no one had been there. There is an old German tale, by de la Motte Fouqué, I fancy, of a young traveller who asked his way to a certain castle, his destination. He is given his directions, and his guide tells him that the journey will be easy enough until he reaches a small wood through which he must pass. This wood will be dark and tangled and bewildering, but more sinister than those obstacles will be the inhabitants of it, who, evil, malign, foul, and bestial, devote their lives to the destruction of all travellers who endeavour to reach the castle on the hill beyond. And the tale tells how the young traveller, proud of his youth and strength, confident in the security of his armour, nevertheless, when he crosses the dark border of the wood, feels as though his whole world has changed, as though everything in which he formerly trusted is of no value, as though the very weapons that were his chief defence now made him most defenceless. He has in the heart of that wood many perilous adventures, but worst of them all, when he is almost at the end of his strength, is the sudden conviction that he has himself changed, and is himself become one of the foul, gibbering, half-visioned monsters by whom he is surrounded. As Brandon left the Cathedral, there was something of that strange sense with him, a sense that had come to him first, perhaps, in its dimmest and most distant form, on the day of the circus and the elephant, and that now, in all its horrible vigour and confidence, was there, close at his elbow. He had always held himself immaculate. He had come down to his fellow men, loving them indeed, but feeling that they were of some other clay than his own, and that through no especial virtue of his, but simply because God has so wished it. And now he had stood, and a drunken wastrel had cursed him, and told him that he was detested by all men, and that they waited for his downfall. It was those last words of Davray's that rang in his ears. "You're one of us now, you're one of us." Drunkard and wastrel though the man was, those words could not be forgotten, would never be forgotten again. With his head up, his shoulders back, he returned to his house. The maid met him in the hall. "There's a man waiting for you in the study, sir." "Who is it?" "Mr. Samuel Hogg, sir." Brandon looked at the girl fixedly, but not unkindly. "Why did you let him in, Gladys?" "He wouldn't take no denial, sir. Mrs. Brandon was out, and Miss Joan. He said you were expecting him, and he knew you'd soon be back." "You should never let any one wait, Gladys, unless I have told you beforehand." "No, sir." "Remember that in future, will you?" "Yes, sir. I'm sure I'm sorry, sir, but—" Brandon went into his study. Hogg was standing beside the window, a faded bowler in his hand. He turned when he heard the opening of the door. He presented to the Archdeacon a face of smiling and genial, if coarsened, amiability. He was wearing rough country clothes, brown knickerbockers and gaiters, and looked something like a stout and seedy gamekeeper fond of the bottle. "I'm sure you'll forgive this liberty I've taken, Archdeacon," he said, opening his mouth very wide as he smiled, "waiting for you like this, but the matter's a bit urgent." "Yes," said Brandon, not moving from the door. "I've come in a friendly spirit, although there are men who might have come otherwise. You won't deny that, considering the circumstances of the case." "I'll be grateful if you'll explain," said Brandon, "as quickly as possible, your business." "Why, of course," said Hogg, coming away from the window. "Why, of course, Archdeacon. Now, whoever would have thought that we, you and me, would be in the same box? And that's putting it a bit mild, considering that it's my daughter that your son has run away with." Brandon said nothing, not, however, removing his eyes from Hogg's face. Hogg was all amiable geniality. "I know it must be against the grain, Archdeacon, having to deal with the likes of me. You've always counted yourself a strike above us country folk, haven't you? And quite natural, too. But again, in the course of nature we've both of us had children, and that, as it turns out, is where we finds our common ground, so to speak. You a boy, and me a lovely girl. Such a lovely girl, Archdeacon, as it's natural enough your son should want to run away with." Brandon went across to his writing table and sat down. "Mr. Hogg," he said, "it is true that I had a letter from my son this morning telling me that he had gone up to London with your daughter and was intending to marry her as soon as possible. You will not expect that I should approve of that step. My first impulse was, naturally enough, to go at once to London and to prevent his action at all costs. On thinking it over, however, I felt that as he had run away with the girl, the least that he could now do was to marry her. I'm sure you will understand my feelings when I say that in taking this step I consider that he has disgraced himself and his family. He has cut himself off from his family irremediably. I think that really is all that I have to say." Behind Hogg's strange little half-closed eyes some gleam of anger and hatred passed. There was no sign of it in the geniality of his open smile. "Why, certainly, Archdeacon, I can understand that you wouldn't care for what he has done, but boys will be boys, won't they? We've both been boys in our time, I dare say. You've looked at it from your point of view, and that's natural enough. But human nature's human nature, and you must forgive me if I look at it from mine. She's my only girl, and a good girl she's been to me, keeping herself to herself, and doing her work, and helping me wonderful. Well, your young spark comes along, likes the look of her, and ruins her." The Archdeacon made some movement. "Oh, you may say what you like, Archdeacon, and he may tell you what he likes, but you and I know what happens when two young things with hot blood gets together and there's nobody by. They may mean to be straight enough, but before they knows where they are, nature's took hold of them, and there they are. But even supposin' that hasn't happened, I don't know as I'm much better off. That girl was the very prop of my business. She's gone, never to return, accordin' to her own account. As to this marryin' business, that may seem to you, Archdeacon, to improve things, but I'm not so sure that it does after all. You may be all very 'igh and mighty in your way, but I'm thinking of myself and the business. What good does my girl marryin' your son do to me? That's what I want to know." Brandon's hands were clenched upon the table. Nevertheless, he still spoke quietly. "I don't think, Mr. Hogg," he said, "that there's anything to be gained by our discussing this just now. I have only this morning heard of it. You may be assured that justice will be done, absolute justice, to your daughter and yourself." Hogg moved to the door. "Why, certainly, Archdeacon, it is a bit early to discuss things. I dare say we shall be having many a talk about it all before it's over. I'm sure I only want to be friendly in the matter. As I said before, we're in the same box, you and me, so to speak. That ought to make us tender towards one another, oughtn't it? One losing his son and the other his daughter. Such a good girl as she was, too. Certainly I'll be going, Archdeacon. Leave you to think it over a bit. I dare say you'll see my point of view in time." "I think, Mr. Hogg, there's nothing to be gained by your coming here. You shall hear from me." "Well, as to that, Archdeacon," Hogg turned from the half-opened door smiling, "that's as may be. One can get further sometimes in a little talk than in a dozen letters, and I'm really not much of a letter writer. But we'll see how things go on. Good evening." The talk had lasted but 5 minutes, and every piece of furniture in the room, the chairs, the table, the carpet, the pictures, seemed to have upon it some new stain of disfigurement. Even the windows were dimmed. Brandon sat staring in front of him. The door opened again, and his wife came in. "That was Samuel Hogg, who has just left you." "Yes," he said. He looked across the room at her and was instantly surprised by the strangest feeling. He was not in his daily life conscious of feelings of any sort. That was not his way. But the events of the past 2 days seemed to bring him suddenly into a new contact with real life, as though, having lived in a balloon all this time, he had been suddenly bumped out of it with a jerk and found Mother Earth with a terrible bang. He would have told you a week ago that there was nothing about his wife that he did not know, and nothing about his own feelings towards her. And yet, after all, the most that he had known was to have no especial feelings towards her of any kind. But to-day had been beyond possible question the most horrible day he had ever known, and it might be that the very horror of it was to force him to look upon everything on earth with new eyes. It had at least the immediate effect now of showing his wife to him as part of himself, as someone, therefore, hurt as he was, smirched and soiled and abused as he, needing care and kindness as he had never known her to need it before. It was a new feeling for him, a new tenderness. He greeted and welcomed it as a relief after the horror of Hogg's presence. Poor Amy! She was in as bad a way as he now. They were at last in the same box. Yes, he said, that was Hogg. Looking at her now in this new way, he was able to see that she herself was changed. She figured definitely as an actor now, with an odd white intensity in her face, with some mysterious purpose in her eyes, with a resolve in the whole poise of her body that seemed to add to her height. "Well," she said, "what train are you taking up to London?" "What train?" he repeated after her. "Yes, to see Falk." "I am not going to see Falk." "You're not going up to him?" "Why should I go?" "Why should you go? You can ask me that? To stop this terrible marriage?" "I don't intend to stop it." There was a pause. She seemed to summon every nerve in her body to her control. The twitching of her fingers against her dress was her only movement. "Would you please tell me what you mean to do? After all, I am his mother." The tenderness that he had felt at first sight of her was increasing so strangely that it was all he could do not to go over to her. But his horror of any demonstration kept him where he was. "Amy, dear, I've had a dreadful day, in every way a terrible day. I haven't had time, as things have gone, to think things out. I want to be fair. I want to do the right thing. I do indeed. I don't think there's anything to be gained by going up to London. One thing only now I'm clear about. He's got to marry the girl, now he's run off with her. To do him justice, he intends to do that. He says that he has done her no harm, and we must take his word for that. Falk has been many things, careless, reckless, selfish, but never in all his life dishonourable. If I went up now, we should quarrel, and perhaps something irreparable would occur. Even though he was persuaded to return, the mischief is done. He must be just to the girl. Every one in the town knows by now that she went with him. Her father has been busy proclaiming the news, even though there has been no one else." Mrs. Brandon said nothing. She had made in herself the horrible discovery, after reading Falk's letter, that her thoughts were not upon Falk at all, but upon Morris. Falk had flouted her. Not only had he not wanted her, but he had gone off with a common girl of the town. She had suddenly no tenderness for him, no anger against him, no thought of him except that his action had removed the last link that held her. She was gazing now at Morris with all her eyes. Her brain was fastened upon him with an intensity sufficient almost to draw him, hypnotized, there to her feet. Her husband, her home, Polchester, these things were like dim shadows. "So you will do nothing?" she said. "I must wait," he said. "I know that when I act hastily I act badly." He paused, looking at her doubtfully, then, with great hesitation, went on, "We are together in this, Amy. I've been thinking of myself and my work perhaps too much in the past. We've got to see this through together." "Yes," she answered, "together." But she was thinking of Morris. End of Book 2, Chapter 7.
Book 2, Chapter 8 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, The Wind Flies Over the House. Later that day she went from the house. It was a strange evening. Two different weathers seemed to have met over the Polchester streets. First there was the deep serene beauty of the May day, pale blue, faintly fading into the palest yellow, the world lying like an enchanted spirit asleep within a glass bell, reflecting the light from the shining surface that enfolded it. In this light, houses, grass, cobbles lay as though stained by a painter's brush, bright colours like the dazzling pigment of a wooden toy glittering under the shining sky. This was a normal enough evening for the Polchester May, but across it, shivering it into fragments, broke a stormy and blustering wind, a wind that belonged to stormy January days, cold and violent, with the hint of rain in its murmuring voice. It tore through the town, sometimes carrying hurried and, as it seemed, terrified clouds with it. For a while the May light would be hidden, the air would be chill, a few drops like flashes of glass would fall, gleaming against the bright colours. Then suddenly the sky would be again unchallenged blue, there would be no cloud on the horizon, only the pavements would glitter as though reflecting a glassy dome. Sometimes it would be more than one cloud that the wind would carry on its track, a company of clouds. They would appear suddenly above the horizon, like white-faced giants peering over the world's rim, then in a huddled confusion they would gather together, then start their flight, separating, joining, merging, dwindling and expanding, swallowing up the blue, threatening to encompass the pale saffron of the lower sky, then vanishing with incredible swiftness, leaving warmth and colour in their train. Amy Brandon did not see the enchanted town. She heard, as she left the house, the clocks striking 6:30. Some regular, subconscious self, working with its accustomed daily duty, murmured to her that to-night her husband was dining at the Conservative Club, and Joan was staying on to supper at the Sampsons after the opening tennis party of the season. No one would need her. As so often in the past, no one had needed her. But it was her unconscious self that whispered this to her. In the wild stream into whose current during these last strange months she had flung herself, she was carried along, she knew not, she cared not, whither. Enough for her that she was free now to encompass her desire, the only dominating, devastating desire that she had ever known in all her dead, well-ordered life. But it was not even with so active a consciousness as this that she thought this out. She thought out nothing save that she must see Morris, be with Morris, catch from Morris that sense of appeasement from the torture of hunger, unsatisfied, that never now left her. In the last weeks she had grown so regardless of the town's opinion that she did not care how many people saw her pass Morris's door. She had, perhaps, been always regardless, only in the dull security of her life there had been no need to regard them. She despised them all. She had always despised them for the deference and admiration that they paid her husband, if for no other reason. Despised them, too, it might be, because they had not seen more in herself, had thought her the dull, lifeless nonentity in whose soul no fires had ever burned. She had never chattered nor gossiped with them, did not consider gossip a factor in anyone's day. She had never had the least curiosity about anyone else, whether about life or character or motive. There is no egoist in the world so complete as the disappointed woman without imagination. She hurried through the town as though she were on a business of the utmost urgency. She saw nothing and she heard nothing. She did not even see Miss Milton sitting at her half-opened window, enjoying the evening air. Morris himself opened the door. He was surprised when he saw her. When he had closed the door and helped her off with her coat, he said as they walked into the drawing-room, "Is there anything the matter?" She saw at once that the room was cheerless and deserted. "Is Miss Burnett not here?" she asked. "No, she went off to Raphael for a week's holiday. I'm being looked after by the cook." "It's cold." She drew her shoulders and arms together, shivering. "Yes, it is cold. It's these showers. Shall I light the fire?" "Yes, do." He bent down, putting a match to the paper. Then, when the fire blazed, he pushed the sofa forwards. "Now sit down and tell me what's the matter." She could see that he was extremely nervous. "Have you heard nothing?" "No." She laughed bitterly. "I thought all the town knew by this time." "Knew what?" "Falk has run away to London with the daughter of Samuel Hogg." "Samuel Hogg?" Yes, the man of the dog and pilchard down in Seatown. Run away with her? Yesterday. He sent us a letter saying he had gone up to London to earn his own living, had taken this girl with him, and would marry her next week. Morris was horrified. Without a word of warning? Without speaking to you? Horrible! The daughter of that man! I know something about him. The worst man in the place. Then followed a long silence. The effect on Morris was as it had been on Mrs. Brandon. The actual deed was almost lost sight of in the sudden light that it threw on his passion. From the very first the most appealing element of her attraction to him had been her loneliness, the neglect from which she suffered, the need she had of comfort. He saw her as a woman who for 20 years had had no love, although in her very nature she had hungered for it. And if she had not been treated with actual cruelty, at least she had been so basely neglected that cruelty was not far away. It was not true to say that during these months he had grown to hate Brandon, but he had come, more and more, to despise and condemn him. The effeminacy in his own nature had from the first both shrunk from and been attracted by the masculinity in Brandon. He could have loved that man, but as the situation had forbidden that, his feeling now was very near to hate. Then, as the weeks had gone by, Mrs. Brandon had made it clear enough to him that Falk was all she had left to her, not very much to her even there, perhaps, but something to keep her starved heart from dying. And now Falk was gone in the most brutal, callous way. She had no one in the world left to her but himself. The rush of tenderness and longing to be good to her that now overwhelmed him was so strong and so sudden that it was with the utmost difficulty that he had held himself from going to the sofa beside her. She looked so weak there, so helpless, so gentle. "Amy," he said, "I will do anything in the world that is in my power." She was trembling, partly with genuine emotion, partly with cold, partly with the drama of the situation. "No," she said, "I don't want to do a thing that's going to involve you. You must be left out of this. It is something that I must carry through by myself. It was wrong of me, I suppose, to come to you, but my first thought was that I must have companionship. Oh, I was selfish." "No," he broke in, "you were not selfish. I am prouder that you came to me than I can possibly say. That is what I'm here for. I'm your friend. You know, after all these months, that I am. And what is a friend for?" Then, as though he felt that he was advancing too dangerously close to emotion, he went on more quietly, "Tell me, if it isn't impertinent of me to ask, what is your husband doing about it?" "Doing? Nothing." "Nothing?" "No. I thought that he would go up to London and see Falk, but he doesn't feel that that is necessary. He says that, as Falk has run away with the girl, the most decent thing that he can do is to marry her. He seems very little upset by it. He is a most curious man. After all these years I don't understand him at all." Morris went on hesitatingly. "I feel guilty myself. Weeks ago I overheard gossip about your son and some girl. I wondered then whether I ought to say something to you, but it's so difficult in these cases to know what one ought to do. There's so much gossip in these little cathedral towns. I thought about it a good deal. Finally I decided that it wasn't my place to meddle." "I heard nothing," she answered. "It's always the family that hears the talk last. Perhaps my husband's right. Perhaps there is nothing to be done. I see now that Falk never cared anything for any of us. I cheated myself. I had to cheat myself, otherwise I don't know what I'd have done. And now his doing this has made me suspicious of everything and everyone. Yes, even of a friendship like ours, the greatest thing in my life, now the only thing in my life." Her voice trembled and dropped, but still he would not let himself pass on to that other ground. "Is there nothing I can do?" he asked. "I suppose it would do no good if I were to go up to London and see him. I knew him a little." Vehemently she shook her head. "You're not to be involved in this. At least I can do that much. Keep you out of it." "How is he going to live, then? He talks about writing. He's utterly confident, of course. He always has been. Looking back now, I despise myself for ever imagining that I was of any use to him. I see now that he never needed me. Never at all." Suddenly she looked across at him sharply. "How is your sister-in-law?" His colour rose. "My sister-in-law?" "Yes." "She isn't well." "What?" "Oh, it's hard to say. The doctor looked at her and said she needed quiet and must go to the sea. It's her nerves." "Her nerves?" "Yes, they got very queer. She's been sleeping badly." "You quarrelled?" "She and I yes." "What about?" "Oh, I don't know. She's getting a little too much for me, I think." She looked him in the face. "No, you know it isn't that. You quarrelled about me." He said nothing. "You quarrelled about me," she repeated. "She always disliked me from the beginning." "No." "Oh, yes, she did. Of course I saw that. She was jealous of me. She saw, more quickly than anyone else, how much we were going to mean to one another. Speak the truth. You know that is the best." "She didn't understand," Morris answered slowly. "She's stupid in some things." "So I've been the cause of your quarrelling, of your losing the only friend you had in your life." "No, not of my losing it. I haven't lost her. Our relationship has shifted, that's all." "No, I know it is so. I've taken away the only person near you." And suddenly turning from him to the back of the sofa, hiding her face in her hands, she broke into passionate crying. He stood for a moment, taut, controlled, as though he was fighting his last little desperate battle. And then he was beaten. He knelt down on the floor beside the sofa. He touched her hair, then her cheek. She made a little movement towards him. He put his arms around her. "Don't cry. Don't cry. I can't bear that. You mustn't say that you've taken anything from me. It isn't true. You've given me everything. Everything. Why should we struggle any longer? Why shouldn't we take what has been given to us? Your husband doesn't care. And I haven't anybody. Has God given me so much that I should miss this? And has he put it in our hearts if he didn't mean us to take it? I love you. I've loved you since first I set eyes on you. I can't keep away from you any longer. It's keeping away from myself. We're one. We are one another. Not alone, either of us, any more." She turned towards him. He drew her closer and closer to him. With a little sigh of happiness and comfort, she yielded to him. There was one cloud in the dim green sky, a cloud orange and crimson, shaped like a ship. As the sun was setting, a little wind stirred, the faint aftermath of the storm of the day. And the cloud, now all crimson, passed over the town and died in fading ribbons of gold and orange in the white sky of the far horizon. Only Miss Milton, perhaps, among all the citizens of the town, waiting patiently behind her open window, watched its career. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Book 2, Chapter 9 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, The Quarrel. Everyone has known, at one time or another in life, that strange, unexpected calm that always falls like sudden snow on a storm-tossed country after some great crisis or upheaval. The blow has seemed so catastrophic that the world must be changed with the force of its fall. But the world is not changed. Hours pass and days go by, and no one seems to be aware that anything has occurred. It is only when months have gone, and perhaps years, that one looks back and sees that it was, after all, on such and such a day that life was altered, values shifted, the face of the world turned to a new angle. This is platitudinous, but platitudes are not platitudes when we first make our personal experience of them. There seemed nothing platitudinous to Brandon in his present experiences. The day on which he had received Falk's letter had seemed to fling him neck and crop into a new world, a world dim and obscure and peopled with new and terrifying devils. The morning after, he was clear again, and it was almost as though nothing at all had occurred. He went about the town, and everybody behaved in a normal manner. No sign of those strange, menacing figures, the drunken painter, the sinister, smiling hog. Everyone as usual. Ryle complacent and obedient, Bentinck Major officious but subservient, Mrs. Combermere jolly. Even, as he fancied, Foster a little more amiable than usual. It was for this open, outside world that he had now for many years been living. It was not difficult to tell himself that things here were unchanged. Because he was no psychologist, he took people as he found them. When they smiled, they were pleased, and when they frowned, they were angry. Because there was a great deal of pressing business, he pushed aside Falk's problem. It was there, it was waiting for him, but perhaps time would solve it. He concentrated himself with a new energy, a new self-confidence upon the Cathedral, the Jubilee, the public life of the town. Nevertheless, that horrible day had its effect upon him. 3 days after Falk's escape he was having breakfast alone with Joan. "Mother has a headache," Joan said. "She's not coming down." He nodded, scarcely looking up from his paper. In a little while she said, "What are you doing to-day, Daddy? I'm very sorry to bother you, but I'm housekeeping to-day, and I have to arrange about meals." "I'm lunching at Carpledon," he said, putting his paper down. "With the Bishop? How nice! I wish I were. He's an old dear." "He wants to consult me about some of the Jubilee services," Brandon said in his public voice. "Won't Canon Ryle mind that?" "I don't care if he does. It's his own fault for not managing things better." "I think the Bishop must be very lonely out there. He hardly ever comes into Polchester now. It's because of his rheumatism, I suppose. Why doesn't he resign, Daddy?" "He's wanted to, a number of times. But he's very popular. People don't want him to go." "I don't wonder." Joan's eyes sparkled. "Even if one never saw him at all, it would be better than somebody else. He's such an old darling. Well, I don't believe, myself, in men going on when they're past their work. However, I hear he's going to insist on resigning at the end of this year." "How old is he, Daddy?" 87. There was always a tinge of patronage in the Archdeacon's voice when he spoke of his Bishop. He knew that he was a saint, a man whose life had been of so absolute a purity, a simplicity, an unfaltering faith and courage, that there were no flaws to be found in him anywhere. It was possibly this very simplicity that stirred Brandon's patronage. After all, we were living in a workaday world, and the Bishop's confidence in every man's word and trust in every man's honour had been at times a little ludicrous. Nevertheless, did anyone dare to attack the Bishop, he was immediately his most ardent and ferocious defender. It was only when the Bishop was praised that he felt that a word or two of caution was necessary. However, he was just now not thinking of the Bishop, he was thinking of his daughter. As he looked across the table at her, he wondered. What had Falk's betrayal of the family meant to her? Had she been fond of him? She had given no sign at all as to how it had affected her. She had her friends and her life in the town, and her family pride, like the rest of them. How pretty she looked this morning! He was suddenly aware of the love and devotion that she had given him for years, and the small return that he had made. Not that he had been a bad father, he hurriedly reassured himself. No one could accuse him of that. But he had been busy, preoccupied, had not noticed her as he might have done. She was a woman now, with a new independence and self-assurance. And yet such a child at the same time. He recalled the evening in the cab when she had held his hand. How few demands she ever made upon him, how little she was ever in the way. He went back to his paper, but found that he could not fix his attention upon it. When he had finished his breakfast, he went across to her. She looked up at him, smiling. He put his hand on her shoulder. Yes. And what are you going to do to-day, dear?" "Oh, I've heaps to do. There's the Jubilee work party in the morning. Then there are 1 or 2 things in the town to get for Mother." She paused. He hesitated, then said, have your friends in the town, said anything about Falk? She looked up at him. No, Daddy, not a word. Then she added, as though to herself, with a little sigh, Poor Falk. He took his hand from her shoulder. So you're sorry for him, are you? He said angrily. Not sorry exactly, she answered slowly, but you will forgive him, won't you? You can be sure, Brandon said, that I shall do what is right. She sprang up and faced him. Daddy, now that Falk is gone, it's more necessary than ever for you to realize me. Realize you? He said, looking at her. Yes, that I'm a woman now and not a child any longer. You don't realize it a bit. I said it to Mother months ago, and told her that now I could do all sorts of things for her. She has let me do a few things, but she hasn't changed to me, not been any different, or wanted me any more than she did before. But you must, Daddy. I can help you in lots of ways. I can... What ways? He asked her, smiling. I don't know. You must find them out. What I mean is that you've got to count on me as an element in the family now. You can't disregard me any more. Have I disregarded you? Of course you have, she answered, laughing. Well, we'll see, he said. He bent down and kissed her, then left the room. He left to catch the train to Carpledon in a half-satisfied mind. He was tired, certainly, and had felt ever since the shock of 3 days back a certain warning sensation that hovered over him rather like hot air, suggesting that sudden agonizing pain. But so long as the pain did not come... He had thought, half derisively, of seeing old Puddifoot, even of having himself overhauled. But Puddifoot was an ass. How could a man who talked the nonsense Puddifoot did in the Conservative Club be anything of a doctor? Besides, the man was old. There was a young man now, Newton. But Brandon distrusted young men. He was amused and pleased at the station. He strode up and down the platform, his hands behind his broad back, his head up, his top hat shining, his gaiters fitting superbly his splendid calves. The station master touched his hat, smiled, and stayed for a word or two. Very deferential. Good fellow, Curtis. Knew his business. The little stout rosy-faced fellow who guarded the bookstall touched his hat. Brandon stopped and looked at the papers. Advertisements already of special Jubilee supplements. Life of the Good Queen. History of the Empire, 1837-1897. Piles of that trashy novel Joan had been talking about, The Mazarenes, by Ouida. Pah! Stuff and nonsense. How did people have time for such things? Yes, Mr. Waller, fine day. Very fine May we're having. Ought to be fine for the Jubilee. Hope so, I'm sure. Disappoint many people if it's wet. He bought the Church Times and crossed to the side-line. No one here but a farmer, a countrywoman, and her little boy. The farmer's side face reminded him suddenly of someone. Who was it? That fat cheek, that faint sandy hair beneath the shabby bowler. He was struck as though, standing on a tightrope in mid-air, he felt it quiver beneath him. Hogg! He turned abruptly and faced the empty line and the dusty, neglected boarding of a railway shed. He must not think of that man, must not allow him to seize his thoughts. Hogg. Davray. Had he dreamt that horrible scene in the Cathedral? Could that have been? He lifted his hand and, as it were, tore the scene into pieces and scattered it on the line. He had command of his thoughts, shutting down one little tight shutter after another upon the things he did not want to see. That he did not want to see, did not want to know. The little train drew in, slowly, regretfully. Brandon got into the solitary first-class carriage and buried himself in his paper. Soon, thanks to his happy gift of attending only to one question at a time, the subjects that paper brought up for discussion completely absorbed him. Anything more absurd than such an argument, as though the validity of baptism did not absolutely depend... He was happily lost. The little train steamed out. He saw nothing of the beautiful country through which they passed. Country on this May morning, so beautiful in its rich, luxuriant security, the fields bending and dipping to the tree-haunted streams, the hedges running in lines of blue and dark purple like ribbons to the sky. That blue flecked, caught in light and shadow a myriad pattern as a complement to its own sun-warmed clouds. Rich and English so utterly that it was almost scornful in its resentment of foreign interference. In spite of the clouds, the air was now in its midday splendour, and the cows, in clusters of brown, dark and clay red, sought the cool grey shadow of the hedges. The peace of centuries lay upon this land, and the sun with loving hands caressed its warm flanks, as though here at least was some one of whom it might be sure, some one known from old time. The little station at Carpledon was merely a wooden shed. Woods running down the hill threatened to overwhelm it. At its very edge, beyond the line, thick green fields slipped to the shining level waters of the Pol. Brandon walked up the hill through the wood, past the hedge, and on through the park to the Palace Drive. The sight of that old, red, thick-set building, with its square, comfortable windows, its bell tower, its dovecots, its graceful, stolid, happy lines, its high old doorway, its tiled roof rosy red with age, respectability, and comfort, its square solemn chimneys, behind and between whose self-possession the broad branches of the oaks, older and wiser than the house itself, uplifted their clustered leaves with the protection of their conscious dignity, this house thrilled all that was deepest and most superstitious in his soul. To this building he would bow, to this house surrender. Here was something that would command all his reverence, a worthy adjunct to the cathedral that he loved. Without undue pride, he must acknowledge to himself that, had fate so willed it, he would himself have occupied this place with a worthy and fitting appropriateness. It seemed, indeed, as he pulled the iron bell and heard its clang deep within the house, that he understood what it needed so well that it must sigh with a dignified relief when it saw him approach. Appleford, the butler, who opened the door, was an old friend of his, an aged, white-locked man, but dignity itself. "His lordship will be down in a moment," he said, showing him into the library. Someone else was there, his back to the door. He turned round. It was Ronder. When Brandon saw him he had again that sense that came now to him so frequently, that some plot was in process against him, and gradually, step by step, hedging him in. That is a dangerous sense for any human being to acquire, but most especially for a man of Brandon's simplicity, almost naïveté of character. Ronder! The very last man whom Brandon could bear to see in that place and at that time. Brandon's visit to-day was not entirely unengineered. To be honest, he had not spoken quite the truth to his daughter when he had said that the Bishop had asked him out there for consultation. Himself had written to the Bishop a very strong letter, emphasizing the inadequacy with which his Jubilee services were being prepared, saying something about the suitability of Forsyth for the Pybus living, and hinting at certain carelessnesses in the chapter due to new and regrettable influences. It was in answer to this letter that Ponting, the resident chaplain, had written, saying that the Bishop would like to give Brandon luncheon. It may be said, therefore, that Brandon wished to consult the Bishop rather than the Bishop Brandon. The Archdeacon had pictured to himself a cosy tête-à-tête with the Bishop, lasting for an hour or two, and entirely uninterrupted. He flattered himself that he knew his dear Bishop well enough by this time to deal with him exactly as he ought to be dealt with. But for that dealing, privacy was absolutely essential. Any third person would have been, to the last extent, provoking. Ronder was disastrous. He instantly persuaded himself, as he looked at that rubicund and smiling figure, that Ronder had heard of his visit and determined to be one of the party. He could only have heard of it through Ponting. The Archdeacon's fingers twisted within one another as he considered how pleasant it would be to wring Ponting's long, white and ecclesiastical neck. And of course, behind all this immediate situation was his sense of the pleasure and satisfaction that Ronder must be feeling about Falk's scandal. Licking his thick red lips about it he must be, watching with his little fat eyes for the moment when, with his round fat fingers, he might probe that wound. Nevertheless, the Archdeacon knew by this time Ronder's character and abilities too well not to realise that he must dissemble. Dissembling was the hardest thing of all that a man of the Archdeacon's character could be called upon to perform, but dissemble he must. His smile was of a grim kind. "Ah, Ronder, didn't expect to see you here." "No," said Ronder, coming forward and smiling with the utmost geniality. "To tell you the truth, I didn't expect to find myself here. It was only last evening that I got a note from the Bishop asking me to come out to luncheon to-day. He said that you would be here." Oh, so Ponting was not to blame. It was the Bishop himself, poor old man. Cowardice, obviously, afraid of some of the home truths that Brandon might find it his duty to deliver. A coward in his old age. "Very fine day," said Brandon. "Beautiful," said Ronder. "Really looks as though we are going to have good weather for the Jubilee." "Hope we do," said Brandon. "Very hard on thousands of people if it's wet." "Very," said Ronder. "I hope Mrs. Brandon is well." "To-day she has a little headache," said Brandon, "but it's really nothing." "Well," said Ronder, "I've been wondering whether there isn't some thunder in the air. I've been feeling it oppressive myself." "It does get oppressive," said Brandon, "this time of year in Glebeshire, especially South Glebeshire. I've often noticed it." "What we want," said Ronder, "is a good thunderstorm to clear the air." "Just what we're not likely to get," said Brandon. "It hangs on for days and days without breaking." "I wonder why that is," said Ronder. "There are no hills round about to keep it. There's hardly a hill of any size in the whole of South Glebeshire." "Of course, Polchester's in a hollow," said Brandon, "except for the Cathedral, of course. I always envied Lady St. Leath her elevation." "A fine site, the castle," said Ronder. "They must get a continual breeze up there." "They do," said Brandon. "Whenever I'm up there, there's a wind." This most edifying conversation was interrupted by the entrance of the Reverend Charles Ponting. Mr. Ponting was very long, very thin, and very black, his cadaverous cheeks resembling in their colour nothing so much as good fountain pen ink. He spoke always in a high, melancholy, and chanting voice. He was undoubtedly effeminate in his movements, and he had an air of superior secrecy about the affairs of the Bishop that people sometimes found very trying. But he was a good man and a zealous one, and entirely devoted to his lord and master. "Ah, Archdeacon! Canon! His Lordship will be down in one moment. He has asked me to make his apologies for not being here to receive you. He is just finishing something of rather a special importance." The Bishop, however, entered a moment later. He was a little frail man, walking with the aid of a stick. He had snow-white hair, rather thick and long, pale cheeks, and eyes of a bright china blue. He had that quality, given to only a few in this world, of happy mediocrities, of filling at once any room into which he entered with the strength and fragrance of his spirit. So strong, fearless, and beautiful was his soul that it shone through the frail compass of his body with an unfaltering light. No one had ever doubted the goodness and splendour of the man's character. Men might call his body old and feeble, and past the work that it was still called upon to perform. They might speak of him as guileless, as too innocent of this world's slippery ways, as trusting where no child of 6 years of age would have trusted. These things might have been, and were, said. But no man, woman, nor child, looking upon him, hesitated to realise that here was someone who had walked and talked with God, and in whom there was no shadow of deceit nor evil thought. Old Glasgow Parmiter, the lawyer, the wickedest old man Polchester had ever known, said once of him, "If there's a hell, I suppose I'm going to it, and I'm sure I don't care. There may be one, and there may not. I know there's a heaven. Purcell lives there." His voice, which was soft and strong, had at its heart a tiny stammer which came out now and then with a hesitating, almost childish charm. As he stood there, leaning on his stick, smiling at them, there did seem a great deal of the child about him, and Brandon, Ponting and Ronder suddenly seemed old, wicked and soiled in the world's ways. "Please forgive me," he said, "for not being down when you came. I move slowly now. Luncheon is ready, I know. Shall we go in?" The four men crossed the stone-flagged hall into the dining room, where Appleford stood, devoutly, as one about to perform a solemn rite. The dining room was high-ceilinged, with a fireplace of old red brick, fronted with black oak beams. The walls were plain whitewash, and they carried only one picture, a large copy of Dürer's Night and the Devil. The high, broad windows looked out on to the sloping lawn, whose green now danced and sparkled under the sun. The trees that closed it in were purple-shadowed. They sat, clustered together, at the end of a long oak refectory table. The Bishop himself was a teetotaler, but there was good claret and, at the end, excellent port. The only piece of colour on the table was a bowl of dark blue glass filled with fruit. The only ornament in the room was a beautifully carved silver crucifix on the black oak mantelpiece. The sun danced across the stained floor with every pattern and form of light. Brandon could not remember a more unpleasant meal in that room. He could not, indeed, remember ever having had an unpleasant meal there before. The Bishop talked, as he always did, in a most pleasant and easy fashion. He talked about the nectarines and plums that were soon to glorify his garden walls, about the pears and apples in his orchard, about the jokes that old Puddifoot made when he came over and examined his rheumatic limbs. He gently chaffed Ponting about his punctuality, neatness, and general dislike of violent noises, and he bade Appleford to tell the housekeeper, Mrs. Brenton, how especially good to-day was the fish soufflé. All this was all it had ever been. Nothing could have been easier and more happy. But on other days it had always been Brandon who had thrown back the ball for the Bishop to catch. Whoever the other guest might be, it was always Brandon who took the lead, and although he might be a little ponderous and slow in movement, he supplied the Bishop's conversational needs quite adequately. And to-day it was Ronder. From the first, without any ostentation or presumption, with the utmost naturalness, he led the field. To understand the full truth of this occasion, it must be known that Mr. Ponting had, for a considerable number of years past, cherished a deep but private detestation of the Archdeacon. It was hard to say wherein that hatred had had its inception, probably in some old, long-forgotten piece of cheerful patronage on Brandon's part. Mr. Ponting was of those who consider and dwell again, and he had, by this time, dwelt upon the Archdeacon so long and so thoroughly that he knew and resented the colour of every one of the Archdeacon's waistcoat buttons. He was, perhaps, quick to perceive to-day that a mightier than the Archdeacon was here, or it may have been that he was well aware of what had been happening in Polchester during the last weeks, and was even informed of the incidents of the last 3 days. However that may be, he did from the first pay an almost exaggerated deference to Ronder's opinion, drew him into the conversation at every possible opportunity, with such interjections as, "Oh, how true, how very true! Don't you think so, Canon Ronder?" Or, "What has been your experience in such a case, Canon Ronder?" Or, "I think, my lord, that Canon Ronder told me that he knows that place well," and disregarding entirely any remarks that Brandon might happen to make. No one could have responded more brilliantly to this opportunity than did Ronder. Indeed, the Bishop, who was his host at the Palace to-day for the first time, said after his departure, "That's a most able man, most able. Lucky indeed for the diocese that it has secured him. A delightful fellow." No one in the world could have been richer in anecdotes than Ronder, anecdotes of precisely the kind for the Bishop's taste, not too worldly, not too clerical, amusing, without being broad, light and airy, but showing often a fine scholarship and a wise and thoughtful experience of foreign countries. The Bishop had not laughed so heartily for many a day. "Oh dear!" he cried at the anecdote of the two American ladies in Siena. "That's good indeed. That's very good. Did you get that, Ponting? Dear me, that's perfectly delightful." A little tear of shining pleasure trickled down his cheek. "Really, Canon, I've never heard anything better." Brandon thought Ronder's manners outrageous. Poor Bishop! He was indeed failing that he could laugh so heartily at such pitiful humour. He tried to show his sense of it all by grimly pursuing his food and refusing even the ghost of a chuckle, but no one was perceiving him, as he very bitterly saw. The Bishop, it may be, saw it too, for at last he turned to Brandon and said, "But come, Archdeacon, I was forgetting. You wrote to me something about that Jubilee music in the Cathedral. You find that Ryle is making rather a mess of things, don't you?" Brandon was deeply offended. Of what was the Bishop thinking that he should so idly drag forward the substance of an entirely private letter, without asking permission, into the public air? Moreover, the last thing that he wanted was that Ronder should know that he had been working behind Ryle's back. Not that he was in the least ashamed of what he had done, but here was precisely the thing that Ronder would like to use and make something of. In any case, it was the principle of the thing. Was Ronder henceforth to be privy to everything that passed between himself and the Bishop? He never found it easy to veil his feelings, and he looked now, as Ponting delightfully perceived, like an overgrown, sulky schoolboy. "Oh, no, my lord," he said, looking across at Ponting as though he would love to set his heel upon that pale but eager visage. "You have me wrong there. I was making no complaint. The Precentor knows his own business best." "You certainly said something in your letter," said the Bishop vaguely. "There was something, Ponting, was there not?" "Yes, my lord," said Ponting, "there was, but I expect the Archdeacon did not mean it very seriously." "Do you mean that you find the Precentor inefficient?" said the Bishop, looking at the coffee with longing, and then shaking his head. "Not to-day, Appleford, alas, not to-day." "Oh, no," said Brandon, colouring, "of course not. Our tastes differ a little as to the choice of music, that's all. I've no doubt that I am old-fashioned." "How do you find the Cathedral music, Canon?" he asked, turning to Ronder. "Oh, I know very little about it," said Ronder, smiling. "Nothing in comparison with the Archdeacon. I'm sure he's right in liking the old music that people have grown used to and are fond of. At the same time, I must confess that I haven't thought Ryle too venturesome. But then I'm very ignorant, having been here so short a time." "That's right, then," said the Bishop comfortably. "There doesn't seem much wrong." At that moment Appleford, who had been absent from the room for a minute, returned with a note which he gave to the Bishop. "From Pybus, my lord," he said. "Some one has ridden over with it." At the word Pybus there was an electric silence in the room. The Bishop tore open the letter and read it. He half started from his chair with a little exclamation of distress and grief. "Please excuse me," he said, turning to them. "I must leave you for a moment and speak to the bearer of this note. Poor Morrison. At last he's gone. Pybus." The Archdeacon, in spite of himself, half rose and stared across at Ronder. Pybus! The living at last was vacant. A moment later he felt deeply ashamed. In that sunlit room the bright green of the outside world quivering in pools of colour upon the pure space of the white walls spoke of life and beauty and the immortality of beauty. It was hard to think of death there in such a place, but one must think of it, and consider, too, Morrison, who had been so good a fellow and loved the world and all the things in it, and had thought of heaven also in the spare moments that his energy left him. A great sportsman he had been, with a famous breed of bull terrier, and anxious to revive the South Glebeshire hunt. Very fine, too, in that last terrible year when the worst of all mortal diseases had leapt upon his throat and shaken him with agony and the imminent prospect of death. Shaken him, but never terrified him. Brandon summoned before him that broad, jolly, laughing figure, summoned it, bowed to its fortitude and optimism, then, as all men must at such a moment, considered his own end. Then, having paid his due to Morrison, returned to the great business of the living. They were gathered together in the hall now. The Bishop had known Morrison well and greatly liked him, and he could think of nothing but the man himself. The question of the succession could not come near him that day, and as he stood, a little white-haired figure, tottering on his stick in the flagged hall, he seemed already to be far from the others, to be caught already half-way along the road that Morrison was now travelling. Both Brandon and Ronder felt that it was right for them to go, although on a normal day they would have stayed, walking in the garden and talking for another 3/4 of an hour until it was time to catch the 3:30 train from Carpledon. Mr. Ponting settled the situation. "His Lordship," he said, "hopes that you will let Bassett drive you into Polchester. There is the little wagonette. Bassett must go in any case to get some things. It is no trouble at all." They of course agreed, although for Brandon, at any rate, there would be many things in the world pleasanter than sitting with Ronder in a small wagonette for more than an hour. He also had no liking for Bassett, the Bishop's coachman for the last 20 years, a native of South Glebeshire, with all the obstinacy, pride and independence that definition includes. There was, however, no other course, and 1/4 of an hour later the two clergymen found themselves opposite one another in a wagonette that was indeed so small that it seemed inevitable that Ronder's knees must meet Brandon's and Brandon's ankles glide against Ronder's. The Archdeacon's temper was by this time at its worst. Everything had been ruined by Ronder's presence. The original grievances were bad enough. The way in which his letter had been flouted, the fashion in which his conversation had been disregarded at luncheon, the sanctified pleasure that Ponting's angular countenance had expressed in every cheque that he had received, but all these things mattered nothing compared with the fact that Ronder was present at the news of Morrison's death. Had he been alone with the Bishop then, what an opportunity he would have had! How exactly he would have known how to comfort the Bishop! How tactful and right he would have been in the words that he used, and what an opportunity, finally, for turning the Bishop's mind in the way it should go, namely towards Rex Forsyth. As his knees, place them where he would, bumped against Ronder's, wrath bubbled in his heart like boiling water in a kettle. The very immobility of Bassett's broad back added to the irritation. "It's remarkably small for a wagonette," said Ronder at last, when some minutes had passed in silence. "Further north this would not, I should think, be called a wagonette at all, but in Glebeshire there are special names for everything. And then, of course, we are both big men." This comparison was most unfortunate. Ronder's body was soft and plump, most unmistakably fat. Brandon's was apparently in magnificent condition. It is well known that a large man in good athletic condition has a deep, overwhelming contempt for men who are fat and soft. Brandon made no reply. Ronder was determined to be pleasant. "Very difficult to keep thin in this part of the world, isn't it? Every morning when I look at myself in the glass I find myself fatter than I was the day before. Then I say to myself, I'll give up bread and potatoes and drink hot water. Hot water! Loathsome stuff! Moreover, have you noticed, Archdeacon, that a man who diets himself is a perfect nuisance to all his friends and neighbours? The moment he refuses potatoes, his hostess says to him, 'Why, Mr. Smith, not one of our potatoes, out of our own garden!' And then he explains to her that he is dieting, whereupon every one at the table hurriedly recites long and dreary histories of how they have dieted at one time or another with this or that success. The meal is ruined for yourself and every one else. Now, isn't it so? What do you do for yourself when you are putting on flesh?" "I am not aware," said Brandon in his most haughty manner, "that I am putting on flesh." "Of course I don't mean just now," answered Ronder, smiling. "In any case, the jolting of this wagonette is certain to reduce one." Anyway, I agree with you. It's a tiresome subject. There's no escaping fate. We stout men are doomed, I fancy." There was a long silence. After Brandon had moved his legs about in every possible direction and found it impossible to escape Ronder's knees, he said, "Excuse my knocking into you so often, Canon." "Oh, that's all right," said Ronder, laughing. "This drive comes worse on you than myself, I fancy. You're bonier. What a splendid figure the Bishop is! A great man, really a great man. There's something about a man of that simplicity and purity of character that we lesser men lack, something out of our grasp altogether." "You haven't known him very long, I think," said Brandon, who considered himself in no way a lesser man than the Bishop. "No, I have not," said Ronder, pleasantly amused at the incredible ease with which he was able to make the Archdeacon rise. "I've never been to Carpledon before to-day. I especially appreciated his inviting me when he was having so old a friend as yourself." Another silence. Ronder looked about him. The afternoon was hot, and little beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. One trickled down his forehead, another into his eye. The road, early in the year though it was already dusty, and the high Glebeshire hedges hid the view. The irritation of the heat, the dust and the sense that they were enclosed and would for the rest of their lives jog along thus, knee to knee, down an eternal road, made Ronder uncomfortable. When he was uncomfortable, he was dangerous. He looked at the fixed obstinacy of the Archdeacon's face and said, "Poor Morrison, so he's gone. I never knew him, but he must have been a fine fellow. And the Pybus living is vacant." Brandon said nothing. "An important decision that will be. Oh, I beg your pardon. That's my knee again." "It's to be hoped that they will find a good man." "There will be only one possible choice," said Brandon, planting his hands flat on his knees. "Really?" said Ronder, looking at the Archdeacon with an air of innocent interest. "Do tell me, if it isn't a secret. Who is that?" "It's no secret," said Brandon in a voice of level defiance. "Rex Forsyth is the obvious man." "Really?" said Ronder. "That is interesting. I haven't heard him mentioned. I'm afraid I know very little about him." "Know very little about him!" said Brandon indignantly. "Why, his name has been in everyone's mouth for months." "Indeed," said Ronder mildly. "But then I am, in many ways, sadly out of things. Do tell me about him." "It's not for me to tell you," said Brandon, looking at Ronder with great severity. "You can find out anything you like from the smallest boy in the town." This was not polite, but Ronder did not mind. There was a little pause, and then he said very amiably, "I have heard some mention of that man Wistons." "What?" cried Brandon in a voice not very far from a shout. "The fellow who wrote that abominable book, The Four Creeds?" "I suppose it's the same," said Ronder gently, rubbing his knee a little. "That man!" The Archdeacon bounced in his seat. "That atheist! The leading enemy of the Church, the man above any who would destroy every institution that the Church possesses." "Come, come, is it as bad as that?" "As bad as that? Worse, much worse. I take it that you have not read any of his books?" "Well, I have read one or two." "You have read them, and you can mention his name with patience?" "There are several ways of looking at these things." "Several ways of looking at atheism? Oh, thank you, Canon, thank you very much indeed. I am delighted to have your opinion given so frankly." "What an ass the man is," thought Ronder. "He's going to lose his temper here in the middle of the road with that coachman listening to every word." "You must not take me too literally, Archdeacon," said Ronder. "What I meant was that the question whether Wistons is an atheist can be argued from many points of view." "It cannot! It cannot!" cried Brandon, now shaking with anger. "There can be no two points of view. He that is not with me is against me." "Very well, then," said Ronder. "It cannot. There is no more to be said." "There is more to be said. There is indeed.
I am glad, Canon, that at last you have come out into the open. I have been wondering for a long time past when that happy event was to take place. Ever since you came into this town, you have been subverting doctrine, upsetting institutions, destroying the good work that the Cathedral has been doing for many years past. I feel it my duty to tell you this, a duty that no one else is courageous enough to perform." "Really? Is this quite the place?" said Ronder, motioning with his hand toward Bassett's broad back, and the massive sterns of the two horses that rose and fell like tubs on a rocking sea. But Brandon was past caution, past wisdom, past discipline. He could see nothing now but Ronder's two rosy cheeks and the round gleaming spectacles that seemed to catch his words disdainfully and suspend them there in indifference. "Excuse me, it is time indeed. It is long past the time. If you think that you can come here, a complete stranger, and do what you like with the institutions here, you are mistaken, and thoroughly mistaken. There are those here who have the interest of the place at heart, and guard and protect them. Your conceit has blinded you, allow me to tell you, and it's time that you had a more modest estimate of yourself and doings." "This really isn't the place," murmured Ronder, struggling to avoid Brandon's knees. "Yes, atheism is nothing to you," cried the Archdeacon. "Nothing at all. You had better be careful, I warn you." "You had better be careful," said Ronder, smiling in spite of himself, "or you will be out of the carriage." That smile was the final insult. Brandon jumped up, rocking on his feet. "Very well, then. You may laugh as you please. You may think it all a very good joke. I tell you it is not. We are enemies. Enemies from this moment. You have never been anything but my enemy. Do take care, Archdeacon, or you really will be out of the carriage." "Very well. I will get out of it. I refuse to drive with you another step. I refuse. I refuse." "But you can't walk. It's 6 miles." "I will walk. I will walk. Stop and let me get out. Stop, I say." But Bassett, who, according to his back, was as innocent of any dispute as the small birds on the neighbouring tree, drove on. "Stop, I say. Can't you hear?" The Archdeacon plunged forward and pulled Bassett by the collar. "Stop! Stop!" The wagonette abruptly stopped. Bassett's amazed face, 2 wide eyes in a creased and crumpled surface, peered round. "It's war. I tell you, war." Brandon climbed out. "But listen, Archdeacon, you can't." "Drive on, drive on," cried Brandon, standing in the road and shaking his umbrella. The wagonette drove on. It disappeared over the ledge of the hill. There was a sudden silence. Brandon's anger pounded up into his head in great waves of constricting passion. These gradually faded. His knees were trembling beneath him. There were new sounds, birds singing, a tiny breeze rustling the hedges, no living soul in sight. He had suddenly a strange impulse to shed tears. What had he been saying? What had he been doing? He did not know what he had said. Another of his tempers. The pain attacked his head like a sword, like a sword. He found a stone and sat down upon it. The pain invaded him like an active personal enemy. Down the road, it seemed to him, figures were moving. Hogg, Davray, that other world. The dust rose in little clouds. What had he been doing? His head! Where did this pain come from? He felt old and sick and weak. He wanted to be at home. Slowly he began to climb the hill. An enemy, silent and triumphant, seemed to step behind him. End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Book 3, Chapter 1 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Jubilee. Chapter 1. June 17, Thursday, Anticipation.
It must certainly be difficult for chroniclers of contemporary history to determine significant dates to define the beginning and end of succeeding periods. But I fancy that any fellow citizen of mine, if he thinks for a moment, will agree with me that that Jubilee summer of 1897 was the last manifestation in our town of the separate individual Polchester spirit, of the old spirit that had dwelt in its streets and informed its walls and roofs for hundreds of years past. Something as separate and distinct as the smells of Seatown, the chime of the cathedral bells, the cawing of the cathedral rooks in the precinct elms. An interesting, and, to one reader at least, a pathetic history might be written of the decline and death of that same spirit, not in Polchester alone, but in many another small English town. From the Boer War of 1899 to the Great War of 1914 stretches that destructive period, the agents of that destruction, the new moneyed classes, the telephone, the telegram, the motor, and last of all, the cinema. Destruction? That is perhaps too strong a word. We know that that is simply the stepping from one stage to another of the eternal, the immortal cycle. The little hamlet, embowered in its protecting trees, defended by its beloved hills, the rock rising gaunt and naked in its midst, then the cathedral, the monks, the baron's castle, the feudal rule, then the mighty bishops and the vast all-encircling power of the church, then the new merchant age, the Elizabethan salt of adventure, then the cosy 17th and 18th centuries with their domesticities, their little cultures, their comfortable religion, their stay-at-home, unimaginative festivities. Throughout the 19th century that spirit lingers, gently repulsing the outside world, reproving new doctrine, repressing new movement, and the rock and the cathedral wait their hours, watching the great sea that, far on the horizon, is bathing its dikes and flooding the distant fields, knowing that the waves are rising higher and higher, and will at last, with full volume, leap upon these little pastures, these green-clad valleys, these tiny hills, and in that day only the cathedral and the rock will stand out above the flood. And this was a Polchester Jubilee. There may have been some consciousness of the little old woman driving in her carriage through the London streets, but in the main the town suddenly took possession, cried aloud that these festivities were for herself, that for a week at least the town would assert herself, bringing into her celebration the cathedral that was her chief glory, but of whom, nevertheless, she was afraid. The rock upon which she was built, that never changed, the country that surrounded and supported her, the wild men who had belonged to her from time immemorial, the river that encircled her. That week seemed to many, on looking back, a strangely mad time, days informed with a wildness for which there was no discernible reason. Men and women and children were seized that week with some license that they loved while it lasted, but that they looked back upon with fear when it was over. What had come over them? Who had been grinning at them? The strange things that occurred that week seemed to have no individual agent. No one was responsible. But life, after that week, was for many people in the town never quite the same again. On the afternoon of Thursday, June 17, Ronder stood at the window of his study and looked down upon the little orchard, the blazing flowers, the red garden wall, and the tree-tops on the descending hill, all glazed and sparkling under the hot afternoon sun. As he looked down, seeing nothing, sunk deeply in his own thoughts, he was aware of extreme moral and spiritual discomfort. He moved back from the window, making with his fingers a little gesture of discontent and irritation. He paced his room, stopping absent-mindedly once and again to push in a book that protruded from the shelves, staying to finger things on his writing-table, jolting against a chair with his foot as he moved. At last he flung himself into his deep leather chair and stared fixedly at an old faded silk fire-guard with its shadowy flowers and dim purple silk, seeing it not at all. He was angry, and of all things in the world that he hated most to be that. He had been angry now for several weeks, and, as though it had been a heavy cold that had descended upon him, he woke up every morning expecting to find that his anger had departed, but it had not departed. It showed no signs whatever of departing. As he sat there he was not thinking of the Jubilee, the one thought at that time of every living soul in Polchester, man, woman, and child. He was thinking of no one but Brandon, with whom, to his own deep disgust, he was at last implacably, remorselessly angry. How many years ago now he had decided that anger and hatred were emotions that every wise man, at all cost to his pride, his impatience, his self-confidence, avoided. Everything could be better achieved without these weaknesses, and for many years he had tutored and trained himself until at last he had reached this fine height of superiority. From that height he had suddenly fallen. It was now 3 weeks since that luncheon at Carpledon, and in one way or another the quarrel on the road home, the absurd and ludicrous quarrel, had become known to the whole town. Had Brandon revealed it, or possibly the coachman? Whoever it was, every one now knew and laughed. Laughed! It was that for which Ronder would never forgive Brandon. The man, with his childish temper and monstrous conceit, had made him into a ludicrous figure. It was true that they were laughing, it seemed, more at Brandon than at himself, but the whole scene was farcical. But beyond this, that incident, trivial though it might be in itself, had thrown the relationship of the two men into dazzling prominence. It was as though they had been publicly announced as antagonists, and now, stripped and prepared, ringed in by the breathless town, must vulgarly afford the roughs of the place the fistic exhibition of their lives. It was the publicity that Ronder detested. He had not disliked Brandon, he had merely despised him, and he had taken an infinite pleasure in furthering schemes and ambitions, a little underground maybe, but all for the final benefit of the town. And now the blundering fool had brought this blaze down upon them, was indeed rushing round and screaming at his antagonist, shouting to anyone who would hear that Ronder was a blackguard and a public menace. It had been whispered, from what source again Ronder did not know, that it was through Ronder's influence that young Falk Brandon had run off to town with Hogg's daughter. The boy thought the world of Ronder, it was said, and had been to see him and ask his advice. Ronder knew that Brandon had heard this story, and was publicly declaring that Ronder had ruined his son. Finally, the two men were brought into sharp rivalry over the Pybus living. Over that, too, the town, or at any rate the Cathedral section of it, was in two camps. Here, too, Brandon's vociferous publicity had made privacy impossible. Ronder was ashamed, as though his rotund body had been suddenly exposed in all its obese nakedness before the assembled citizens of Polchester. In this public quarrel he was not in his element. Forces were rising in him that he distrusted and feared. People were laughing. For that he would never forgive Brandon so long as he lived. On this particular afternoon he was about to close the window and try to work at his sermon when someone knocked at his door. "Come in," he said impatiently. The maid appeared. "Please, sir, there's someone would like to speak to you." "Who is it?" "She gave her name as Miss Milton, sir." He paused, looking down at his papers. "She said she wouldn't keep you more than a moment, sir." "Very well, I'll see her." Fate pushing him again. Why should this woman come to him? How could anyone say that any of the steps that he had taken in this affair had been his fault? Why, he had nothing whatever to do with them. The sight of Miss Milton in his doorway filled him with the same vague disgust that he had known on the earlier occasions at the library. Today she was wearing a white cotton dress, rather faded and crumpled, and grey silk gloves. In one of the fingers there was a hole. She carried a pink parasol and wore a large straw hat over-trimmed with roses. Her face, with its little red-rimmed eyes, freckled and flushed complexion, her clumsy, thick-set figure, fitted ill with her youthful dress. It was obvious enough that fate had not treated her well since her departure from the library. She was running to seed very swiftly, and was herself bitterly conscious of the fact. Ronder, looking at her, was aware that it was her own fault that it was so. She was incompetent, utterly incompetent. He had, as he had promised, given her some work to do during these last weeks, some copying, some arranging of letters, and she had mismanaged it all. She was a muddle-headed, ill-educated, careless, conceited, and self-opinionated woman, and it did not make it any the pleasanter for Ronder to be aware, as he now was, that Brandon had been quite right to dismiss her from her library post, which she had retained far too long. She looked across the room at him with an expression of mingled obstinacy and false humility. Her eyes were nearly closed. "Good afternoon, Canon Ronder," she said. "It is very good of you to see me. I shall not detain you very long." "Well, what is it, Miss Milton?" he said, looking over his shoulder at her. "I am very busy, as a matter of fact. All these Jubilee affairs. However, if I can help you—" "You can help me, sir. It is a most serious matter, and I need your advice." "Well, sit down there and tell me about it." The sun was beating into the room. He went across and pulled down the blind, partly because it was hot, and partly because Miss Milton was less unpleasant in shadow. Miss Milton seemed to find it hard to begin. She gulped in her throat and rubbed her silk gloves nervously against one another. "I dare say I've done wrong in this matter," she began. "Many would think so. But I haven't come here to excuse myself. If I've done wrong, there are others who have done more wrong. Yes, indeed." "Please come to the point," said Ronder impatiently. "I will, sir. That is my desire. Well, you must know, sir, that after my most unjust dismissal from the library, I took a couple of rooms with Mrs. Bassett, who lets rooms, as perhaps you know, sir, just opposite St. James' Rectory, Mr. Morris's." "Well?" said Ronder. "Well, sir, I had not been there very long before Mrs. Bassett herself, who is the least interfering and muddling of women, drew my attention to a curious fact, a most curious fact." Miss Milton paused, looking down at her lap and at a little shabby black bag that lay upon it. "Well?" said Ronder again. This fact was that Mrs. Brandon, the wife of Archdeacon Brandon, was in the habit of coming every day to see Mr. Morris. Ronder got up from his chair. "Now, Miss Milton," he said, "let me make myself perfectly clear. If you have come here to give me a lot of scandal about some person, or persons, in this town, I do not wish to hear it. You have come to the wrong place. I wonder indeed that you should care to acknowledge to any one that you have been spying at your window on the movements of some people here. That is a disgraceful action. I do not think there is any need for this conversation to continue." "Excuse me, Canon Ronder, there is need." Miss Milton showed no intention whatever of moving from her chair. "I was aware that you would in all probability rebuke me for what I have done. I expected that. At the same time, I may say that I was not spying in any sense of the word. I could not help it if the windows of my sitting room looked down upon Mr. Morris's house. You could not expect me in this summer weather not to sit at my window. At the same time, if these visits of Mrs. Brandon's were all that had occurred, I should certainly not have come and taken up your valuable time with an account of them. I hope that I know what is due to a gentleman of your position better than that. It is on a matter of real importance that I have come to you to ask your advice. Someone's advice I must have, and if you feel that you cannot give it me, I must go elsewhere. I cannot but feel that it is better for every one concerned that you should have this piece of information rather than any one else." He noticed how she had grown in firmness and resolve since she had begun to speak. She now saw her way to the carrying out of her plan. There was a definite threat in the words of her last sentence, and as she looked at him across the shadowy light he felt as though he saw down into her mean little soul, filled now with hatred and obstinacy and jealous determination. "Of course," he said severely, "I cannot refuse your confidence if you are determined to give it me." "Yes," she said, nodding her head. "You have always been very kind to me, Canon Ronder, as you have been to many others in this place. Thank you." She looked at him almost as severely as he had looked at her. "I will be as brief as possible. I will not hide from you that I have never forgiven Archdeacon Brandon for his cruel treatment of me. That, I think, is natural. When your livelihood is taken away from you for no reason at all, you are not likely to forget it, if you are human. And I do not pretend to be more nor less than human. I will not deny that I saw these visits of Mrs. Brandon's with considerable curiosity. There was something hurried and secret in Mrs. Brandon's manner that seemed to me odd. I became then, quite by chance, the friend of Mr. Morris's cook-housekeeper, Mrs. Baker, a very nice woman. That, I think, was quite natural, as we were neighbours, so to speak, and Mrs. Baker was herself a friend of Mrs. Bassett's. I asked no indiscreet questions, but at last Mrs. Baker confessed to both Mrs. Bassett and myself that she did not like what was going on in Mr. Morris's house, and that she thought of giving notice. When we asked her what she meant, she said that Mrs. Brandon was the trouble, that she was always coming to the house, and that she and the reverend gentleman were shut up for hours together by themselves. She told us, too, that Mr. Morris's sister-in-law, Miss Burnett, had also made objections. We advised Mrs. Baker that it was her duty to stay, at any rate for the present. Miss Milton paused. Ronder said nothing. "Well, sir, things got so bad that Miss Burnett went away to the sea. During her absence Mrs. Brandon came to the house quite regularly, and Mrs. Baker told us that they scarcely seemed to mind who saw them." As Ronder looked at her he realized how little he knew about women. He hated to realize this, as he hated to realize any ignorance or weakness in himself. But in the face of the woman opposite to him there was a mixture of motives, of greed, revenge, yes, and, strangely enough, of a virgin's outraged propriety, that was utterly alien to his experience. He felt his essential, his almost inhuman celibacy more at that moment, perhaps, than he had ever felt it before. Well, sir, this went on for some weeks. Miss Burnett returned, but, as Mrs. Baker said, the situation remained very strained. To come to my point, 4 days ago I was in one evening, paying Mrs. Baker a visit. Every one was out, although Mr. Morris was expected home for his dinner. There was a ring at the bell, and Mrs. Baker said, "You go, my dear." She was busy at that moment with the cooking. I went and opened the hall door, and there was Mrs. Brandon's parlour-maid that I knew by sight. "I have a note for Mr. Morris," she said. "You can give it to me," I said. She seemed to hesitate, but I told her if she didn't give it to me she might as well take it away again, because there was no one else in the house. That seemed to settle her, so telling me it was something special and was to be given to Mr. Morris as soon as possible, she left it with me and went. She'd never seen me before, I dare say, and didn't know I didn't belong to the house. She paused, then opening her little eyes wide and staring at Ronder as though she were seeing him for the first time in her life, she said softly, "I have the note here." She opened her black bag slowly, peered into it, produced a piece of paper out of it, and shut it with a sharp little click. "You've kept it?" asked Ronder. "I've kept it," she repeated, nodding her head. "I know many would say I was wrong. But was I? That's the question. In any case, that is another matter between myself and my Maker. Please read this, sir." She held out the paper to him. He took it, and after a moment's hesitation read it. It had neither date nor address. It ran as follows. "Dearest, I am sending this by a safe hand to tell you that I cannot possibly get down tonight. I am so sorry and most dreadfully disappointed, but I will explain everything when we meet tomorrow. This is to prevent your waiting on when I'm not coming.
There was no signature. "You had no right to keep this," he said to her angrily. As he spoke he looked at the piece of paper and felt again how strange and foreign to him the whole nature of woman was. The risks that they would take, the foolish, mad things that they would do to satisfy some caprice or whim. "How do you know that this was written by Mrs. Brandon?" he asked. "Of course I know her handwriting very well," Miss Milton answered. "She often wrote to me when I was at the library." He was silent. He was seeing those two in the new light of this letter. So they were really lovers, the drab, unromantic, plain, dull, middle-aged souls. What had they seen in one another? What had they felt to drive them to deeds so desperate, yes, and so absurd? Was there then a world right outside his ken, a world from which he had been since his birth excluded? Absent-mindedly he had put the letter down on his table. Quickly she stretched out her gloved hand and took it. The bag clicked over it. "Why have you brought this to me?" he asked, looking at her with a disgust that he did not attempt to conceal. "You are the first person to whom I have spoken about the matter," she answered. "I have not said anything even to Mrs. Baker. I have had the letter for several days and have not known what is right to do about it." "There is only one thing that is right to do about it," he answered sharply. "Burn it." "And say nothing to anybody about it? Oh, Canon Ronder, surely that would not be right. I should not like people to think that you had given me such advice. To allow the rector of St. James's to continue in his position, with so many looking up to him, and he committing such sins? Oh, no, sir, I cannot feel that to be right." "It is not our business," he answered angrily. "It is not our affair." "Very well, sir." She got up. "It's good of you to give me your opinion." "It is not our affair." "Quite so. But it is Archdeacon Brandon's affair. He should see this letter. I thought that perhaps you yourself might like to speak to him." She paused. "I will have nothing to do with it," he answered, getting up and standing over her. "You did very wrong to keep the letter. You are cherishing evil passions in your heart, Miss Milton, that will bring you nothing but harm and sorrow in the end. You have come to me for advice, you say? Well, I give it to you. Burn that letter and forget what you know." Her complexion had changed to a strange, muddy grey as he spoke. "There are others in this town, Canon Ronder," she said, "who are cherishing much the same passions as myself, although they may not realise it. I thought it wise to tell you what I know. As you will not help me, I know now what to do. I am grateful for your advice, which, however, I do not think you wish me to follow." With one last look at him, she moved softly to the door and was gone. She seemed to him to leave some muddy impression of her personality upon the walls and furniture of the room. He flung up the window and walked about, rubbing his hands against one another behind his back, hating everything around him. The words of the note repeated themselves again and again in his head. "Dearest, safe hand, dreadfully disappointed. Dearest." Those two! He saw Morris with his weak face, his mild eyes, his rather shabby clothes, his hesitating manner, his thinning hair, and Mrs. Brandon, so mediocre that no one ever noticed her, never noticed anything about her, what she wore, what she said, what she did, anything. Those two, ghosts and in love so that they would risk loss of everything, reputation, possessions, family, that they might obtain their desire. In love as he had never been in all his life. His thoughts turned with a little shudder to Miss Milton. She had come to him because she thought that he would like to share in her revenge. That, more than anything, hurt him, bringing him down to her base, sordid level, making him fellow conspirator with her, plotting. Ugh! How cruelly unfair that he, upright, generous, should be involved like this so meanly. He washed his hands in the little dressing-room near the study, scrubbing them as though the contact with Miss Milton still lingered there. Hating his own company, he went downstairs, where he found Ellen Stiles, having had a very happy tea with his aunt, preparing to depart. "Going, Ellen?" he asked. She was in the highest spirits and a hat of vivid green. "Yes, I must go. I've been here ever so long. We've had a perfectly lovely time, talking all about poor Mrs. Maynard and her consumption. There's simply no hope for her, I'm afraid. It's such a shame when she has 4 small children. But as I told her yesterday, it's really best to make up one's mind to the worst, and there'll be no money for the poor little things after she's gone. I don't know what they'll do." "You must have cheered her up," said Ronder. "Well, I don't know about that. Like all consumptives, she will persist in thinking that she's going to get well. Of course, if she had money enough to go to Davos or somewhere, but she hasn't, so there's simply no hope at all." "If you are going along, I'll walk part of the way with you," said Ronder. "That will be nice." Ellen kissed Miss Ronder very affectionately. "Good-bye, you darling. I have had a nice time. Won't it be awful if it's wet next week? Simply everything will be ruined. I don't see much chance of its being fine myself. Still, you never can tell." They went out together. The Precincts was quiet and deserted. A bell, below in the sunny town, was ringing for evensong. Morris's church, perhaps, thought Ronder. The light was stretched like a screen of coloured silk across the bright green of the Cathedral square. The great church itself was in shadow, misty behind the sun, and shifting from shade to shade as though it were under water. When they had walked a little way, Ellen said, "What's the matter?" "The matter?" Ronder echoed. "Yes, you're looking worried, and that's so rare with you that when it happens one's interested." He hesitated, looking at her and almost stopping in his walk. An infernal nuisance if Ellen Stiles were to choose this moment for the exercise of her unfortunate curiosity. He had intended to go down High Street with her, and then to go by way of Orange Street to Foster's rooms. But one could reach Foster more easily by the little crooked street behind the Cathedral. He would say good-bye to her here. Then another thought struck him. He would go on with her. "Isn't your curiosity terrible, Ellen?" he said, laughing. "If you didn't happen to have a kind heart hidden somewhere about you, you'd be a perfectly impossible woman. As it is, I'm not sure that you're not." "I think perhaps I am," Ellen answered, laughing. "I do take a great interest in other people's affairs. Well, why not? It prevents me from being bored." "But not from being a bore," said Ronder. "I hate to be unpleasant, but there's nothing more tiresome than being asked why one's in a certain mood. However, leave me alone and I will repay your curiosity by some of my own. Tell me, how much are people talking about Mrs. Brandon and Morris?" This time she was genuinely surprised. On so many occasions he had checked her love of gossip and scandal, and now he was deliberately provoking it. It was as though he had often lectured her about drinking too much, and then had been discovered by her secretly tippling. "Oh, everybody's talking, of course," she said. "Although you may pretend never to talk scandal, you must know enough about the town to know that. They happen to be talking less just at the moment, because nobody's thinking of anything but the Jubilee." "What I want to know," said Ronder, "is how much Brandon is supposed to be aware of, and does he mind?" "He's aware of nothing," said Ellen decisively, "nothing at all. He's always looked upon his wife as a piece of furniture, neither very ornamental nor very useful, but still his property, and therefore to be reckoned on as stable and submissive. I don't think that in any case he would ever dream that she would disobey him in anything, but as it happens, his son's flight to London and his own quarrel with you entirely possess his mind. He talks, eats, thinks, dreams, nothing else." "What would he do you think?" pursued Ronder, "if he were to discover that there really was something wrong, that she had been unfaithful?" "Why, is there proof?" asked Ellen Stiles eagerly, pausing for a moment in her excitement. The sharp note of eagerness in her voice checked him. "No, nothing," he said. "Nothing at all. Of course not. And how should I know if there were?" "You're just the person who would know," answered Ellen decisively. "However many other people you've hoodwinked, you haven't taken me in all these years. But I'll tell you this from one friend to another, that you've made the first mistake in your life by allowing this quarrel with Brandon to become so public." He marvelled again, as he had often marvelled before, at her unerring genius for discovering just the thing to say to her friends that would hurt them most. And yet, with that, she had a kind heart, as he had reason enough to know. Queer things, women! "It's not my fault if the quarrel's become public," he said. They were turning down the High Street now, and he could not show all the vexation that he felt. "It's Brandon's own idiotic character and the love of gossip displayed by this town." "Well, then," she said, delighted that she had annoyed him and that he was showing his annoyance, "that simply means that you've been defeated by circumstances. For once they've been too strong for you. If you like that explanation, you'd better take it." "Now, Ellen," he said, "you're trying to make me lose my temper in revenge for my not satisfying your curiosity. Give up. You've tried before and you've always failed." She laughed, putting her hand through his arm. "Yes, don't let's quarrel," she said. "Isn't it delightful tonight with the sunlight and the excitement and everyone out enjoying themselves? I love to see them happy, poor things. It's only the successful and the self-important and the patronizing that I want to pull down a little. As soon as I find myself wanting to dig at somebody, I know it's because they're getting above themselves. You'd better be careful. I'm not at all sure that success isn't going to your head." "Success?" he asked. "Yes. Don't look so innocent. You've been here only a few months, and already you're the only man here who counts. You've beaten Brandon in the very first round, and it's absurd of you to pretend to an old friend like myself that you don't know that you have. But be careful." The street was shining, wine-coloured, against the black walls that hemmed it in, black walls scattered with sheets of glass, absurd curtains of muslin, brown, shabby, self-ashamed backs of looking-glasses, door-knobs, flower-pots, and collections of furniture, books, and haberdashery. "Suppose you leave me alone for a moment, Ellen," said Ronder, "and think of somebody else. What I really want to know is, how intimate are you with Mrs. Brandon?" "Intimate?" "Yes, I mean, could you speak to her? Tell her in some way to be more careful, that she's in danger. Women know how to do these things. I want to find somebody." He paused. Did he want to find somebody? Why this strange tenderness towards Mrs. Brandon, of which he was quite suddenly conscious? Was it his disgust of Miss Milton, so that he could not bear to think of any one in the power of such a woman? "Warn her," said Ellen. "Then she is in danger." "Only if, as you say, every one is talking. I'm sorry for her." They had come to the parting of their ways. "No, I don't know her well enough for that. She wouldn't take it from me. She wouldn't take it from anybody. She's prouder than you'd think. And it's my belief she doesn't care if she is in danger. She'd rather welcome it. That's my belief." "Well, good-bye, then. I won't ask you to keep our talk quiet. I don't suppose you could if you wanted to. But I will ask you to be kind." "Why should I be kind? And you know you don't want me to be, really." "I do want you to be." "No, it's part of the game you're playing. Or if it isn't, you're changing more than you've ever changed before. Look out. Perhaps it's you that's in danger." As he turned up Orange Street, he wondered again what impulse it was that was making him sorry for Mrs. Brandon. He always wished people to be happy. Life was easier so. But had he, even yesterday, been told that he would ever feel concern for Mrs. Brandon, that supreme symbol of feminine colourless mediocrity, he would have laughed derisively. Then the beauty of the hour drove everything else from him. The street climbed straight into the sky, a broad, flat sheet of gold, and on its height the monument, perched against the quivering air, was a purple shaft, its gesture proud, haughty, exultant. Suddenly he saw in front of him, moving with quick, excited steps, Mrs. Brandon, an absurdly insignificant figure against that splendour.
He felt as though his thoughts had evoked her out of space, and as though she was there against her will. Then he felt that he too was there against his will, and that he had nothing to do with either the time or the place. He caught her up. She started nervously when he said, "Good evening, Mrs. Brandon," and raised her little mouse face with its mild, hesitating grey eyes to his. He knew her only slightly, and was conscious that she did not like him. That was not his affair. She had become something quite new to him since he had gained this knowledge of her. She was provocative, suggestive, even romantic. "Good evening, Canon Ronder." She did not smile nor slacken her steps. "Isn't this a lovely evening?" he said. "If we have this weather next week we shall be lucky indeed." "Yes, shan't we, shan't we?" she said nervously, not considering him, but staring straight at the street in front of her. "I think all the preparations are made," Ronder went on in the genial, easy voice that he always adopted with children and nervous women. "There should be a tremendous crowd if the weather's fine. People already are pouring in from every part of the country, they tell me, sleeping anywhere, in the fields and the hedges. This old town will be proud of herself." "Yes, yes." Mrs. Brandon looked about her as though she were trying to find a way of escape. "I'm so glad you think that the weather will be fine. I'm so glad. I think it will myself. I hope Miss Ronder is well." "Very well, thank you." What could Morris see in her, with her ill-fitting clothes, her skirt trailing a little in the dust, her hat too big and heavy for her head, her hair escaping in little untidy wisps from under it? She looked hot, too, and her nose was shiny. "You're coming to the ball, of course," he went on, relieved that now they were near the top of the little hill. "It's to be the best ball the Assembly Rooms have seen since Jane Austen." "Jane Austen?" asked Mrs. Brandon vaguely. "Well, her time, you know, when dancing was all the rage. We ought to have more dances here, I think, now that there are so many young people about." "Yes, I agree with you. My daughter is coming out at the ball." "Oh, is she? I'm sure she'll have a good time. She's so pretty. Everyone's fond of her." He waited, but apparently Mrs. Brandon had nothing more to say. There was a pause, then Mrs. Brandon, as though she had been suddenly pushed to it by some one behind her, held out her hand. "Good evening, Canon Ronder." He said good-bye and watched her for a moment as she went up past the neat little villas, her dress trailing behind her, her hat bobbing with every step. He looked up at the absurd figure on the top of the monument, the gentleman in frock coat and tall hat commemorated there. The light had left him. He was not purple now, but a dull grey. He, too, had doubtless had his romance, blood and tears, anger and agony, for somebody. How hard to keep out of such things, and yet one must if one is to achieve anything. Keep out of it, detached, observant, comfortable. Strange that in life comfort should be so difficult to obtain. Climbing Green Lane, he was surprised to feel how hot it was. The trees that clustered over his head seemed to have gathered together all the heat of the day. Everything conspired to annoy him. Bodger Street, when he turned into it, was, from his point of view, at its very worst, crowded and smelly and rocking with noise. The fields behind Bodger Street and Cannon's Yard sloped down the hill, then up again out into the country beyond. It was here, on this farther hill, that the gipsies had been allowed to pitch their caravans, and that the fair was already preparing its splendours. It was through these gates that the countrymen would penetrate the town's defences, just as on the other side, low down in Seatown on the Pol's banks, the seafaring men, fishermen and sailors and merchantmen were gathering. Bodger Street was already alive with the anticipation of the coming week's festivities. Gas jets were flaming behind hucksters' booths. All the population of the place was out on the street enjoying the fine summer evening, shouting, laughing, singing, quarrelling.
The effect of the street illumined by these uncertain flares that leapt unnaturally against the white shadow of the summer sky was of something medieval, and that impression was deepened by the overhanging structure of the Cathedral that covered the faint blue and its little pink clouds like a swinging spider's web. Ronder, however, was not now thinking of the town. His mind was fixed upon his approaching interview with Foster. Foster had just paid a visit, quite unofficial and in a private personal basis, to Wistons, to sound him about the Pybus living, and his action if he were offered it. Ronder understood men very much better than he understood women. He understood Foster so long as ambition and religion were his motives, but there was something else in play that he did not understand. It was not only that Foster did not like him. He doubted whether Foster liked anybody, except the Bishop. It was rather perhaps that Foster did not like himself. Now, it is the first rule of fanaticism that you should be so lost in the impulse of your inspiration that you should have no power left with which to consider yourself at all. Foster was undoubtedly a fanatic, but he did consider himself, and even despised himself. Ronder distrusted self-contempt in a man simply because nothing made him so uncomfortable as those moments of his own when he wondered whether he were all that he thought himself. Those moments did not last long, but he hated them so bitterly that he could not bear to see them at work in other people. Foster was the kind of fanatic who might at any minute decide to put peas in his shoes and walk to Jerusalem. Did he so decide, he would abandon, for that decision, all the purposes for which he might at the time be working. Ronder would certainly never walk to Jerusalem. The silence and peace of Cannon's Yard when he left Bodger's Street was almost dramatic. All that penetrated there was a subdued buzz with an occasional shrill note, as it might be, on a penny whistle. The yard was dark, lit only by a single lamp, and the cobbles uneven. Lights here and there set in the crooked old windows were secret and uncommunicative. The cathedral towers seemed immensely tall against the dusk. It would not be dark for another hour and a half, but in those old rooms with their small casements light was thin and uncertain. He climbed the rickety stairs to Foster's rooms. As always, something made him pause outside Foster's door and listen. All the sounds of the old building seemed to come up to him, not human voices and movements, but the life of the old house itself, the creaking protests of stairways, the sighs of reluctant doors, the harping groans of ill-mannered window-frames, the coughs and wheezes of trembling walls, the shudders of ill-boding banisters. This house will collapse the first gale, he thought, and suddenly the cathedral's chimes, striking the half-hour, crashed through the wall, knocking and echoing as though their clatter belonged to that very house. The echo died, and the old place recommenced its murmuring. Foster, blinking like an old owl, came to the door, and without a word led the way into his untidy room. He cleared a chair of papers and books, and Ronder sat down. "Well?" said Ronder. Foster was in a state of overpowering excitement, but he looked to Ronder older and more worn than a week ago. There were dark pouches under his eyes, his cheeks were drawn, and his untidy grey hair seemed thin and ragged, here too long, there showing the skull gaunt and white beneath it. His eyes burnt with a splendid flame. In them there was the light of eternal life. "Well?" said Ronder again, as Foster did not answer his first question. "He's coming!" Foster cried, striding about the room, his shabby slippers giving a ghostly tip-tap behind him. "He's coming! Of course, I had never doubted it, but I hadn't expected that he would be so eager as he is. He let himself go to me at once. Of course he knew that I wasn't official, that I had no backing at all. He's quite prepared for things to go the other way, although I told him that I had thought there would be little chance of that if we all worked together. He didn't ask many questions. He knows all the conditions well. Since I saw him last, he's gained in every way. Wiser, better disciplined, more sure of himself. Everything that I have never been." Foster paused, then went on. "I think never in all my life have I felt affection so go out to another human being. He is a man after my own heart, a child of God, an inheritor of eternal life, a leader of men." Ronder interrupted him. "Yes, but as to detail, did you discuss that? He knew of the opposition?" Foster waved his hand contemptuously. "Brandon? What does that amount to? Why, even in the week that I have been away his power has lessened. The hand of God is against him. Everything is going wrong with him. I loathe scandal, but there is actually talk going on in the town about his wife. I could feel pity for the man were he not so dangerous." "You are wrong there, Foster," Ronder said eagerly. "Brandon isn't finished yet, by no manner of means. He still has most of the town behind him, and a big majority with the Cathedral people. He stands for what they think or don't think. Old ideas, conservatism, every established dogma you can put your hand on, bad music, traditionalism, superstition and carelessness. It is not Brandon himself we are fighting, but what he stands for." Foster stopped and looked down at Ronder. "You'll forgive me if I speak my mind," he said. "I'm an older man than you are, and in any case it's my way to say what I think. You know that by this time. You've made a mistake in allowing this quarrel with Brandon to become so personal a matter." Ronder flushed angrily. "Allowing?" he retorted, "as though that were not the very thing that I've tried to prevent it from becoming. But the old fool has rushed out and shouted his grievances to everybody. I suppose you've heard of the ridiculous quarrel we had coming away from Carpledon. The whole town knows of it. There never was a more ridiculous scene. He stood in the middle of the road and screamed like a madman. It's my belief he is going mad. A precious lot I had to do with that. I was as amiable as possible. But you can't deal with him. His conceit and his obstinacy are monstrous." Nothing was more irritating in Foster than the way that he had of not listening to excuses. He always brushed them aside, as though they were beneath notice. "You shouldn't have made it a personal thing," he repeated. "People will take sides, are already doing so. It oughtn't to be between you two at all." "I tell you it is not," Ronder answered angrily. Then with a great effort he pulled himself in. "I don't know what has been happening to me lately," he said with a smile. "I've always prided myself on keeping out of quarrels, and in any case I'm not going to quarrel with you. I'm sure you're right. It is a pity that the thing's become personal. I'll see what I can do." But Foster paid as little attention to apologies as to excuses. "That's been a mistake," he said, "and there have been other mistakes. You are too personally ambitious, Ronder. We are working for the glory of God and for no private interests whatever." Ronder smiled. "You're hard on me," he said, "but you shall think what you like. I won't allow that I've been personally ambitious, but it's difficult sometimes when you're putting all your energies into a certain direction not to seem to be serving your own ends. I like power. Who doesn't? But I would gladly sacrifice any personal success if that were needed to win the main battle." "Win!" Foster cried. "Win! But we've got to win. There's never been such a chance for us. If Brandon wins now, our opportunity is gone for another generation. What Wistons can do here if he comes, the power that he will be." Suddenly there came to Ronder's mind for the first time the thought that was to recur to him very often in the future. Was it wise of him to work for the coming of a man who might threaten his own power? He shook that from him. He would deal with that when the time came. For the present, Brandon was enough. "Now as to detail," Ronder said. They sat down at the paper-littered table. For another hour and a half they stayed there, and it would have been curious for an observer to see how, in this business, Ronder obtained an absolute mastery. Foster, the fire dead in his eyes, the light gone, followed him blindly, agreeing to everything, wondering at the clearness, order and discipline of his plans. An hour ago, treading the soil of his own country, he had feared no man, and his feeling for Ronder had been one half contempt, half suspicion. Now he was in the other's hands. This was a world into which he had never won right of entry. The Cathedral chimes struck 9. Ronder got up and put his papers away with a little sigh of satisfaction. He knew that his work had been good. "There's nothing that we've forgotten. Bentinck Major will be caught before he knows where he is. Ryle, too. Let us get through this next week safely, and the battle is won." Foster blinked. "Yes, yes," he said hurriedly. Yes. Good night, and almost pushed Ronder from the room. "I don't believe he's taken in a word of it," Ronder thought, as he went down the creaking stairs. At the top of Badger Street he paused. The street was still. The sky was pale green on the horizon, purple overhead. The light was still strong, but to the left, beyond the sloping fields, the woods were banked black and sombre. From the field in front of the woods came the sounds of an encampment, women shouting, horses neighing, dogs barking. A few lights gleamed like red eyes. The dusky forms of caravans with their thick-set chimneys, ebony-coloured against the green sky, crouched like animals barking. A woman was singing, men's voices took her up, and the song came rippling across the little valley. All the stir of an invading world was there. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Friday, June 18, Shadow meets Shadow. On that Friday evening, about 6:30, Archdeacon Brandon, just as he reached the top of High Street, saw God. There was nothing either strange or unusual about this. Having had all his life the conviction that he and God were on the most intimate of terms, that God knew and understood himself and his wants better than any other friend that he had, that just as God had definitely deputed him to work out certain plans on this earth, so at times he needed his own help and advice, having never wavered for an instant in the very simplest tenets of his creed, and believing in every word of the New Testament as though the events there recorded had only a week ago happened in his own town under his own eyes. All this being so, it was not strange that he should sometimes come into close and actual contact with his Master. It may be said that it was this very sense of contact, continued through long years of labour and success, that was the original foundation of the Archdeacon's pride. If of late years that pride had grown from the seeds of the Archdeacon's own self-confidence and appreciation, who can blame him? We translate more easily than we know our gratitude to God into our admiration of ourselves. Over and over again in the past, when he had been labouring with especial fervour, he was aware that, in the simplest sense of the word, God was walking with him. He was conscious of a new light and heat, of a fresh companionship. He could almost translate into physical form that comradeship of which he was so tenderly aware. How could it be but that after such an hour he should look down from those glorious heights upon his other less favoured fellow companions? No merit of his own that he had been chosen, but the choice had been made. On this evening he was in sad need of comfort. Never in all his past years had life gone so hardly with him as it was going now. It was as though, about 3 or 4 months back, he had, without knowing it, stepped into some new and terrible country. One feature after another had changed. Old familiar faces wore new, unfamiliar disguises. Every step that he took now seemed to be dangerous. Misfortune after misfortune had come to him, at first slight and even ludicrous, at last, with Falk's escape, serious and bewildering. Bewildering! That was the true word to describe his case. He was like a man moving through familiar country and overtaken suddenly by a dense fog.
Through it all, examine it as minutely as he might, he could not see that he had committed the slightest fault. He had been as he had always been, and yet the very face of the town was changed to him. His son had left him. Even his wife, to whom he had been married for 20 years, was altered. Was it not natural, therefore, that he should attribute all of this to the only new element that had been introduced into his life during these last months, to the one human being alive who was his declared enemy, to the one man who had openly, in the public road, before witnesses, insulted him, to the man who, from the first moment of his coming to Polchester, had laughed at him and mocked and derided him? To Ronder, to Ronder! The name was never out of his brain now, lying there, stirring, twisting in his very sleep, sneering, laughing, even in the heart of his private prayers. He was truly in need of God that evening, and there at the top of the High Street he saw him, framed in all the colour and glow and sparkling sunlight of the summer evening, filling him with warmth and new courage, surrounding him, enveloping him in love and tenderness. Cynics might say that it was because the Archdeacon, no longer so young as he had been, was blown by his climb of the High Street and stood, breathing hard for a moment, before he passed into the precincts, lights dancing before his eyes as they will when one is out of breath, the ground swaying a little under the pressure of the heart, the noise of the town rocking in his ears. That is for the cynics to say. Brandon knew. His experiences had been in the past too frequent for him, even now, to make a mistake. Running down the hill went the High Street, decorated now with flags and banners in honour of the great event. Cutting the sky, stretching from Brent's, the haberdashers, across to Adams, the hairdressers, was a vast banner of bright yellow silk, stamped in red letters with "60 years our Queen, God bless her." Just beside the Archdeacon, above the door of the bookshop where he had once so ignominiously taken refuge, was a flag of red, white and blue, and opposite the booksellers at Gummage's, the stationer's, was a little festoon of flags and a blue message stamped on a white ground, "God bless our Queen, long may she reign." All down the street, flags and streamers were fluttering in the little summer breeze that stole about the houses and windows and doors as though anxiously inquiring whether people were not finding the evening just a little too warm. People were not finding it at all too warm. Everyone was out and strolling up and down, laughing and whistling and chattering, dressed, although it was only Friday, in nearly their Sunday best. The shops were closing one by one, and the throng was growing thicker and thicker. So little traffic was passing that young men and women were already marching four abreast, arm in arm, along the middle of the street. It was a long time, 10 years, in fact, since Polchester had seen such gaiety. This was behind the Archdeacon. In front of him was the dark archway in which the grass of the Cathedral Square was framed like the mirrored reflection of evening light where the pale blue and pearl white are shadowed with slanting green. The peace was profound. Nothing stirred. There in the archway God stood, smiling upon his faithful servant, only as Brandon approached him, passing into shadow and sunlight and the intense blue of the overhanging sky. Brandon tried then, as he had often tried before, to keep that contact close to himself, but the ecstatic moment had passed. It had lasted, it seemed, on this occasion, a shorter time than ever before. He bowed his head, stood for a moment under the arch, offering a prayer as simple and innocent as a child offers at its mother's knee. Then, with an instantaneous change that in a more complex nature could have meant only hypocrisy, but that with him was perfectly sincere, he was in a moment the hot, angry, mundane priest again, doing battle with his enemies and defying them to destroy him. Nevertheless, the transition to-night was not quite so complete as usual. He was unhappy, lonely, and, in spite of himself, afraid of he knew not what, as a child might be when its candle is blown out. And with this unhappiness his thoughts turned to home. Falk's departure had caused him to consider his wife more seriously than he had ever done in all their married life before. She had loved Falk. She must be lonely without him, and during these weeks he had been groping in a clumsy, baffled kind of way towards some expression to her of the kindness and sympathy that he was feeling. But those emotions do not come easily after many years of disuse. He was always embarrassed and self-conscious when he expressed affection. He was afraid of her, too, thought that if he showed too much kindness she might suddenly become emotional, fling her arms around him and cover his face with kisses. Something of that kind. Then, of late, she had been very strange. Ever since that Sunday morning when she had refused to go to Communion, strange. Women are strange. As different from men as Frenchmen are from Englishmen. But he would like tonight to come closer to her. Dimly, far within him, something was stirring that told him that it had been his own fault that during all these years she had drifted away from him. He must win her back. A thing easily done. In the Archdeacon's view of life, any man had only got to whistle, and fast the woman came running. But tonight he wanted someone to care for him and to tell him that all was well and that the many troubles that seemed to be crowding upon him were but imaginary after all. When he reached the house he found that he had only just time to dress for dinner. He ran upstairs, and then, when his door was closed and he was safely inside his bedroom, he had to pause and stand, his hand upon his heart. How it was hammering, like a beast struggling to escape its cage. His knees, too, were trembling. He was forced to sit down. After all, he was not so young as he had been. These recent months had been trying for him. But how humiliating! He was glad that there had been no one there to see him. He would need all his strength for the battle that was in front of him. Yes, he was glad that there had been no one to see him. He would ask old Puddifoot to look at him, although the man was an ass. He drank a glass of water, then slowly dressed. He came downstairs and went into the drawing-room. His wife was there, standing in the shadow by the window, staring out into the precincts. He came across the room softly to her, then gently put his hand on her shoulder. She had not heard his approach. She turned round with a sharp cry, and then faced him, staring, her eyes terrified. He, on his side, was so deeply startled by her alarm that he could only stare back at her, himself frightened and feeling a strange, clumsy foolishness at her alarm. Broken sentences came from her. "What did you... Who... You shouldn't have done that. You frightened me." Her voice was sharply angry, and in all their long married life together he had never before felt her so completely a stranger. He felt as though he had accosted some unknown woman in the street and been attacked by her for his familiarity. He took refuge, as he always did when he was confused, in pomposity. "Really, my dear, you'd think that I was a burglar. Yes, you shouldn't be so easily startled." She was still staring at him as though even now she did not realize his identity. Her hands were clenched and her breath came in little hurried gasps, as though she had been running. "No, you shouldn't. Silly, coming across the room like that." "Oh, very well," he answered testily. "Why isn't dinner ready? It's 10 minutes past the time." She moved across the room, not answering him. Suddenly his pomposity was gone. He moved over to her, standing before her like an overgrown schoolboy, looking at her and smiling uneasily. "The truth is, my dear," he said, "that I can't conceive my entering a room without everybody hearing it. No, I can't indeed," he laughed boisterously. "You can tell anybody that I crossed a room without your hearing it, and they won't believe you. No, they won't." He bent down and kissed her. His touch tickled her cheek, but she made no movement. He felt, as his hand rested on her shoulder, that she was still trembling. "Your nerves must be in a bad way," he said. "Why, you're trembling still. Why don't you see Puddifoot?"
No, she answered hurriedly. It was silly of me. Making a great effort, she smiled up at him. Well, how's everything going? Going? Yes, for the great day. Is everything settled? He began to tell her in the old familiar, so boring way, every detail of the event of the last few hours. I was just by Sharp's when I remembered that I'd said nothing to Nixon about those extra seats at the back of the nave, so I had to go all the way round. Joan came in. His especial need of someone that night, rejected as it had been at once by his wife, turned to his daughter. How pretty she was, he thought, as she came across the room sunlit with the deep evening gold that struck in long paths of light into the darkest shadows and corners. That moment seemed suddenly the culmination of the advance that they had been making towards one another during the last 6 months. When she came close to him, he usually, so unobservant, noticed that she too was in distress. She was smiling, but she was unhappy, and he suddenly felt that he had been neglecting her and letting her fight her battles alone, and that she needed his love as urgently as he needed hers. He put his arm around her and drew her to him. The movement was so unlike him and so unexpected that she hesitated a little, then happily came closer to him, resting her head on his shoulder. They had both, for a moment, forgotten Mrs. Brandon. "Tired?" he asked Joan. "Yes, I've been working at those silly old flags all the afternoon. 2 of them are not finished now. We've got to go again tomorrow morning." "Everything ready for the ball?" "Yes, my dress is lovely. Oh, Mummy, Mrs. Sampson says, will you let 2 relations of theirs sit in our seat on Sunday morning? She hadn't known that they were coming, and she's very bothered about it, and I'll tell her whether they can in the morning." They both turned and saw Mrs. Brandon, who had gone back to the window and again was looking at the Cathedral, now in deep black shadow. "Yes, dear, there'll be room. There's only you and I." Joan had in the pocket of her dress a letter. As they went in to dinner, she could hear its paper very faintly crackle against her hand. It was from Falk, and was as follows: "Dear Joan, I have written to Father, but he hasn't answered. Would you find out what he thought about my letter and what he intends to do? I don't mind owning to you that I miss him terribly, and I would give anything just to see him for 5 minutes. I believe that if he saw me, I could win him over. Otherwise, I am very happy indeed. We are married and live in 2 little rooms just off Baker Street. You don't know where that is, do you? Well, it's a very good place to be, near the park, and lots of good shops, and not very expensive. Our landlady is a jolly woman, as kind as anything, and I'm getting quite enough work to keep the wolf from the door. I know more than ever now that I've done the right thing, and Father will recognize it too one day. How is he? Of course, my going like that was a great shock to him, but it was the only way to do it. When you write, tell me about his health. He didn't seem so well just before I left. Now, Joan, write and tell me everything. One thing is that he's got so much to do that he won't have much time to think about me. Your affectionate brother, Falk." This letter, which had arrived that morning, had given Joan a great deal to think about. It had touched her very deeply. Until now, Falk had never shown that he had thought about her at all, and now here he was, depending on her and needing her help. At the same time, she had not the slightest guide as to her father's attitude. Falk's name had not been mentioned in the house during these last weeks, and although she realized that a new relationship was springing up between herself and her father, she was still shy of him and conscious of a deep gulf between them. She had, too, her own troubles, and try as she might to beat them under, they came up again and again, confronting her and demanding that she should answer them. Now she put the whole of that aside and concentrated on her father. Watching him during dinner, he seemed to her suddenly to have become older. There was a glow in her heart as she thought that at last he really needed her. After all, if through life she were destined to be an old maid, and that, in the tragic moment of her youth that was now upon her, seemed her inevitable destiny, here was someone for whom at last she could care. She had felt before she came down to dinner that she was old and ugly and desperately unattractive. Across the dinner table she flung away, as she imagined for ever, all hopes for beauty and charm. She would love her father, and he should love her, and every other man in the world might vanish for all that she cared. And had she only known it, she had never before looked so pretty as she did that night. This also she did not know, that her mother, catching a sudden picture of her under the candlelight, felt a deep pang of almost agonizing envy. She, making her last desperate bid for love, was old and haggard. The years for her could only add to that age. Her gambler's throw was foredoomed before she had made it. After dinner, Brandon, as always, retired into the deepest chair in the drawing-room and buried himself in yesterday's Times. He read a little, but the words meant nothing to him. Jubilee, Jubilee, Jubilee! He was sick of the word. Surely they were overdoing it. When the great day itself came, everyone would be so tired. He pushed the paper aside and picked up Punch. Here again that eternal word. How to see the procession by one who has thought it out. Of course, you must be out early, as the traffic... Joke. Jinx. Don't meet you 'ere so often as we used to, Binks, eh? Binks. Well, no, it don't run to Hopera Box this season, because, you see, we've took a window for this 'ere Jubilee. Then, on one page, The Walrus and the Carpenter, Jubilee version. In anticipation of the Naval Review. 2 Jubilees? On the next page, an illustration of the Jubilee Walrus. On the next, oh, the Jubilee. On the next, Toby M.P.'s Essence of Parliament, with a Reed drawing of a naval field battery for the Jubilee. The paper fell from his hand. During these last days he had had no time to read the paper, and he had fancied, as perhaps every Polcastrian was just then fancying, that the Jubilee was a private affair for Polchester's own private benefit. He felt suddenly that Polchester was a small, out-of-the-way place of no account. Was there any one in the world who cared whether Polchester celebrated the Jubilee or not? Nobody. He got up and walked across to the window, pulling the curtains aside and looking out at the deep purple dusk that stained the air, like wine. The clock behind him struck 9:15. 2 tiny stars, like inquisitive mocking eyes, winked at him above the high western tower. Moved by an impulse that was too immediate and peremptory to be investigated, he went into the hall, found his hat and stick, opened softly the door as though he were afraid that someone would try to stop him, and was soon on the grass in front of the Cathedral, staring about him as though he had awakened from a bewildering dream. He went across to the little side door, found his key, and entered the Cathedral, leaving the gargoyle to grin after him, growing more alive and more malicious, too, with every fading moment of the light. Within the Cathedral there was a strange shadowy glow, as though behind the thick, cold pillars lights were burning. He found his way, stumbling over the cane-bottomed chairs that were piled in measured heaps in the side aisle, into the nave. Even he, used to it as he had been for so many years, was thrilled to-night. There was a movement of preparation abroad. Through all the stillness there was the stir of life. It seemed to him that the armoured knights and the high-bosomed ladies, and the little cupids with their pursed lips and puffing cheeks, and the angels with their 2 solid wings, were watching him and breathing round him as he passed. Late though it was, a dim light from the great eastern window fell in broad slabs of purple and green shadow across the grey. Everything was indistinct. Only the white marble of the reredos was like a figured sheet hanging from wall to wall, and the gilded trumpets of the angels on the choir screen stood out dimly like spider pattern. He felt a longing that the place should return his love and tenderness. The passion of his life was here. He knew tonight, as he had never before, the life of its own that this place had, and as he stayed there, motionless in the centre of the nave, some doubt stole into his heart as to whether, after all, he and it were one and indivisible, as for so long he had believed. Take this away, and what was left to him? His son had gone, his wife and daughter were strange to him. If this too went... The sudden chill sense of loneliness was awful to him. All those naked and sightless eyes staring from those embossed tombs were menacing, scornful, deriding. He had never known such a mood, and he wondered suddenly whether these last months had affected his brain. He had never doubted during the last 10 years his power over this and its gratitude to him for what he had done. Now, in this chill and green-hued air, it seemed not to care for him at all. He moved up into the choir and sat down in his familiar stall. All that he could see, his eyes seemed to be drawn by some will stronger than his own, was the black bishop's tomb. The blue stone was black behind the gilded grating. The figure was like a moulded shell holding some hidden form. The light died, the purple and green faded from the nave, the east window was dark, only the white altar and the whiter shadows above it hovered thinner light against deeper grey. As the light was withdrawn, the cathedral seemed to grow in height until Brandon felt himself minute, and the pillars sprang from the floor beneath him into unseen canopied distance. He was cold. He longed suddenly, with a strange terror quite new to him, for human company, and stumbled up and hurried down the choir, almost falling over the stone steps, almost running through the long, dark, deserted nave. He fancied that other steps echoed his own, that voices whispered, and that figures thronged beneath the pillars to watch him go. It was as though he were expelled. Out in the evening air he was in his own world again. He was almost tempted to return into the cathedral to rid himself of the strange fancies that he had had, so that they might not linger with him. He found himself now on the farther side of the cathedral, and after walking a little way he was on the little narrow path that curved down through the green banks to the river. Behind him was the cathedral, to his right Bodger Street and Cannon's Yard, in front of him the bending hill, the river, and then the farther slips where the lights of the gipsy encampment sparkled and shone. Here the air was lovely, cool and soft, and the stars were crowding into the summer sky in their myriads. But his depression did not leave him, nor his loneliness. He longed for Falk with a great longing. He could not hold out against the boy for very much longer. But even then, were the quarrel made up, things would not now be the same. Falk did not need him any more. He had new life, new friends, new work. "It's my nerves," thought Brandon. "I will go and see Puddifoot." It seemed to him that someone, and perhaps more than one, had followed him from the cathedral. He turned sharply round as though he would catch somebody creeping upon him. He turned round and saw Samuel Hogg standing there. "Evening, Archdeacon," said Hogg. Brandon said, his voice shaking with anger, "What are you following me for?" "Following you, Archdeacon?" "Yes, following me. I have noticed it often lately. If you have anything to say to me, write to me." "Following you? Lord, no. What makes you think of such a thing, Archdeacon? Can't a feller enjoy the evening air on such a lovely night as this without being accused of following a gentleman?" "You know that you are trying to annoy me." Brandon had pulled himself up, but his hatred of that grinning face with its purple veins, its piercing eyes, was working strongly upon his nerves, so that his hand seemed to move towards it without his own impulsion. "You have been trying to annoy me for weeks now. I'll stand you no longer. If I have any more of this nuisance, I'll put it into the hands of the police." Hogg spat out complacently over the grass. "Now, that is an absurd thing," he said, smiling. "Because a man's tired and wants some air after his day's work, he's accused of being a nuisance. It's a bit thick, that's what it is. Now tell, Archdeacon, do you happen to have bought this here town? Because if so, I should be glad to know it, and so would a number of others too." "Very well, then," said Brandon, moving away. "If you won't go, I will." "There's no need for temper that I can see," said Hogg. "No call for it at all, especially that we're a sort of relation now. Almost brothers, seeing as how your son has married my daughter." Lower and lower, lower and lower. He was moving in a world now where figures, horrible, obscene and foul, could claim him, could touch him, had their right to follow him. "You will get nothing from me," Brandon answered. "You are wasting your time." "Wasting my time?" Hogg laughed. "Not me. I'm enjoying myself. I don't want anything from you, except just to see you sometimes and have a little chat. That's quite enough for me. I've taken quite a liking to you, Archdeacon, which is as it should be between relations, and often enough it isn't so. I like to see a proud gentleman like yourself mixing with such as me. It's good for both of us, as you might say." Brandon's anger, always dangerously uncontrolled, rose until it seemed to have the whole of his body in his grasp, swaying it, ebbing and flowing with swift, powerful current through his heart into his brain. Now he could only see the flushed, taunting face, the little eyes. But Hogg's hour was not yet. He suddenly touched his cap, smiling. "Well, good evening, Archdeacon. We'll be meeting again." And he was gone. As swiftly as the anger had flowed, now it ebbed, leaving him trembling, shaking, that strange, sharp pain cutting his brain, his heart seeming to leap into his head, to beat there like a drum, and to fall back with heavy thud into his chest again. He stood waiting for calm. He was humiliated, desperately, shamefully. He could not go on here. He must leave the place. Leave it? Be driven away by that scoundrel? Never. He would face them all and show them that he was above and beyond their power. But the peace of the evening and the glory of the stars gradually stole into his heart. He had been wrong, terribly wrong. His pride, his conceit, had been destroying him. With a sudden flash of revelation he saw it. He had trusted in his own power, put himself on a level with the God whom he served. A rush of deep and sincere humility overwhelmed him. He bowed his head and prayed. Some while later he turned up the path towards home. The whole sky was now burnt with stars. Fires were a dull glow across the soft gulf of grey, the gypsy fires. Once and again a distant voice could be heard singing. As he reached the corner of the Cathedral and was about to turn up towards the precincts, a strange sound reached his ears. He stood where he was and listened. At first he could not define what he heard. Then suddenly he realized. Quite close to him a man was sobbing. There is something about the sounds of a man's grief that is almost indecent. This sobbing was pitiful in its abandonment and in its effort to control and stifle. Brandon, looking more closely, saw the dark shadow of a man's body pressed against the inside buttress of the corner of the Cathedral wall. The shadow crouched, the body all drawn together, as though folding in upon itself to hide its own agony. Brandon endeavoured to move softly up the path, but his step crunched on some twigs, and at the sharp noise the sobbing suddenly ceased. The figure turned. It was Morris. The two men looked at one another for an instant. Then Morris, still like a shadow, vanished swiftly into the dusk. End of Book 3, Chapter 2. Book 3, Chapter 3 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Saturday, June 19, The Ball. Joan was in her bedroom preparing for the ball. It was now only 6:30, and the ball was not until 9:30, but Mr. Mumfit, the becurled, the bescented young assistant from the hairdresser's in the High Street, had paid his visit very early, because he had so many other heads of so many other young ladies to dress in Polchester that evening.
So Joan sat in front of the long looking-glass, a towel still over her shoulders, looking at herself in a state of ecstasy and delight. It was wrong of her, perhaps, to feel so happy. She felt that deep in her consciousness. Wrong, with all the trouble in the house, Falk gone in disgrace, her father unhappy, her mother so strange, but tonight she could not help herself. The excitement was spluttering and crackling all over the town, the wonderful week upon which the whole country was entering, the ball, her own coming-out ball, and the consciousness that he would be there, and even though he did not love another, would be sure to give her at least one dance. These things were all too strong for her. She was happy, happy, happy. Her eyes danced, her toes danced, her very soul danced for sheer delirious joy. Had any one been behind her to look over her shoulder into the glass, he would have seen the reflection in that mirror of one of the prettiest children the wide world could show. Especially childish she looked tonight, with her dark hair piled high on her head, her eyes wide with wonder, her neck and shoulders so delicately white and soft. Behind her, on the bed, was the dress, on the dingy carpet a pair of shoes of silver tissue, the loveliest things she had ever had. They were reflected in the mirror, little blobs of silver, and as she saw them, the colour mounted still higher in her cheeks. She had no right to them. She had not paid for them. They were the first things that she had ever in all her life bought on credit. Neither her father nor her mother knew anything about them, but she had seen them in Harriet's shop window and had simply not been able to resist them. If, after all, she was to dance with him, that made anything right. Were she sent to prison because she could not pay for them, it would not matter. She had done the only possible thing. And so she looked into the mirror and saw the dark glitter in her hair, and the red in her cheeks, and the whiteness of her shoulders, and the silver blobs of the little shoes, and she was happy, happy with an almost fearful ecstasy. Mrs. Brandon also was in her bedroom. She was sitting on a high, stiff-backed chair, staring in front of her. She had been sitting there now for a long time, without making any movement at all. She might have been a dead woman. Her thin hands, with the sharply marked blue veins, were clasped tightly on her lap. She was feeding, feverishly, eagerly feeding upon the thought of Morris. She would see him that evening. They would talk together, dance together. Their hands would burn as they touched. They would say very little to one another. They would long, agonize for one another, to be alone together, to be far, far away from everybody, and they would be desperately unhappy. She wondered in her strange kind of mouse-in-the-trap trance about that unhappiness. Was there to be no happiness for her anywhere? Was she always to want more than she got? Was all this passion now too late? Was it real at all? Was it not a fever, a phantom, a hallucination? Did she see Morris? Did she not rather see something that she must seize to slake her burning feverish thirst? For one moment she had known happiness when her arms had gone around him and she had been able to console and comfort him. But comfort him for how long? Was he not as unhappy as she, and would they not always be unhappy? Was he not weighed down by the sin that he had committed, that he, as he thought, had caused her to commit? At that she sprang up from the chair and paced the room, murmuring aloud, "No, no, I did it. My sin, not his. I will care for him, watch over him. Watch over him, care for him. He must be glad." She sank down by the bed, burying her face in her hands. Brandon was in his study, finishing his letters. But behind his application to the notes that he was writing, his brain was moving like an animal, stealthily investigating an unlighted house. He was thinking of his wife and of himself. Even as he was writing, and therefore it seems to me, my dear Ryle, that with regard to the actual hour of the service, 8 o'clock, his inner consciousness was whispering to him, "How you miss Falk! How lonely the house seems without him! You thought you could get along without love, didn't you?
or at least you were not aware that it played any very great part in your life. But now that the one person whom you most sincerely loved is gone, you see that it was not to be so simply taken for granted, do you not? Love must be worked for, sacrificed for, cared for, nourished and cherished. You want someone to cherish now, and you are surprised that you should so want. Yes, there is your wife, Amy. Amy, you had taken her also for granted, but she is still with you. There is time." His wife was illuminated with tenderness. He put down his pen and stared in front of him. What he wanted and what she wanted was a holiday. They had been too long here in this place. That was what he needed. That was the explanation of his headaches, of his tempers, of his obsession with Ronder. As soon as this Pybus St. Anthony affair was settled, he would take his wife abroad. Just the two of them. Another honeymoon after all these years. Greece, Italy, and who knows? Perhaps he would see Falk on his way through London returning. Falk. He had forgotten his letters, staring in front of him, tapping the table with his pen. There was a knock on the door. The maid said, "A lady to see you, sir. She says it's important." And before he could ask her name, someone else was in the room with him, and the door was closed behind her. He was puzzled for a moment as to her identity, a rather seedy, down-at-the-heels-looking woman. She was wearing a rather crumpled white cotton dress. She carried a pink parasol, and on her head was a large straw hat overburdened with bright red roses. Ah, yes, of course, Miss Milton, who was the librarian. Shabby she looked, come down in the world. He had always disliked her. He resented now the way in which she had almost forced her way into his room. She looked across at him through her funny, half-closed eyes. "I beg your pardon, Archdeacon Brandon," she said, "for entering like this at what must be, I fear, an unseemly time. My only excuse must be the urgency of my business." "I am very sorry, Miss Milton," he said sternly. "It is quite impossible for me to see you just now on any business whatever. If you will make an appointment with me in writing, I will see what can be done." At the sound of his voice her eyes closed still further. "I'm very sorry, Archdeacon," she said. "I think you would do well to listen to what I'm going to tell you." He raised his head and looked at her. At those words of her he had once again the sensation of being pushed down by strong, heavy hands into some deep mire where he must have company with filthy, crawling animals, Hogg, Davray, and now this woman. "What do you mean?" he asked, disgust thickening his voice. "What can you have to tell me?" She smiled. She crossed the floor and came close to his desk. Her fingers were on the shabby bag that hung over her arm. "I was greatly puzzled," she said, "as to what was the right thing to do. I am a good and honest woman, Archdeacon, although I was ejected from my position most wrongfully by those that ought to have known better. I have come down in the world through no fault of my own, and there are some who should be ashamed in their hearts of the way they've treated me. However, it's not of them I've to speak to-day." She paused. Brandon drew back into his chair. "Please tell me, Miss Milton, your business as soon as possible. I have much to do." "I will," she breathed hard and continued. "Certain information was placed in my hands, and I found it very difficult to decide on the justice of my course. After some hesitation, I went to Canon Ronder, knowing him to be a just man." At the name Ronder, the Archdeacon's lips moved, but he said nothing. "I showed him the information I had obtained. I asked him what I should do. He gave me advice, which I followed." "He advised you to come to me?" Miss Milton saw at once that a lie here would serve her well. "He advised me to come to you and give you this letter, which, in the true sense of the word, belongs to you." She fumbled with her bag, opened it, took out a piece of paper. "I must tell you," she continued, her eyes never for an instant leaving the Archdeacon's face, "that this letter came into my hands by an accident. I was in Mr. Morris's house at the time, and the letter was delivered to me by mistake." "Mr. Morris?" Brandon repeated. "What has he to do with this affair?" Miss Milton rubbed her gloved hands together. "Mrs. Brandon," she said, "has been very friendly with Mr. Morris for a long time past. The whole town has been talking of it." The clock suddenly began to strike the hour. No word was spoken. Then Brandon said very quietly, "Leave this house, Miss Milton, and never enter it again. If I have any further trouble with you, the police will be informed." "Before I go, Archdeacon," said Miss Milton, also very quietly, "you should see this letter. I can assure you that I have not come here for mere words. I have my conscience to satisfy like any other person. I am not asking for anything in return for this information, although I should be perfectly justified in such an action, considering how monstrously I have been treated. I give you this letter and you can destroy it at once. My conscience will be satisfied. If, on the other hand, you don't read it, well, there are others in the town who must see it." He took the letter from her. "Dearest, I am sending this by a safe hand to tell you that I cannot possibly get down to-night. I am so sorry and most dreadfully disappointed, but I will explain everything when we meet to-morrow. This is to prevent your waiting on when I'm not coming." It was in his wife's handwriting. "Dearest, cannot possibly get down to-night." In his wife's handwriting. Certainly. Yes, his wife's. And Ronder had seen it. He looked across at Miss Milton. "This is not my wife's handwriting," he said. "You realise, I hope, in what a serious matter you have become involved by your hasty action," he added. "Not hasty," she said, moistening her lips with her tongue. "Not hasty, Archdeacon. I have taken much thought. I don't know if I have already told you that I took the letter myself at the door from the hand of your own maid. She has been to the library with books. She is well known to me." He must exercise enormous, superhuman self-control. That was his only thought. The tide of anger was rising in him so terribly that it pressed against the skin of his forehead, drawn tight, and threatened to split it. What he wanted to do was to rise and assault the woman standing in front of him. His hands longed to take her. They seemed to have life and volition of their own and to move across the table of their own accord. He was aware, too, once more, of some huge plot developing around him, some supernatural plot in which all the elements, too, were involved, earth, sun and sky, and also every one in the town, down to the smallest child there. He seemed to see behind him, just out of his sight, a tall, massive figure directing the plot, a figure something like himself, only with a heavy black beard, cloudy, without form. They would catch him in their plot as in a net, but he would escape them, and he would escape them by wonderful calm and self-control and the absence of all emotion. So that, although his voice shook a little, it was quietly that he repeated, "This is not my wife's handwriting. You know the penalties for forgery." Then, looking her full in the face, he added, "Penal servitude." She smiled back at him. "I am sure, Archdeacon, that all I require is a full investigation. These wickednesses are going on in this town, and those principally concerned should know. I have only done what I consider my duty." Her eyes lingered on his face. She savoured now, during these moments, the revenge for which in all these months she had ceaselessly longed. He had moved but little, he had not raised his voice, but, watching his face, she had seen the agony pass, like an entering guest, behind his eyes. That guest would remain. She was satisfied. "I have done my duty, Archdeacon, and now I wish you good evening." She gave a little bow and retired from the room, softly closing the door behind her. He sat there, looking at the letter. The Assembly Rooms seemed to move like a ship on a sunset sea. Hanging from the ceiling were the two great silver candelabra, in some ways the most famous treasure that the town possessed. Fitted now with gas, they were nevertheless so shaded that the light was soft and mellow. Round the room, beneath the portraits of the town's celebrities in their heavy gold frames, the lights were hidden with shields of gold. The walls were ivory white. From the minstrels' gallery, flags with the arms of the town, of the Cathedral, of the St. Leath family fluttered once and again faintly. In the minstrels' gallery the band was playing just as it had played 100 years ago. The shining floor was covered with moving figures. Every one was there. Under the gallery, surveying the world like Boadicea, her faithful Britons, was Lady St. Leath, her white hair piled high above her pink baby face, that had the inquiring, haughty expression of a cockatoo wondering whether it was being offered a lump of sugar or an insult. On either side of her sat two of her daughters, Lady Rose and Lady Mary, plain and patient. Near her, in a complacent, chattering row, were some of the more important of the Cathedral and county set. There were the Marriots from Maple Durham, fat, 60 and amiable, old Colonel Wotherston, who had fought in the Crimea, Sir Henry Byles with his large purple nose, little Major Garnett, the kindest bachelor in the county, the Marquesas, who had more pedigree than pennies, Mrs. Sampson in bright lilac and an especially bad attack of neuralgia, Mrs. Combermere, sheath in cloth of gold and very jolly, Mrs. Ryle, humble in grey silk, Ellen Stiles in cherry colour, Mrs. Trudon, Mrs. Forrester, and Mrs. Darcy, their chins nearly touching over eager confidences, Dr. Puddifoot still breathless from his last dance, Bentinck Major tapping with his patent leather toe the floor, eager to be at it again, Branston the Mayor and Mrs. Branston, uncomfortable in a kind of dog collar of diamonds, Mrs. Preston searching for nobility, Canon Martin, Dennison the headmaster of the school, and many others. It was just then a polka, and the tune was so alluring, so entrancing, that the whole world rose and fell with its rhythm. And where was Joan? Joan was dancing with the Reverend Rex Forsyth, the proposed incumbent of Pybus St. Anthony. Had any one told her a week ago that she would dance with the elegant Mr. Forsyth before a gathering of all the most notable people of Polchester and southern Glebeshire, and would so dance without a tremor, she would have derided her informant. But what cannot excitement and happiness do? She knew that she was looking nice, she knew that she was dancing as well as any one else in the room, and Johnny St. Leath had asked her for 2 dances, and then wanted more, and wanted these with the beautiful Claire Daubeny, all radiant in silver, standing close beside him. What then could all the Forsyths in the world matter? Nevertheless, he was elegant, very smart indeed, rather like a handsome young horse groomed for a show. His voice had a little neigh in it. As he talked over her shoulder, he gave a little whinny of pleasure. She found it very difficult to think of him as a clergyman at all. "You should see me dance the polka, ta-rum-ta-rum-ta-ta." Yes, she should, and he was very pleasant when he did not talk. "You dance very well, Miss Brandon." "Thank you. This is my first ball." "Who would think that? Ta-rum-ta-rum-ta-ta. Jolly tune." She caught glimpses of every one as she went around. Mrs. Combermere's cloth of gold, Lady St. Leath's white hair, poor Lady Mary, such a pity that they could not do something for her complexion, spotty. Joan liked her. She did much good to the poor in Seatown, and it must be agony to her, poor thing, to go down there, because she was so terribly shy. Her next dance was with Johnny. She called him Johnny, and why should she not, secretly to herself? Ah, there was Mother, all alone, and there was Mr. Morris coming up to speak to her. Kind of him, but he was a kind man. She liked him. Very shy, though. All the nicest people seemed to be shy, except Johnny, who wasn't shy at all. The music stopped, and, breathless, they stayed for a moment before finding 2 chairs. Now was coming the time that she so greatly disliked. Whatever to say to Mr. Forsyth? They sat down in the long passage outside the ballroom. The floor ran like a ribbon from under their feet into dim, shining distance, or rather, Joan thought, it was like a stream, and on either side the dancers were sitting, dabbling their toes and looking self-conscious. "Do you like it where you are?" Joan asked of the shining black silk waistcoat that gleamed beside her. "Oh, you know," neighed Mr. Forsyth, "it's all right, you know. The old Bishop's kind enough." "Bishop Clematis?" said Joan. "Yes. There ain't enough to do, you know, but I don't expect I'll be there long. No, I don't. Pity poor Morrison at Pybus dying like that." Joan, of course, at once understood the allusion. She also understood that Mr. Forsyth was begging her to bestow upon him any little piece of news that she might have obtained. But that seemed to her mean, spying on her own father. So she only said, "You're very fond of riding, aren't you?" "Love it," said Mr. Forsyth, whinnying so exactly like a happy pony that Joan jumped. "Don't you?" "I've never been on horseback in my life," said Joan. "I'd like to try." "Never in your life?" Mr. Forsyth stared. "Why, I was on a pony before I was 3. Fact. Good for a clergyman, riding." "I think it's nearly time for the next dance," said Joan. "Would you kindly take me back to my mother?" She was conscious, as they plunged downstream, of all the burning glances. She held her head high, her eyes flashed, she was going to dance with Johnny, and they could look as much as they liked. Mr. Forsyth delivered her to her mother and went cantering off. Joan sat down, smoothed her dress, and stared at the vast shiny lake of amber in which the silver candelabra were reflected like little islands. She looked at her mother and was suddenly sorry for her. It must be dull, when you were as old as mother, coming to these dances, and especially when you had so few friends. Her mother had never made many friends. "Wasn't that Mr. Morris who was talking to you just now?" "Yes, dear." "I like him. He looks kind." "Yes, dear." "And where's father?" "Over there, talking to Lady St. Leath." She looked across, and there he was, so big and tall and fine, so splendid in his grand clothes. Her heart swelled with pride. "Isn't he splendid, mother dear?" "Who?" "Father." "Splendid?" "Yes. Doesn't he look splendid to-night? Better looking than all the rest of the room put together." "Johnny wasn't good looking." "Better than good looking." "Oh, look splendid. Yes, he's a very handsome man." Joan felt once again that little chill with which she was so often familiar when she talked with her mother, a sudden withdrawal of sympathy, a pushing Joan away with her hand. But never mind, there was the music again, and here, oh here was Johnny. Someone had once called him Tubby in her hearing, and how indignant she had been. He was, perhaps, a little on the fat side, but strong with it. She went off with him. The waltz began. She sank into sweet, delicious waters, waters that rocked and cradled her, hugged her and caressed her. She was conscious of his arm. She did not speak, nor did he. Years of utter happiness passed. He did not take her, as Mr. Forsyth had done, into the public glare of the passage, but up a crooked staircase behind the minstrels' gallery into a little room, cool and shaded, where, in easy chairs, they were quite alone. He was shy, fingering his gloves. She said, just to make conversation, "How beautiful Miss Daubeney is looking." "Do you think so?" said Johnny. "I don't. I'm sick of that girl. She's the most awful bore. Mother's always shoving her at my head. She's been staying with us for months. She wants me to marry her because she's rich. But we've got plenty, and I won't marry her anyway, not if we hadn't a penny. Because she's a bore, and because—" his voice became suddenly loud and commanding, "I'm going to marry you." Something, some lovely bird of paradise, some splendid coloured breeze, some carpet of magic pattern came and swung Joan up to a high tree loaded with golden apples. And there she swung, singing her heart out. Johnny's voice came up to her. "Because I'm going to marry you." "What?" she called down to him. "I'm going to marry you. I knew it from the very first second I saw you, that day after the Cathedral. From the very first moment I knew it. I wanted to ask you right away at once, but I thought I'd do the thing properly, so I went away, and I've been in Paris and Rome and all over the place, and I've thought of you the whole time. Every minute. Then Mother made a fuss about this Daubeny girl, my not being here and all that, so I thought I'd come home and tell you I was going to marry you." "Oh, but you can't." Joan swung down from her apple tree. "You and me? Why, what would your mother say?" "It isn't a case of would, but will," Johnny said. "Mother will be very angry, and for a considerable time. But that makes no difference. Mother's mother, and I'm myself." "It's impossible," said Joan quickly, "from every point of view. Do you know what my brother has done? I'm proud of Falk and love him, but you're Lord St. Leath, and Falk has married the daughter of Hogg, the man who keeps a public house down in Seatown." "I heard of that," said Johnny, "but what does that matter? Do you know what I did last year? I crossed the Atlantic as a stoker in a Cunard boat. Mother never knew until I got back, and wasn't she furious? But the world's changing. There isn't going to be any class differences soon, none at all. You take my word. Look at the Americans. They're the people. We'll be like them one day. But what's all this?" he suddenly said. "I'm going to marry you, and you're going to marry me. You love me, don't you?" "Yes," said Joan faintly. "Well, then, I knew you did. I'm going to kiss you." He put his arms round her and kissed her very gently. "Oh, how I love you," he said, "and how good I'll be to you." "But we must be practical," said Joan wildly. "How can we marry? Everything's against it. I've no money. I'm nobody. Your mother—" "Now you must leave my mother alone. Leave me to manage her. I know all about that." "I won't be engaged to you," said Joan firmly. "Not for ages and ages. Not for a year, anyway." "That's all right," said Johnny indifferently. "You can settle it any way you please. But no one's going to marry you but me, and no one's going to marry me but you." He would have kissed her again, but Mrs. Preston and a young man came in. "Now you shall come and speak to my mother," he said to her as they went out. "There's nothing to be afraid of. Just say 'Bo' to her as you would to a goose, and she'll answer all right." "You won't say anything," began Joan. "About us? All right. That's a secret for the present. But we shall meet every day, and if there's a day we don't meet, you've got to write. Do you agree?" Whether she agreed or no was uncertain, because they were now in a cloud of people, and a moment later were face to face with the old Countess. She was pleased. It at once appeared. She was in a gracious mood. People had been pleasant enough, that is, they had been obsequious and flattering. Also, her digestion was behaving properly. Those new pills that old Puddifoot had given her were excellent. She therefore received Joan very graciously, congratulated her on her appearance, and asked her where her elder sister was. When Joan explained that she had no sister, Lady St. Leath appeared vexed with her, as though it had been a piece of obvious impertinence on her part not to produce a sister instantly when she had asked for one. However, Lady Mary was kind and friendly and made Joan sit beside her for a little. Joan thought, "I'd like to have you for a sister one day, if ever," and allowed her thoughts to go no farther. Thence she passed into the company of Mrs. Combermere and Ellen Stiles. It seemed to her, but it was probably her fancy, that as she came to them they were discussing something that was not for her ears. It seemed to her that they swiftly changed the conversation and greeted her with quite an unusual warmth of affection. For the first time that evening a sudden little chill of foreboding, whence she knew not, seemed to touch her and shade for an instant her marvellous happiness. Mrs. Combermere was very sweet to her indeed, quite as though she had been, but now, recovering from an alarming illness. Her bass voice, strong, thick hands, and stiff, wiry hair went so incongruously with her cloth of gold that Joan could not help smiling. "You look very happy, my dear," Mrs. Combermere said. "Of course I am," said Joan. "How can I help it? My first ball." Mrs. Combermere kicked her trailing garments with her foot, just like a dame in a pantomime. "Well, enjoy yourself as long as you can. You're looking very pretty. The prettiest girl in the room. I've just been saying so to Ellen. Haven't I, Ellen?" Ellen Stiles was at that moment making herself agreeable to the Mayoress, who was sitting lonely and uncomfortable, weighed down with longing for sleep, on a little gilt chair. "I was just saying to Mrs. Branston," Miss Stiles said, turning round, "that the time one has to be careful with children after whooping cough is when they seem practically well. Her little boy has just been ill with it, and she says he's recovered, but that's the time, as I tell her, when 9 out of 10 children die, just when you think you're safe." "Oh, dear," said Mrs. Branston, turning towards them her full anxious eyes. "You do alarm me, Miss Stiles. And I've been letting Tommy quite loose, as you may say, these last few days. With his appetite back and all that, there seemed no danger." "Well, if you find him feverish when you get home tonight," said Ellen, "don't be surprised. All the excitement of the Jubilee, too, will be very bad for him." At that moment Canon Ronder came up. Joan looked, and at once, at the sight of the round gleaming spectacles, the smiling mouth, the full cheeks puffed out as though he were blowing perpetual bubbles for his own amusement, felt her old instinct of repulsion. This man was her father's enemy, and so hers. All the town knew now that he was trying to ruin her father, so that he might take his place, that he laughed at him and mocked him. So fierce did she feel that she could have scratched his cheeks. He was smiling at them all, and at once was engaged in a wordy duel with Mrs. Combermere and Miss Stiles. They liked him. Every one in the town liked him. She heard his praises sung by every one. Well, she would never sing them. She hated him. And now he was actually speaking to her. He had the impertinence to ask her for a dance. "I'm afraid I'm engaged for the next and for the one after that, Canon Ronder," she said. "Well, later on, then," he said, smiling. "What about an extra?" Her dark eyes scorned him. "We are going home early," she said. She pretended to examine her programme. "I'm afraid I have not one before we go." She spoke as coldly as she dared. She felt the eyes of Mrs. Combermere and Ellen Stiles upon her. How stupid of her! She had shown them what her feelings were, and now they would chatter the more and laugh about her fighting her father's battles. Why had she not shown her indifference, her complete indifference? He was smiling still, not discomfited by her rudeness. He said something polite and outrageously kind, and then young Charles D'Arcy came up to carry her off for the Lancers. An hour later her cup of happiness was completely filled. She had danced during that hour 4 times with Johnny. Every one must be talking. Lady St. Leath must be furious. She did not know that Boadicea had been playing whist with old Colonel Wotherstone and Sir Henry Byles for the last ever so long. She would perhaps never have such an hour in all her life again. This thing that he so wildly proposed was impossible, utterly, completely impossible. But what was not impossible, what was indeed certain and sure and beyond any sort of question, was that she loved Johnny St. Leath with all her heart and soul, and would so love him until the day of her death. Life could never be purposeless, nor mean, nor empty for her again, while she had that treasure to carry about with her in her heart. Meanwhile, she could not look at him and doubt but that, for the moment at any rate, he loved her. And there was something simple and direct about Johnny, as there was about his dog Andrew, that made his words, few and clumsy though they might be, most strangely convincing. So, almost dizzy with happiness, she climbed the stair behind the gallery, and thought that she would escape for a moment into the little room where Johnny had proposed to her, and sit there and grow calm. She looked in. Someone was there. A man sitting by himself and staring in front of him. She saw at once that he was in some great trouble. His hands were clenched, his face puckered and set with pain. Then she saw that it was her father. He did not move. He might have been a block of stone shining in the dimness. Terrified, she stood, herself not moving. Then she came forward. She put her hand on his shoulder. "Oh, father, father! What is it?" She felt his body trembling beneath her touch. He, the proudest, finest man in the country. She put her arm around his neck. She kissed him. His forehead was damp with sweat. His body was shaking from head to foot. She kissed him again and again, kneeling beside him. Then she remembered where they were. Someone might come. No one must see him like that. She whispered to him, took his hands between hers. "Let's go home, Joan," he said. "I want to go home." She put her arm through his, and together they went down the little stairs. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Sunday, June 20, in the bedroom. Brandon had been talking to the precentor at the far end of the ballroom when suddenly Ronder had appeared in their midst. Appeared the only word. And Brandon, armoured, he had thought, for every terror that that night might bring to him, had been suddenly seized with the lust of murder. A lust as dominating as any other, that swept upon him in a hot, flaming tide, lapping him from head to foot. It was no matter, this time, of words, of senses, of thoughts, but of his possession by some other man who filled his brain, his eyes, his mouth, his stomach, his heart. 1 second more, and he would have flung himself upon that smiling face, those rounded limbs. He would have caught that white throat and squeezed it. Squeezed. Squeezed. The room literally swam in a tide of impulse that carried him against Ronder's body and left him there, breast beating against breast. He turned without a word and almost ran from the place. He passed through the passages, seeing no one, conscious of neither voices nor eyes, climbing stairs that he did not feel, sheltering in that lonely little room, sitting there, his hands to his face, shuddering. The lust slowly withdrew from him, leaving him icy cold. Then he lifted his eyes and saw his daughter and clung to her, as just then he would have clung to anybody, for safety. Had it come to this, then, that he was mad? All that night, lying on his bed, he surveyed himself. That was the way that men murdered. No longer could he claim control or mastery of his body. God had deserted him and given him over to devils. His son, his wife, and now God. His loneliness was terrible, and he could not think. He must think about this letter and what he should do. He could not think at all. He was given over to the devils. After matins in the cathedral next day, one thought came to him. He would go and see the bishop. The bishop had come in from Carpledon for the Jubilee celebrations, and was staying at the deanery. Brandon spoke to him for a moment after matins, and asked him whether he might see him for half an hour in the afternoon on a matter of great urgency. The bishop asked him to come at 3 o'clock. Seated in the dean's library with its old-fashioned coziness, its bookshelves and the familiar books, the cases, between the high windows of his precious butterflies, Brandon felt for the first time for many days a certain calm descend upon him. The bishop, looking very frail and small in the big armchair, received him with so warm an affection that he felt, in spite of his own age, like the old man's son. "My lord," he began with difficulty, moving his big limbs in his chair like a restless schoolboy, "it isn't easy for me to come to-day. There's no one in the world I could speak to except yourself. I find it difficult even to do that." "My son," said the bishop gently, "I am a very, very old man. I cannot have many more months to live. When one is as near to death as I am, one loves everything and everybody, because one is going so soon. You needn't be afraid." And in his heart he must have wondered at the change in this man, who, through so many years now, had come to him with so much self-confidence and assurance. "I have had much trouble lately," Brandon went on, "but I would not have bothered you with that, knowing as I do all that you have to consider just now, were it not that for the first time in my life I seem to have lost control and to be heading toward some great disaster that may bring scandal not only on myself but on the Church as well." "Tell me your trouble," said the Bishop. 9 months ago I seemed to be at the very height of my powers, my happiness, my usefulness." Brandon paused. Was it really only 9 months back, that other time? "I had no troubles. I was confident in myself. My health was good. My family were happy. I seemed to have many friends. Then suddenly everything changed. I don't want to seem false, my lord, in anything that I may say, but it was literally as though in the course of a night all my happiness forsook me. It began with my boy being sent down from Oxford. I have only one boy, as I think your lordship knows. He is, in spite of what has happened, very dear to me." Brandon paused. "Yes, I know," said the Bishop. "After that everything began to go wrong. Little things, tiny little things, one after another. Someone came to this town who almost at once seemed to put himself into opposition to me." Brandon paused once more. The Bishop said again, "Yes, I know." "At first," Brandon went on, "I didn't realize this. I was preoccupied with my work. It had never, at any time in my life, seemed to me healthy to consider about other people's minds, what they were thinking or imagining. There is quite enough work to do in the world without that. But soon I was forced to consider this man's opposition to me. It came before me in 1,000 little ways. The attitude of the chapter changed to me, especially noticeable at one of the chapter meetings. I don't want to make my story so long, my lord, that it will tire you. To cut it short, a day came when my boy ran off to London with a town girl, the daughter of the landlord of one of the more disreputable public-houses. That was a terrible, devastating blow to me. I have quite literally not been the same man since. I was determined not to allow it to turn me from my proper work. I still loved the boy. He had not behaved dishonourably to the girl. He has now married her and is earning his living in London. If that had been the only blow—" He stopped, cleared his throat, and turning excitedly towards the Bishop, almost shouted, "But it is not, my lord! My enemy has never ceased his plots for one instant. It was he who advised my boy to run off with this girl. He has turned the whole town against me. They laugh at me and mock me. And now he— He could not for a moment find breath. He exercised an impulse of almost superhuman self-control, bringing his body visibly back into bounds again. He went on more quietly. "We are in opposite camps over this matter of the Pybus living. We are in opposition over almost every question that arises here. He is an able man. I must do him that justice. He can plot, he can scheme, whereas I—" Brandon beat his hands desperately on his knees. "It is not only this man," he cried, "not only this. It is as though there were some larger conspiracy, something from heaven itself. God has turned his face away from me when I have served him faithfully all my days. No one has served him more wholeheartedly than I. He has been my only thought, his glory my only purpose. 9 months ago I had health, I had friends, I had honour. I had my family. Now my health is going, my friends have forsaken me, I am mocked at by the lowest men in the town, my son has left me, my— He broke off, bending his face in his hands. The Bishop said, "My dear friend, you are not alone in this. We have all been tried like this, tested." "Tested!" Brandon broke out. "Why should I be tested? What have I done in all my life that is not acceptable to God? What sin have I committed? What disloyalty have I shown? But there is something more that I must tell you, my lord, the reason why I have come to you to-day. Canon Ronder and I, you must have known of whom I have been speaking, had a violent quarrel one afternoon on the way home after luncheon with you at Carpledon. This quarrel became, in one way or another, the town's property. Ronder affected to like me, but it was impossible now for him to hide his real intentions towards me. This thing began to be an obsession with me. I tried to prevent this. I knew what the danger of such obsessions can be. But there was something else. My wife—" he paused, went on. "My wife and I, my lord, have lived together in perfect happiness for 20 years. At least it had seemed to me to be perfect happiness. She began to behave strangely. She was not herself. Undoubtedly the affair of our son disturbed her desperately. She seemed to avoid me, to escape from me when she could. This, coming with my other troubles, made me feel as though I were in some horrible dream, as though the very furniture of our home and the appearance of the streets were changing. I began to be afraid sometimes that I might be going mad. I have had bad headaches that have made it difficult for me to think. Then only last night a woman brought me a letter. I wish you most earnestly to believe, my lord, that I believe my wife to be absolutely loyal to me, loyal in every possible sense of the word. The letter purported to be in her handwriting, and in this matter also Canon Ronder had had some hand. The woman admitted that she had been first to Canon Ronder, and that he had advised her to bring it to me. The bishop made a movement. "You will, of course, say nothing of this, my lord, to Canon Ronder. I have come privately to ask your prayers for me and to have your counsel. I am making no complaint against Canon Ronder. I must see this thing through by myself. But last night, when my mind was filled with this letter, I found myself suddenly next to Canon Ronder, and I had a murderous impulse that was so fierce and sudden in its power that I—" He broke off, shuddering. Then cried suddenly, stretching out his hands, "Oh, my lord, pray for me, pray for me! Help me! I don't know what to do. I'm given over to the powers of hell." A long silence followed. Then the bishop said, "You have asked me to say nothing to Canon Ronder, and of course I must respect your confidence. But the first thing that I would say to you is that I think that what you have feared has happened, that you have allowed this thought of him to become an obsession to you. The ways of God are mysterious and past our finding out, but all of us in our lives have known that time when everything was suddenly turned against us, our work, those whom we love, our health, even our belief in God himself. My dear, dear friend, I myself have known that several times in my life. Once, when I was a young man, I lost an appointment on which my whole heart was set, and lost it, as it seemed, through an extreme injustice. It turned out afterwards that my losing that was one of the most fortunate things for me. Once my dear wife and I seemed to lose all our love for one another, and I was assailed with most desperate temptation. And the end of that was that we loved and understood one another as we had never done before. Once, and this was the most terrible period of my life, and it continued over a long time, I lost, as it seemed, completely all my faith in God. I came out of that believing only in the beauty of Christ's life, clinging to that, and saying to myself, "Such a friend have I, then life is not all lost to me." And slowly, gradually, I came back into touch with him, and knew him as I had never known him before, and through him, once again, God the Father. And now, even in my old age, temptation is still with me. I long to die. I am tempted often to look upon men and women as shadows that have no longer any connection with me. I am very weak and feeble, and I wish to sleep. But the love of God continues, and through Jesus Christ the love of men. It is the only truth, love of God, love of man. The rest is fantasy and unreality. Look up, my son. Bear this with patience. God is standing at your shoulder and will be with you to the end. This is training for you, to show you perhaps that all through life you have missed the most important thing. You are learning through this trouble your need of others, your need to love them, and that they should love you, the only lesson worth learning in life." The Bishop came over to Brandon and put his hand on his head. Strange peace came into Brandon's heart, not from the old man's word, but from the contact with him, the touch of his thin, trembling hand. The room was filled with peace. Ronder was suddenly of little importance. The Cathedral faded. For a time he rested. For the rest of that day, until evening, that peace stayed with him. With it still in his heart, he came, late that night, into their bedroom. Mrs. Brandon was in bed, awake, staring in front of her, not moving. He sat down in the chair beside the bed, stretched out his hand and took hers. "Amy, dear," he said, "I want us to have a little talk." Her little hand lay still and hot in his large, cool one. "I've been very unhappy," he went on with difficulty, "lately about you. I have seen that you yourself are not happy. I want you to be. I will do anything that is in my power to make you so." "You would not," she said, without looking at him, "have troubled to think of me had not your own private affairs gone wrong, and had not Falk left us." The sound of her hostility irritated him against his will. He beat the irritation down. He felt suddenly very tired, quite exhausted. He had an almost irresistible temptation to go down into his dressing room, lie on his sofa there, and go instantly to sleep. "That's not quite fair, Amy," he said, "but we won't dispute about that. I want to know why, after our being happy for 20 years, something now has come in between us, or seems to have done so. I want to clear that away if I can, so that we can be as we were before." Be as they were before? At the strange, ludicrous irony of that phrase, she turned on her elbow and looked at him, stared at him as though she could not see enough of him. "Why do you think that there is anything the matter?" she asked, softly, almost gently. "Why, of course I can see," he said, holding her hand more tightly, as though the sudden gentleness in her voice had touched him. "When one has lived with someone a long time," he went on rather awkwardly, "one notices things. Of course I've seen that you were not happy. And Falk leaving us in that way must have made you very miserable. It made me miserable too," he added, suddenly stroking her hand a little. She could not bear that, and very quietly withdrew her hand. "Did it really hurt you, Falk's going?" she asked, still staring at him. "Hurt me?" he cried, staring back at her in utter astonishment. "Hurt me? Why... Then why," she went on, "didn't you go up to London after him?" The question was so entirely unexpected that he could only repeat, "Why? Oh, well, it doesn't matter now," she said, wearily turning away. "Perhaps I did wrong. I think perhaps I've done wrong in many ways during these last years. I am seeing many things for the first time. The truth is, I have been so absorbed in my work that I've thought of nothing else. I took it too much for granted that you were happy because I was happy. And now I want to make it right. I do indeed, Amy. Tell me, what's the matter?" She said nothing. He waited for a long time. Her immobility always angered him. He said at last, more impatiently, "Please tell me, Amy, what have you against me?" "I have nothing against you." "Then why are things wrong between us?" "Are things wrong?" "You know they are. Ever since that morning when you wouldn't come down to Holy Communion." "I was tired that morning." "It is more than tiredness," he said, with sudden impatience, beating upon the counterpane with his fist. "Amy, you're not behaving fairly. You must talk to me. I insist on it." She turned once more towards him. "What is it you want me to say?" "Why you're unhappy." "But if I am not unhappy?" "You are." "But suppose I say that I am not?" "You are, you are, you are!" he shouted at her. "Very well, then, I am." "Why are you?" "Who is happy, really? At any rate, for more than a moment. Only very thoughtless and silly people." "You're putting me off." He took her hand again. "I'm to blame, Amy, to blame in many ways. But people are talking." She snatched her hand away. "People talking? Who? But as though that mattered." "It does matter. It has gone far, much farther than I thought." She looked at him then quickly and turned her face away again. "Who's talking? And what are they saying?" "They are saying—" He broke off. What were they saying? Until the arrival of that horrible letter he had not realized that they were saying anything at all. "Don't think for a single moment, Amy, that I pay the slightest attention to any of their talk. I would not have bothered you with any of this had it not been for something else, of which I'll speak in a moment. If everything is right between us, between you and me, then it doesn't matter if the whole world talks until it's blue in the face." "Leave it alone, then," she said. "Let them talk." Her indifference stung him. She didn't care, then, whether things were right between himself and her or no. It was the same to her. She cared so little for him. That sudden realization struck him so sharply that it was as though some one had hit him in the back. For many years he had taken it for granted. Taken something for granted that was not to be so taken. Very dimly some one was approaching him, that dark, misty, gigantic figure blotting out the light from the windows. That figure was becoming day by day more closely his companion. Looking at her now more intently, and with a new urgency, he said, "Some one brought me a letter, Amy. They said it was a letter of yours." She did not move, nor stir. Then, after a long silence, she said, "Let me see it." He felt in his pocket and produced it. She stretched out her hand and took it. She read it through slowly. "You think that I wrote this?" she asked. "No, I know that you did not." "To whom was it supposed to be written?" "To Morris of St. James." She nodded her head. "Ah, yes, we're friends. That's why they chose him. Of course it's a forgery," she added. "A very clever one." "What I don't understand," he said eagerly, at his heart the strangest relief that he did not dare to stop to analyze, "is why any one should have troubled to do this. The risk, the danger." "You have enemies," she said. "Of course you know that. People who are jealous." "One enemy," he answered fiercely. "Ronder. The woman had been to him with this letter before she came to me." "The woman? What woman?" "The woman who brought it to me was a Miss Milton, a wretched creature who was once at the library." "And she had been with this to Canon Ronder before she came to you?" "Yes." "Ah." Then she said very quietly, "And what do you mean to do about the letter?" "I will do whatever you wish me to do. What I would like to do is to leave no step untaken to bring the authors of this forgery to justice. No step. I will—" "No," she broke in quickly. "It is much better to leave it alone. What good can it do to follow it up? It only tells every one about it. We should despise it. The thing is so obviously false. Why, you can see," suddenly holding the letter towards him, "it isn't even like my writing. My S's, my M's, they're not like that." "No, no," he said eagerly. "I see that they are not. I saw that at once." "You knew at once that it was a forgery?" "I knew at once. I never doubted for an instant." She sighed, then settled back into the pillow with a little shudder. "This town," she said, "the things they do. Oh, to get away from it, to get away!" "And we will!" he cried eagerly. "That's what we need, both of us, a holiday. I've been thinking it over. We're both tired. When this Jubilee is over, we'll go abroad. Italy, Greece. We'll have a second honeymoon. Oh, Amy, we'll begin life again. I've been much to blame, much to blame. Give me that letter. I'll destroy it. I know my enemy, but I'll not think of him or of anyone but our two selves. I'll be good to you now, if you'll let me." She gave him the letter. "Look at it before you tear it up," she said, staring at him as though she would not miss any change in his features. "You're sure that it is a forgery?" "Why, of course." "It's nothing like my handwriting?" "Nothing at all." "You know that I am devoted to you, that I would never be untrue to you in thought, word, or deed?" "Why, of course, as though I didn't know." "And that I'll love to come abroad with you?" "Yes, yes." "And that we'll have a second honeymoon?" "Yes, yes, indeed, Amy, we will." "Look well at that letter. You are wrong. It is not a forgery. I did write it." He did not answer her, but stayed staring at the letter like a boy detected in a theft. She repeated, "The woman was quite right. I did write that letter." Brandon said, staring at her, "Don't laugh at me. This is too serious." "I'm not laughing. I wrote it. I sent it down by Gladys. If you recall the day to her, she'll remember." She watched his face. It had turned suddenly grey, as though someone had slipped a grey mask over the original features. She thought, "Now perhaps he'll kill me. I'm not sorry." He whispered, leaning quite close to her, as though he were afraid she would not hear, "You wrote that letter to Morris?" "I did." Then, suddenly springing up, half out of bed, she cried, "You're not to touch him, do you hear? You're not to touch him. It's not his fault. He's had nothing to do with this. He's only my friend. I love him, but he doesn't love me. Do you hear? He's had nothing to do with this." "You love him?" whispered Brandon. "I've loved him since the first moment I saw him. I've wanted some one to love for years, years and years and years. You didn't love me, so then I hoped Falk would, and Falk didn't, so then I found the first person, anyone who would be kind to me. And he was kind. He is kind. The kindest man in the world. And he saw that I was lonely, so that he let me talk to him and go to him. But none of this is his doing. He's only been kind. Your letter says 'Dearest,'" said Brandon. "If you wrote that letter, it says 'Dearest.'" "That was my foolishness. It was wrong of me. He told me that I mustn't say anything affectionate. He's good and I'm bad because you've made me." Brandon took the letter and tore it into little pieces. They scattered upon the counterpane. "You've been unfaithful to me," he said, bending over her. She did not shrink back, although that strange, unknown grey face was very close to her. "Yes, at first he wouldn't. He refused anything. But I would. I wanted to be. I hate you. I've hated you for years." "Why?" His hand closed on her shoulder. "Because of your conceit and pride. Because you've never thought of me. Because I've always been a piece of furniture to you. Less than that. Because you've been so pleased with yourself and self-satisfied and stupid. Yes, yes, most because you're so stupid. So stupid. Never seeing anything, never knowing anything, and always so satisfied. And when the town was pleased with you and said you were so fine, I've laughed, knowing what you were, and I thought to myself, there'll come a time when they'll find him out. And now they have. They know what you are at last. And I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm glad." She stopped, her breast rising and falling beneath her nightdress, her voice shrill, almost a scream. He put his hands on her thin, bony shoulders and pushed her back into the bed. His hands moved to her throat. His whole weight, he now kneeling on the bed, was on top of her. "Kill me, kill me," she whispered. "I'll be glad." All the while their eyes stared at one another inquisitively, as though they were strangers meeting for the first time. His hands met around her throat. His knees were over her. He felt her thin throat between his hands, and a voice in his ear whispered, "That's right. Squeeze tighter. Splendid! Splendid!" Suddenly his eyes recognized hers. His hands dropped. He crawled from the bed. Then he felt his way, blindly, out of the room. End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Tuesday, June 22, 1. The Cathedral. The great day arrived, escorted sumptuously with skies of burning blue. How many heads looked out of how many windows, the country over, that morning! In Polchester it was considered as only another proof of the esteem in which that city was held by the Almighty. The old lady might deserve, and did unquestionably obtain, divinely condescending weather for her various excursions, but it was nothing to that which the old town got and deserved. Deserved or no, the town rose to the occasion. The High Street was swimming in flags and bunting. Even in Seatown, most of the grimy windows showed those little cheap flags that during the past week hawkers had been so industriously selling. From quite early in the morning the squeak and scream of the roundabouts in the Fair could be heard dimly penetrating the sanctities and privacies of the precincts. But it was the Cathedral bells, pealing, crashing, echoing, rocking, as early as 9 o'clock in the morning, that first awoke the consciousness of most of the Polcastrians to the glories of the day. I suppose that nearly all souls that morning subconsciously divided the order of the festival into 3 periods. In the morning the Cathedral and its service, in the afternoon the social, friendly, man-to-man celebration, and in the evening torchlight, bonfire, skies ablaze, drink, and love. Certain it is that many eyes turned towards the Cathedral, accustomed for many years to look in quite other directions. There was to be a grand service, they said, with trumpets and shawms and the big drum, and the old bishop preaching, making, in all probability, his very last public appearance. Up from the dark mysteries of Seatown, down from the chaste proprieties of the villas above Orange Street, from the Prelude of the market, from the shops of the High Street, sailors and merchantmen, traders and sea captains, and from the wild fastness of the Fair, gypsies with silver rings in their ears, and perhaps, who can tell, bells on their dusky toes. Very early were Lawrence and Cobbett about their duties. This was, in all probability, Lawrence's last great day before the final and all-judging one, and, well, both he and Cobbett were aware of it. Cobbett could see himself that morning almost stepping into the old man's shoes, and the old man himself was not well this morning, not well at all. Rheumatism, gout, what hadn't he got? And above all that strange, mysterious pain somewhere in his very vitals, a pain that was not precisely a pain, too dull and homely for that, but a warning, a foreboding. On an ordinary day, in spite of his dislike of allowing Cobbett any of those duties that were so properly his own, he would have stayed in bed. But to-day? No, thank you. On such a day as this he would defy the devil himself and all his red-hot pincers. So there he was in his long purple gown, with his lovely snow-white beard and his gold-topped staff, patronizing Mrs. Muffet, who superintended the cleaning, and her ancient servitors, seeing that the places for the band, just under the choir screen, and for the extra members of the choir were all in order, and above all that the bishop's throne up by the altar was guiltless of a speck of dust, of a shadow of disorder. Cobbett saw, beyond any question or doubt, death in the old man's face, and suddenly, to his own amazement, was sorry. For years now he had been waiting for the day when he should succeed the tiresome old fool. For years he had cursed him for 1,000 pomposities, blunders, tedious garrulities, and now suddenly he was sorry. What had come over him? But he wasn't a bad old man. Plucky, too, you could see how he was suffering. They had, after all, been companions together for so many years. Quite early in the morning arrivals began. Visitors from the country most likely, sitting there in the back of the nave, bathed in the great silence and the dim light, just looking and wondering and expecting. Some of them wanted to move about and examine the brasses and the tombs and the windows. Yes, move about with their families and their bags of sandwiches and their oranges. But not this morning. Oh dear no. They could come in or go out, but if they came in they must stay quiet. Did they but subterraneously giggle, Cobbett was on their tracks in no time. The light flooded in, throwing great splashes and lakes of blue and gold and purple onto flag and pillar. Great in its strength, magnificent in its beauty, the Cathedral prepared. Mrs. Combermere walked rather solemnly that morning from her house to the Cathedral. In spite of the lovely morning, she was feeling suddenly old. Things like Jubilees do date you, no doubt about it. Nearly 50. 3/4 of life behind her, and what had she to show for it? An unlucky marriage, much physical health and fun, some friends, but at the last lonely, lonely as perhaps every human being in this queer world was. That old woman now preparing to ride in fantastic procession before her worshipping subjects, she was lonely too. Poor little lonely old woman. Well then, charity to all and sundry. Charity, kindliness, the one and only thing. Aggie Combermere was not a sentimental woman, nor did she see life falsely, but she was suddenly aware, walking under the blazing blue sky, that she had been unkind for amusement's sake more often than she need. Well, why not? She was ready to allow people to have a shy at herself, anyone who liked. "Here you are, old Aunt Sally, 3 shies a penny." And she was an Aunt Sally, a ludicrous creature, caring for her dogs more than for any living creature, shovelling food into her mouth for no particular purpose, doing physical exercises in the morning, and nearly 50. She found then, just as she reached the Arden Gate, that to her own immense surprise it was not of herself that all this time she had been thinking, but rather of Brandon and the Brandon family. The Brandons! What an extraordinary affair! The town was now bursting its fat sides with excitement over it all. The town was now generally aware, but how it was aware no one quite knew, that there was a mysterious letter that Mrs. Brandon had written to Morris, and that Miss Milton, librarian who was, had obtained this letter and had taken it to Ronder, and the next move, the next... "Oh, tell us, tell us! The town stands on tiptoe, its hair on end. Let us see, let us see! Let us not miss the tiniest detail of this extraordinary affair." And how really extraordinary! First the boy runs off with that girl, then Mrs. Brandon, the quietest, dullest woman for years and years, throws her cap over the mill and behaves like a madwoman, and Johnny St. Leath, they say, is in love with the daughter, and his old mother is furious, and Brandon, they say, wants to cut Ronder's throat. Ronder! Mrs. Combermere paused, partly to get her breath, partly to enjoy for an instant the shining, glittering grass, dotted with figures, stretching like a carpet from the vast greyness of the Cathedral. Ronder! There was a remarkable man. Mrs. Combermere was conquered by him, in spite of herself. How, in 7 short months, he had conquered everybody! What an amusing talker! What a good preacher! What a clever business head! And yet she did not really like him. His praises now were in everyone's mouth, but she did not really like him. Old Brandon was still her favourite, her old friend of 10 years, but there was no doubt that he was behind the times. Ronder had shown them that. No use living in the 80s any longer. But she was fond of him. She did not want him to be unhappy, and unhappy he was. That anyone could see. Most of all, she did not want him to do anything foolish, and he might, His temper was strange. He was not so strong as he looked. He had felt his son's escapade terribly. And now his wife. "Well, if I had a wife like that," was Mrs. Combermere's conclusion before she joined Ellen Stiles and Julia Preston, "I'd let her go off with anyone. Pay anyone to take her." Ellen was, of course, full of it all. "My dear, what do you think is the latest? They say that the Archdeacon threatens to poison the whole of the chapter if they don't let Forsyth have Pybus, and that Boadicea has ordered Johnny to take a voyage to the Canary Islands for his health, and that he says he'll see her shot first. And Miss Milton is selling the letter for £1,000 to the first comer." Miss Combermere stopped her sharply. "Mind your own business, Ellen. The whole thing now is past a joke. And as to Johnny St. Leath, he shows his good taste. There isn't a sweeter, prettier girl in England than Joan Brandon, and he's lucky if he gets her." "I don't want to be ill-natured," said Ellen Stiles, rather plaintively, "but that family would test anyone's reticence. We'd better go in, or old Lawrence will be letting someone have our seats." Joan came with her mother slowly across the grass. In her dress was this letter: "Dearest, dearest, dearest Joan, the first thing you have thoroughly to realize is that it doesn't matter what you say or what Mother says or what anyone says. Mother's angry. Of course she is. She's been angry 1,000 million times before and will be 1,000 million times again. But it doesn't mean anything. Mother likes to be angry. It does her good. And the longer she's angry with you, the better she'll like you, if you understand what I mean. What I want to get into your head is that you can't alter anything. Of course, if you didn't love me, it would be another matter, and you tried to tell me you didn't love me yesterday, just for my own good. But you did it so badly that you had to admit yourself that it was a failure. Don't talk about your brother. He's a fine fellow, and I'm going to look him up when I'm in London next month. Don't talk about not seeing me, because you can't help seeing me if I'm right in front of you. I'm no sylph. The way he spelt it! I'm quite ready to wait for a certain time anyway, but marry we will, and happy we'll be for ever and ever. Your adoring Johnny. And what was she to do about it? She was certainly very unmodern and inexperienced by the standards of to-day. On the other hand, she was a very long way indeed from the Lily Dales and Eleanor Hardings of Mr. Trollope. She had not told her father. That she was resolved to do so soon as he seemed a little less worried by his affairs. But say that she did not love Johnny, she had found that she could not, and as to damaging him by marrying him, his love for her had strengthened her own pride in herself. She did not understand his love. It was astounding to her after the indifference with which her own family had always treated her. But there it was. He, with all his experience of life, loved her more than anyone else in the world. So there must be something in her. And she knew there was. Privately she had always known it. As to his mother, well, so long as Johnny loved her, she could face anybody. So this wonderful morning she was radiantly happy. Child as she was, she adored this excitement. It was splendid of it to be this glorious time just when she was having her own glorious time. Splendid of the weather to be so beautiful, of the bells to clash, of every one to wear their best clothes, of the Jubilee to arrange itself so exactly at the right moment. And could it be only last Saturday that he had spoken to her? And it seemed centuries, centuries ago. She chattered eagerly, smiling at Betty Callender, and then at the D'Arcy girls, and then at Mrs. Bentinck Major. She supposed that they were all talking about her. Well, let them. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Quite the contrary. She did not notice her mother's silence. But she had noticed, before they left the house, how ill her mother was looking. A very bad night. Another of her dreadful headaches. Her father had not come in to breakfast at all. Everything had been wrong at home since that day when Falk had been sent down from Oxford. She longed to put her arms around her father's neck and hug him. Behind her own happiness, ever since that night of the ball, there had been a longing, an aching, urgent longing to pet him, comfort him, make love to him. And she would, too, as soon as all these festivities were over. And then suddenly there was Johnny, and his mother, and his sisters, walking towards the west door. What a situation! And then there was Johnny, breaking away from his own family and hurrying towards them, lifting his hat, smiling. How splendid he looked, and how happy! And how happy she also was looking, had she only known it. "Good morning, Mrs. Brandon." Mrs. Brandon didn't appear to remember him at all. Then suddenly, as though she had picked her conscience out of her pocket, "Oh, good morning, Lord St. Leath." Joan, out of the corner, saw Boadicea, her head with its absurd bonnet high, striding indignantly ahead. "What lovely weather, is it not?" "Yes, aren't we lucky? Good morning, Joan." "Good morning. Isn't it a lovely day?" "Oh, yes, it is." "Are you going to see the Torchlight procession to-night? They come through the precincts, you know." "Of course they do. We're going to have 5 bonfires all around us. Mother's afraid they'll set the castle on fire." They both laughed, much too happy to know what they were laughing at. Mrs. Sampson joined them. Johnny and Joan walked ahead. Only 2 steps, and they would be in the Cathedral. "Did you get my letter?" "Yes." "I love you. I love you. I love you." This in a hoarse whisper. "Johnny, you mustn't. You know we can't. You know I oughtn't." They passed through into the Cathedral. Mrs. Bentinck Major came with Miss Ronder slowly across the grass. It was not necessary for them to hurry, because they knew that their seats were reserved for them. Mrs. Bentinck Major thought Miss Ronder queer because of the clever things that she said, and of the odd fashion in which she always dressed. To say anything clever was, with Mrs. Bentinck Major, at once to be classed as queer. "It is hot." Miss Ronder, thin and pikey above her stiff white collar, looked immaculately cool. "A lovely day," she said, sniffing the colour and the warmth, and loving it. Mrs. Bentinck Major was thinking of the Brandon scandal, but it was one of her habits never to let her left-hand voice know what her right-hand brain was doing. Secretly she often wondered how sexual things, what people really did, whether they enjoyed what they did, and whether she would have enjoyed the same things had life gone that way with her instead of leading her to Bentinck Major. But she never spoke of such things. She was thinking now of Mrs. Brandon and Morris. They said that someone had found a letter, a disgraceful letter. How extraordinary! "It's loneliness," suddenly said Miss Ronder, "that drives people to do the things they do." Mrs. Bentinck Major started, as though someone had struck her in the small of her back. Was the woman a witch? How amazing! "I beg your pardon," she said nervously. "I was speaking," said Miss Ronder, in her clear, incisive voice, "of one of our maids who has suddenly engaged herself to the most unpleasing-looking butcher's assistant you can imagine, all spots and stammer. Quite a pretty girl, too. But it's fear of loneliness that does it. Wanting affection." Dear me! Mrs. Bentinck Major had never had very much affection from Mr. Bentinck Major, and had not very consciously missed it, but then she had a dog, a spaniel, whom she loved most dearly. "We're all lonely, all of us, to the very end," said Miss Ronder, as though she was thinking of someone in especial. And she was. She was thinking of her nephew. "I shouldn't wonder if the Queen isn't feeling more lonely to-day than she ever has felt in all her life before." And then they saw that dreadful man, Davray, lurching along. He was lonely, but then he deserved to be, with his drink and all. Wicked man! Mrs. Bentinck Major shivered. She didn't know how he dared to go to church. He shouldn't be allowed. On such a day, too. What would the Queen herself think, did she know? The 2 ladies and Davray passed through the door at the same time. And now everyone was inside. The great bell dropped notes like heavy weights into a liquid well. For the cup of the Cathedral swam in colour, the light pouring through the great rose window, and that multitude of persons seeming to sway like shadows beneath a sheet of water from amber to purple, from purple to crimson, from crimson to darkest green. Individuality was lost. The Cathedral, thinking nothing of kings and queens, of history, of movement forward and retrograde, but only of itself and of the life that it had been given, that it now claimed for its own, with haughty confidence assumed its power, the power of its own immortality that is neither man's nor God's. The trumpets began. They rang out the psalm that had been given them and transformed it into a cry of exultant triumph. Their notes rose, were caught by the pillars, acclaimed, tossed higher, caught again in the eaves and corners of the great building, swinging backwards and forwards. "Now listen to my greatness. You created me for the worship of your God. And now I am your God. Out of your forms and ceremonies you have made a new God, and I, thy God, am a jealous God." Ronder read the first lesson. "That's Ronder," the town people whispered, "the new canon. Oh, he's clever. You should hear him preach." "Reads beautiful." Gladness, the Brandon's maid, whispered to Annie, the kitchen maid. "I do like a bit of fine reading." By those accustomed to observe, it was noticed that Ronder read with very much more assurance than he had done 3 months ago. It was as though he knew now where he was, as though he were settled down now and had his place, and it would take some very strong people to shift him from that place. Oh, yes, it would. And Brandon read the second lesson. As usual, when he stepped down from the choir, slowly, impressively, pausing for a moment before he turned to the lectern, strangers whispered to one another, "That's a handsome parson, that is." He seemed to hesitate again before going up as though he had stumbled over a step. Very slowly he read the opening words. Slowly he continued. Puddifoot, looking up across from his seat in the side aisle, thought, "There's something the matter with him." Suddenly he paused, looked about him, stared over the congregation as though he were searching for somebody, then slowly again went on and finished, "Here endeth the second lesson." Then, instead of turning, he leaned forward, gripping the lectern with both hands, and seemed again to be searching for someone. "Looks as though he were going to have a stroke," thought Puddifoot. Then, very carefully, as though he were moving in darkness, he turned and groped his way downwards. With bent head he walked back into the choir. Soon they were scattered, every one according to his or her own individuality. The prayers had broken them up, too many of them, too long, and the wooden kneelers so hard. Minds flew like birds about the Cathedral. Ideas, gold and silver, black and grey, soapy and soft, hard as iron. The men yawned behind their trumpets, the schools played noughts and crosses, the old lady and her triumph stepped away into limbo. And then suddenly it was time for the Bishop's sermon. Everyone hoped that it would not be long. Passing clouds veiled the light behind the east window, and the roses faded to ashes. The organ rumbled in its crotchety voice as the old man slowly disentangled himself from his throne, and slowly, slowly, slowly advanced down the choir. When he appeared above the nave and paused for an instant to make sure of the step, all the minds in the Cathedral suddenly concentrated again, the birds flew back, the air was still. At the sight of that very old man, that little bag of shaking bones, all the brief history of the world was suddenly apparent. Greater than Alexander, more beautiful than Helen of Troy, wiser than Gamaliel, more powerful than Artaxerxes, he made the secret of immortal life visible to all. His hair was white, and his face was ashen grey, and his hands were like birds' claws. Like a child finding its way across its nursery floor, he climbed to the pulpit, being now so far distant in heaven that earth was dark to him. "The Lord be with you, and with thy spirit." His voice was clear and could be heard by all. He spoke for a very short time. He told them about the Queen, and that she had been good to her people for 60 years, and that she had feared God. He told them that that goodness was the only secret of happiness. He told them that Jesus Christ came nearer and nearer, and ever more near, did one but ask him. He said, "I suppose that I shall never speak to you in this place again. I am very old. Some of you have thought, perhaps, that I was too old to do my work here. Others have wanted me to stay. I have loved you all very much, and it is lonely to go away from you. Our great and good Queen also is old now, and perhaps she too, in the middle of her triumph, is feeling lonely. So pray for her, and then pray for me a little, that when I meet God he may forgive me my sins and help me to do better work than I have done here. Life is sad sometimes, and often it is dark, but at the end it is beautiful and wonderful, for which we must thank God." He knelt down and prayed, and every one, Devray and Mrs. Combermere, Ellen Stiles and Morris, Lady St. Leath and Mrs. Brandon, Joan and Lawrence, Ronder and Foster, prayed too. And then they all for a moment, utterly united in soul and body and spirit, knelt down, and the old man blessed them from the pulpit. Then they sang, "Now thank we all our God." Afterwards came the benediction. End of Book 3, Chapter 5. Book 3, Chapter 6 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Tuesday, June 22, 2, The Fair. As Brandon left the cathedral, Ronder came up to him. Brandon, with bowed head, had turned into the cloisters, although that was not the quickest way to his home. The two men were alone in the grayness, lit from without by the brilliant sun, as though it had been a stage setting. "I beg your pardon, Archdeacon. I must speak to you." Brandon raised his head. He stared at Ronder, and then said, "I have nothing to say to you. I do not wish to speak to you." "I know that you do not." Ronder's face was really troubled. There was an expression in his eyes that his aunt had never seen. Brandon moved on, looking neither to right nor left. Ronder continued, "I know how you feel about me, but today, somehow, this service... I feel that I can't allow our quarrel to continue without speaking. It isn't easy for me." He broke off. Brandon's voice shook. "I have nothing to say to you. I do not wish to say anything to you. You have been my enemy since you first came to this town. My work, my family... I am not your enemy. Indeed, I am not. I won't deny that when I came here, I found that you, who were the most important man in the place, thought differently from myself on every important question. You yourself, who are an honest man, would not have had me back out from what I believed to be my duty. I could do no other. But this personal quarrel between us was most truly not of my own seeking. I have liked and admired you from the beginning. Such a matter as the Pybus living has forced us into opposition, but I am convinced that there are many views that we have in common, that we could be friends working together." Brandon stopped. "Did my son, or did he not, come to see you before he went to London?" Ronder hesitated. "Yes," he said, "he did, but did he or did he not ask your advice?" "Yes, he did, but did you advise him to take the course which he afterwards followed?" "No, on my honour, Archdeacon, I did not. I did not know what his personal trouble was. I did not ask him, and he did not tell me. We talked of generalities." "Had you heard, before he came to you, gossip about my son?" "I had heard some silly talk." "Very well, then." "But you shall listen to me, Archdeacon. I scarcely knew your son. I had met him only once before, at someone's house, and talked to him then only for 5 minutes. He himself asked to come and see me. I could not refuse him when he asked me. I did not, of course, wish to refuse him. I liked the look of him, and simply for his own sake wished to know him better. When he came he was not with me for very long, and our talk was entirely about religion, belief, faith in God, the meaning of life, and nothing more particular than such things. Did he say, when he left you, that what you had told him had helped him to make up his mind?" "Yes." "Were you, when he talked to you, quite unconscious that he was my son, and that any action that he took would at once affect my life, my happiness?" "Of course I was aware that he was your son, but—" "There is another question that I wish to ask you, Canon Ronder. Did some one come to you not long ago with a letter that purported to be written by my wife?" Again Ronder hesitated. "Yes," he said. "Did she show you that letter?" "She did." "Did she ask your advice as to what she should do with it?" "She did. I told her—" "Did you tell her to come with it to me?" "No, on my life, Archdeacon, no. I told her to destroy it, and that she was behaving with the utmost wickedness." "Did you believe that that letter was written by my wife?" "No." "Then why, if you believed that this woman was going about the town with a forged letter directed against my happiness and my family's happiness, did you not come to me and tell me of it?" "You must remember, Archdeacon, that we were not on good terms. We had had a ridiculous quarrel that had, by some means or another, become public property throughout the whole town. I will not deny that I felt sore about that. I did not know what sort of reception I might get if I came to you." "Very well. There is a further question that I wish to ask you. Will you deny that from the moment that you set foot in this town you have been plotting against me in respect to the Pybus living? You found out on which side I was standing and at once took the other. From that moment you went about the town, having secret interviews with every sort of person, working them by flattery and suggestion round to your side. Will you deny that?" Against his will and his absolute determination, Ronder's anger began to rise. "That I have been plotting, as you call it," he said, "I absolutely and utterly deny. That is an insulting word. That I have been against you in the matter of Pybus from the first has, of course, been known to every one here. I have been against you because of what I believe to be the future good of our Church and of our work here. There has been nothing personal in that matter at all." "You lie," said Brandon, suddenly raising his voice. "Every word that you have spoken to me this morning has been a lie. You are an enemy of myself and of my Church, and with God's help your plots and falsehoods shall yet be defeated. You may take from me my wife and my children, you may ruin my career here that has been built up through 10 years of unfaltering loyalty and work, but God himself is stronger than your inventions, and God will see to it. I am your enemy, Canon Ronder, to the end, as you are mine. You had better look to yourself. You have been concerned in certain things that the law may have something to say about. Look to yourself. Look to yourself." He strode off down the cloisters. People came to luncheon. There had been an invitation of some weeks before. He scarcely recognized them. One was Mr. Martin, another Dr. Trudon, an old Mrs. Purley, a well-established widow, an ancient resident, a Miss Barrister. He scarcely recognized them, although he talked so exactly in his accustomed way that no one noticed anything at all. Mrs. Brandon also talked in her accustomed way. That is, she scarcely spoke. Only that afternoon, at tea at the Dean's, Dr. Trudon confided to Julia Preston that he could assure her that all the rumours were false. The Archdeacon had never seemed better. Funny for him afterwards to remember. Shadows of a shade. When they left Brandon it was as though they had never been. The echo of their voices died away into the ticking of the clock, the movement of plates, the shifting of chairs. He shut himself into his study. Here was his stronghold, his fortress. He settled into his chair, and the things in the room gathered around him with friendly, consoling gestures. "We are still here. We are your old friends. We know you for what you truly are. We do not change like the world." He fell into a deep sleep. He was desperately tired. He had not slept at all last night. He was sunk into deep, fathomless unconsciousness. Then he arose from that, climbing up, seeing before him a high, black, snow-tipped mountain. The ascent of this he must achieve. His life depended upon it. He seemed to be naked, the wind lashing his body icy cold, so cold that his breath stabbed him. He climbed, the rocks cut his knees and hands, then on every side his enemies appeared, Bentinck Major and Foster, the bishop's chaplain, women, even children, laughing, and behind them Hogg and that drunken painter. Their hands were on him, they pulled at his flesh, they beat on his face. Then suddenly, rising like a full moon behind the hill, Ronder. He woke with a cry. The sun was flooding the room, and at the joy of that great light and of finding himself alone, he could have burst into tears of relief. His thoughts came to him quickly. His brain had been clarified by that sleep, horrible though it had been. He thought steadily now, the facts all arranged before him. His wife had told him, almost with vindictive pride, that she had been guilty of adultery. He did not at present think of Morris at all. To him adultery was an awful, a terrible sin. He himself had been physically faithful to his wife, although he had perhaps never, in the true sense of the word, loved her. Because he had been a man of splendid physique and great animal spirits, he had, of course, and especially in his earlier days, known what physical temptation was. But the extreme preoccupation of his time with every kind of business had saved him from that acutest lure that idleness brings. Nevertheless, it may confidently be said that, had temptation been of the sharpest and the most aggravating, he would never have, even for a moment, dwelt upon the possibility of yielding to it. To him this was the sin against the Holy Ghost. He had not, indeed, the purity of the saint to whom these sins are simply not realizable. He had the confidence of one who had made his vows to God, and having made them could not conceive that they should be broken. And yet, strangely enough, with all the horror that his wife's confession had raised in him, there was mingled, against his will, the strangest fear for her. She had lived with him during all these years. He had been her guard, protector, husband. Her immortal soul now was lost unless in some way he could save it for her. And it was he who should save it. She had suddenly a new poignant importance for him that she had never had before. Her danger was as deadly and as imminent to him as though she had been in peril from wild beasts. In peril? But she had fallen. He could not save her. Nothing that he could do now could prevent her sin. At that realization, utter despair seized him. He moaned aloud, shutting out the light from his eyes with his hands. There followed then wild disbelief. What she had told him was untrue. She had said it to anger him, to spite him. He sprang from his chair and moved toward the door. He would find her and tell her that he knew that she had been lying to him, that he did not believe. Midway he stopped. He knew that she had spoken the truth. That last moment when they had looked at one another had been compounded, built up, of truth. Both a glass and a wall, a glass to reveal absolutely, a wall to divide them, the one from the other, forever. His brain, active now like a snake coiling and uncoiling within the flaming spaces of his mind, darted upon Morris. He must find Morris at once. No delay. At once. At once. What to do? He did not know, but he must be face to face with him and deal with him, that wretched, miserable, whining, crying fool, that he... But the picture stopped there. He saw now neither Morris nor his wife, only a clerical hat, a high white collar like a wall, a sniggering laugh, a door closing. And his headache was upon him again, his heart pounding and leaping. No matter. He must find Morris. Nothing else. He went to the door, opened it, and walked cautiously into the hall, as though he had intruded into someone else's house and was there to rob. As he came into the hall, Mrs. Brandon was crossing it, also furtively. They saw one another and stood staring. She would have spoken, but something in his face terrified her so desperately that she suddenly turned and stumbled upstairs, repeating some words over and over to herself. He did not move, but stayed there watching until she had gone. Something made him change his clothes. He put on trousers and an old overcoat and a shabby old clerical hat. He was a long time in his dressing room, and he was a while before his looking-glass in his shirt and drawers, staring as though he were trying to find himself. While he looked he fancied that some one was behind him, and he searched for his shadow in the glass, but could find nothing. He moved cautiously out of the house, closing the heavy hall door very softly behind him. The afternoon was advanced, and the faint fair shadows of the summer evening were stealing from place to place. He had intended to go at once to Morris's house, but his head was now aching so violently that he thought he would walk a little first so that he might have more control. That was what he wanted, self-control. Self-control! That was their plot, to make him lose command of himself, so that he should show to every one that he was unfit to hold his position. He must have perfect control of everything, his voice, his body, his thoughts. And that was why, just now, he must walk in the darker places, in the smaller streets, until soon he would be, outwardly, himself again. So he chose for his walk the little dark winding path that runs steeply from the Cathedral, along behind Canon's Yard and Bodger Street, down to the Pole. It was dark here, even on this lovely summer evening, and no one was about, but sounds broke through, cries and bells and the distant bray of bands, and from the hill opposite the clash of the fair. At the bottom of the path he stood for a while, looking down the bank to the river. Here the Pol runs very quietly and sweetly, like a little country river. He crossed it, and still moving like a man in a dream, started up the hill on the other side. He was not now consciously thinking of anything at all. He was aware only of a great pain at his heart and a terrible loneliness. Loneliness! What an agony! No one near him, no one to speak to him, every eye mocking him. God as well, far, far away from him, hidden by walls and hills. As he climbed upward, the fair came nearer to him. He did not notice it. He crossed a path and was at a turnstile. A man asked him for money. He paid a shilling and moved forward. He liked crowds. He wanted crowds now. Either crowds or no one. Crowds where he would be lost and not noticed. So many thousands were there, but nevertheless he was noticed. That was the Archdeacon. Who would have thought that he would come to the fair? Too grand, but there he was. Yes, that was the Archdeacon, that tall man in the soft black hat. Yes, some noticed him, but many thousands did not. The fair was packed. Strangers from all the county over, sailors and gypsies and farmers and tramps, women no better than they should be, and shop girls and decent farmers' wives and village girls, all sorts, thousands, of course, to whom the Archdeacon meant nothing. And that was a fair, the most wonderful our town had ever seen, the most wonderful it ever was to see. As with many other things, that Jubilee fair marked a period. No fairs again like the good old fairs. General education has seen to that. It was a fair, as there are still some to remember, that had in it a strange element of fantasy. All the accustomed accompaniments of fairs were there, the two fat sisters, outside whose booth a notice was posted begging the public not to prod with umbrellas to discover whether the fat were fat or wadding. Trixie, the little lady with neither arms nor legs, sews and writes with her teeth. The great Albert, the strongest man in Europe, who will lift weights against all comers. Battling Edwards, the champion boxer of the southern counties. Hippo's World Circus, with 6 monkeys, 2 lions, 3 tigers, and a rhino. All the pistol-firing, ball-throwing, coconut contrivances conceivable, and roundabouts at every turn. All these were there, but behind them, on the outskirts of them, and yet in the very heart of them, there were other unaccustomed things. Some said that a ship from the east had arrived at Drymouth, and that certain jugglers and Chinese and foreign merchants, instead of going on to London as they had intended, turned to Polchester. How do I know at this time of day? How do we, any of us, know how anything gets here, and what does it matter? But there is at this very moment, living in the magnificently renovated sea town, an old Chinaman who came in Jubilee year, and has been there ever since, doing washing and behaving with admirable propriety, no sign of opium about him anywhere. One element that they introduced was colour. Our modern fairs are not very strong in the element of colour. It is true that one of the roundabouts was ablaze with gilt and tinsel, and in the centre of it, whence comes the music, there were women with brazen faces and bosoms of gold. It is true also that outside the circus and the Fat Sisters and Battling Edwards there were flaming pictures with reds and yellows thrown about like temperance tracts, but the modern figures in these pictures spoilt the colour. The photography spoilt it, too much reality where there should have been mystery, too much mystery where realism was needed. But here, only 2 yards from the circus, was a booth hung with strange cloths, purple and yellow and crimson, and behind the wooden boards a man and a woman with brown faces and busy, twirling, twisting brown hands were making strange sweets which they wrapped into coloured packets, and on the other side of the Fat Sisters there was a tent with Li Hung above it in letters of gold and red, and inside the tents boards on trestles, and on the boards a long purple cloth, and on the cloth little toys and figures and images, all of the gayest colours and the strangest shapes, and all as cheap as nothing. Farther down the lane of booths was the tent of Hayakawa the juggler. A little boy in primrose-coloured tights turned on a board outside the tent, round and round and round on his head like a teetotum, and inside, once every half-hour, Hayakawa, in a lovely jacket of gold and silver, gave his entertainment, eating fire, piercing himself with silver swords, finding white mice in his toes, and pulling ribbons of crimson and scarlet out of his ears. Farther away again there were the brothers Gomez, Spaniards perhaps, dark, magnificent in figure, running on one wire across the air, balancing sunshades on their noses, leaping, jumping, standing pyramid high, their muscles gleaming like billiard balls. And behind and before and in and out there were strange figures moving through the fair, strange voices raised against the evening sky, strange smells of cooking, strange songs suddenly rising, dying as soon as heard. Only a breath away the English fields were quietly lying safe behind their hedges, and the English sky changed from blue to green, and from green to mother of pearl, and from mother of pearl to ivory, and stars stabbed like silver nails the great canopy of heaven, and the cathedral bells rang peal after peal above the slowly lighting town. Brandon was conscious of little of this as he moved on. Even the thought of Morris had faded from him. He could not think consecutively. His mind was broken up like a mirror that had been smashed into 1,000 pieces. He was most truly in a dream. Soon he would wake up, out of this noise, away from these cries and lights, and would find it all as he had for so many years known it. He would be sitting in his drawing-room, his legs stretched out, his wife and daughter near to him, the rumble of the organ coming through the wall to them, thinking perhaps of to-morrow's duties, the town quiet all around him, friends and well-wishers everywhere, no terrible pain in his head, happily arranging how everything should be. Happy, happy. Oh, how happy that real life was! When he awoke from his dream he would realize that, and thank God for it. When he awoke... He stumbled over something, and, looking up, realized that he was in a very crowded part of the fair. A fire was blazing somewhere near. Gas jets, although the evening was bright and clear, were flaming. Screams and cries seemed to make the very sky rock above his head. Where was he? What was he doing here? Why had he come? He would go home. He turned. He turned to face the fire that leapt close at his heel. It was burning at the back of a caravan, in a dark cul-de-sac away from the main thoroughfare. To its blazing light the bare boards and ugly planking of the booth, splashed here and there with torn paper that rustled a little in the evening breeze, were all that offered themselves. Near by, a horse, untethered, was quietly nosing at the trodden soil. Behind the caravan the field ran down to a ditch and thick hedging. Brandon stared at the fire as though absorbed by its light. What did he see there? Visions, perhaps. Did he see the cathedral, the precincts, the quiet circle of demure old houses, his own door, his own bedroom? Did he see his wife moving hurriedly about the room, opening drawers and shutting them, pausing for a moment to listen, then coming out, closing the door, listening again, then stepping downstairs, pausing for a moment in the hall to lay something on the table, then stepping out into the green, wavering evening light? Or did the flames make pictures for him of the deserted railway station, the long platform, lit only by one lamp, two figures meeting, exchanging almost no word, pacing for a little in silence the dreary spaces, stepping back as the London express rolled in, such a safe night to choose for escape, then burying themselves in it like rabbits in their burrow? Did his vision lead him back to the deserted house, silent save for its ticking clocks, black in that ring of lights and bells and shouting voices? Or was he conscious only of the warmth and life of the fire, of some sudden companionship with the woman bending over it to stir the sticks and lift some pot from the heart of the flame? He was feeling perhaps a sudden peace here, and a silence, and was aware of the stars breaking into beauty one by one above his head. But his peace, if for a moment he had found it, was soon interrupted. A voice that he knew came across to him from the other side of the fire. "Why, Archdeacon, who would have thought to find you here?" He looked up and saw, through the fire, the face of Davray, the painter. He turned to go, and at once Davray was at his side. "No, don't go. You're in my country now, Archdeacon, not your own. You're not cock of this walk, you know. Last time we met you thought you owned the place. Well, you can't think you own this. Fight it out, Mr. Archdeacon, fight it out." Brandon answered, "I have no quarrel with you, Mr. Davray, nor have I anything to say to you." "No quarrel? I like that. I'd knock your face in for 2 pence, you blasted hypocrite, and I will too. All free ground here." Davray's voice was shrill. He was swaying on his legs. The woman looked up from the fire and watched them. Brandon turned his back to him and saw, facing him, Samuel Hogg and some men behind him. "Why, good evening, Mr. Archdeacon," said Hogg, taking off his hat and bowing. "What a delightful place for a meeting." Brandon said quietly, "Is there anything you want from me?" He realized at once that Hogg was drunk. "Nothing," said Hogg, "except to give you a damned good hiding. I've been waiting for that these many weeks. See him, boys," he continued, turning to the men behind him. "'Ere's this parson who ruined my daughter, as fine a girl as ever you've seen. Ruined her, he did, him and his blasted son. What do you say, boys? Is it right for him to be a-parading around here as proud as a peacock and nobody touching him? What do you say to giving him a damned good hiding?" The men smiled and pressed forward. Davray, from the other side, suddenly lurched into Brandon. Brandon struck out, and Davray fell and lay where he fell. Hogg cried, "Now for 'em, boys!" and at once they were upon him. Hogg's face rose before Brandon's, extended, magnified in all its details. Brandon hit out, and then was conscious of blows upon his face, of someone kicking him in the back, of himself hitting wildly, of the fire leaping mountains high behind him, of a woman's cry. of something trickling down into his eye, of sudden contact with warm, naked, sweating flesh, of a small, pinched face, the eyes almost close, rising before him and falling again, of a shout, then sudden silence, and himself on his knees groping in darkness for his hat, of his voice far from him murmuring to him, "It's all right. It's my hat. It's my hat I must find." He wiped his forehead. The back of his hand was covered with blood. He saw once again the fire, low now and darkly illumined by some more distant light, heard the scream of the merry-go-round, stared about him and saw no living soul, climbed to his feet and saw the stars, then very slowly, like a blind man in the dark, felt his way to the field's edge, found a gate, passed through and collapsed, shuddering in the hedge's darkness. End of Book 3, Chapter 6. Book 3, Chapter 7 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Tuesday, June 22, 3. Torchlight. Joan came home about 7 o'clock that evening. Dinner was at 7:30, and after dinner she was going to the deanery to watch the Torchlight procession from the deanery garden. She had had the most wonderful afternoon. Mrs. Combermere, who had been very kind to her lately, had taken her up to the flower show in the castle grounds, and there she had had the most marvellous and beautiful talk with Johnny. They had talked right under his mother's nose, so to speak, and had settled everything. Yes, simply everything. They had told one another that their love was immortal, that nothing could touch it, nor lessen it, nor twist it, nothing. Joan, on her side, had stated that she would never be engaged to Johnny until his mother consented, and that until they were engaged they must behave exactly as though they were not engaged, that is, never see one another alone, never write letters that might not be read by any one, but she had also asserted that no representations on the part of anybody that she was ruining Johnny, or that she was a nasty little intriguer, or that nice girls didn't behave so, would make the slightest difference to her. That she knew what she was, and Johnny knew what he was, and that was enough for both of them. Johnny, on his side, has said that he would be patient for a time under this arrangement, but that the time would not be a very long one, and that she couldn't object to accepting a little ring that he had bought for her, that she needn't wear it, but just keep it beside her to remind her of him. But Joan had said that to take the ring would be as good as to be engaged, and that therefore she would not take it, but that he could keep it ready for the day of their betrothal. She had come home through the lovely evening in such a state of happiness that she was forced to tell Mrs. Combermere all about it, and Mrs. Combermere had been a darling and assured her that she was quite right in all that she had done, and that it made her, Mrs. Combermere, feel quite young again, and that she would help them in every way that she could, and parting at the garden gate she had kissed Joan just as though she were her very own daughter. So Joan, shining with happiness, came back to the house. It seemed very quiet after the sun and glitter and laughter of the flower show. She went straight up to her room at the top of the house, washed her face and hands, brushed her hair, and put on her white frock. As she came downstairs, the clock struck 7:30. In the hall she met Gladys. "Please, miss," said Gladys, "is dinner to be kept back?" "Why?" said Joan. "Isn't mother in?" "No, miss. She went out about 6 o'clock, and she hasn't come in." "Isn't father in?" "No, miss." "Did she say that she'd be late?" "No, miss." "Oh, well, we must wait until mother comes in." "Yes, miss." She saw then a letter on the hall table. She picked it up. It was addressed to her father, a note left by somebody. She thought nothing of that. Notes were so often left. The handwriting was exactly like her mother's, but of course it could not be hers. She went into the drawing-room. Here the silence was oppressive. She walked up and down, looking out of the long windows at the violet dusk. Gladys came in to draw the blinds. "Didn't mother say anything about when she'd be in?" "No, miss." "She left no message for me?" "No, miss. Your mother seemed in a hurry like." "She didn't ask where I was?" "No, miss." "Did she go out with father?" "No, miss. Your father went out a quarter of an hour earlier." Gladys coughed. "Please, miss, cook and me's wanting to go out and see the procession." "Oh, of course you must, but that won't be until 9:30. They come past here, you know." "Yes, miss." Joan picked up the new number of the Cornhill magazine and tried to settle down, but she was restless. Her own happiness made her so, and then the house was queer. It had the sense of itself waiting for some effort, and holding its breath in expectation. As Joan sat there trying to read the Cornhill serial, and most sadly failing, it seemed to her stranger and stranger that her mother was not in. She had not been well lately. Joan had noticed how white she had looked. She had always a headache when you asked her how she was. Joan had fancied that she had never been the same since Falk had been away. She had a letter in her dress now from Falk. She took it out and read it over again. As to himself, it had only good news. He was well and happy. Annie was splendid. His work went on finely. His only sadness was his breach with his father. Again and again he broke out about this and begged, implored Joan to do something. If she did not, he said, he would soon come down himself and risk a row. There was one sentence towards the end of the letter which read oddly to Joan just now. "I suppose the old man's in his proper element over all the Jubilee celebrations. I can see him strutting up and down the Cathedral as though he owned every stone in it, bless his old heart. I tell you, Joan, I just ache to see him. I do, really. Annie's father hasn't been near us since we came up here. Funny, I'd have thought he'd have bothered me long before this. I'm ready for him if he comes. By the way, if Mother shows any signs of wanting to come up to town just now, do your best to prevent her. Father needs her, and it's her place to look after him. I've special reasons for saying this." What a funny thing for Falk to say, and the only allusion to his mother in the whole of the letter. Joan smiled to herself as she read it. What did Falk think her power was? Why, her mother and father had never listened to her for a single moment, nor had he, Falk, when he had been at home. She had never counted at all, to any one save Johnny. She put down the letter and tried to lose herself in the happy country of her own love, but she could not. Her honesty prevented her. Its silence was now oppressive and heavy-weighted. Where could her mother be? And dinner already half an hour late in that so utterly punctual house. What had Falk meant about Mother going to London? Of course she would not go to London, at any rate without Father. How could Falk imagine such a thing? More than an hour passed. She began to walk about the room, wondering what she should do about the dinner. She must give up the Sampsons, and she was very hungry. She had had no tea at the flower show, and very little luncheon. She was about to go and speak to Gladys when she heard the hall door open. It closed. Something, some unexpressed fear or foreboding, kept her where she was. Steps were in the hall, but they were not her father's. He always moved with determined stride to his study or the stairs. These steps hesitated and faltered as though someone were there who did not know the house. At last she went into the hall and saw that it was indeed her father, now going slowly upstairs. "Father," she cried, "I'm so glad you're in. Dinner's been waiting for hours. Shall I tell them to send it up?" He did not answer, nor look back. She went to the bottom of the stairs and said again, "Shall I, Father?" But still he did not answer. She heard him close his door behind him. She went back into the drawing-room, terribly frightened. There was something in the bowed head and slow steps that terrified her, and suddenly she was aware that she had been frightened for many weeks past, but that she had never owned to herself that it was so. She waited for a long time, wondering what she should do. At last, calling her courage, she climbed the stairs, waited, and then, as though compelled by the overhanging silence of the house, knocked on his dressing-room door. "Father, what shall we do about dinner? Mother hasn't come in yet." There was no answer. "Will you have dinner now?" she asked again. A voice suddenly answered her, as though he were listening on the other side of the door. "No, no, I want no dinner." She went down again, told Gladys that she would eat something, then sat in the lonely dining-room, swallowing her soup and cutlet in the utmost haste. Something was terribly wrong. Her father was covering all the rest of her view, the Jubilee, her mother, even Johnny. He was in great trouble, and she must help him, but she felt desperately her youth, her inexperience, her inadequacy. She waited again, when she had finished her meal, wondering what she had better do. Oh, how stupid not to know instantly the right thing, and to feel this fear when it was her own father. She went halfway upstairs, and then stood listening. No sound. Again she waited outside his door. With trembling hand she turned the handle. He faced her, staring at her. On his left temple was a big black bruise, on his forehead a cut, and on his left cheek a thin red mark that looked like a scratch. "Father, you're hurt." "Yes, I fell down, stumbled over something, coming up from the river." He looked at her impatiently. "Well, well, what is it?" "Nothing, Father, only they're still keeping some dinner. I don't want anything. Where is your mother?" "She hasn't come back." "Not come back? Why, where did she go to?" "I don't know. Gladys says she went out about 6. He pushed past her into the passage. He went down into the hall, and she followed him timidly. From the bottom of the stairs he saw the letter on the table, and he went straight to it. He tore open the envelope and read, "I have left you forever. All that I told you on Sunday night was true, and you may use that information as you please. Whatever may come to me, at least I know that I am never to live under the same roof with you again, and that is happiness enough for me, whatever other misery there may be in store for me. Now at last perhaps you will realize that loneliness is worse than any other hell, and that's the hell you've made me suffer for 20 years. Look around you and see what your selfishness has done for you. It will be useless to try to persuade me to return to you. I hope to God that I may never see you again. Amy." He turned and said in his ordinary voice, "Your mother has left me." He came across to her, suddenly caught her by the shoulders and said, "Now you'd better go, do you hear? They've all left me, your mother, Falk, all of them. They've fallen on me and beaten me. They've kicked me. They've spied on me and mocked me. Well, then, you join them. Do you hear? What do you stay for? Why do you remain with me? Do you hear? Do you hear?" She understood nothing. Her terror caught her like the wind. She crouched back against the banisters, covering her face with her hand. "Don't hit me, Father. Please, please don't hit me." He stood over her, staring down at her. "It's a plot, and you must be in it with the others. Well, go and tell them they've won. Tell them to come back and kick me again. I'm down now. I'm beaten. Go and tell them to come in, to come and take my house and my clothes. Your mother's gone. Follow her to London, then." He turned. She heard him go up into the drawing-room. Suddenly, although she did not understand what had happened, she knew that she must follow him and care for him. He had pulled the curtain aside and thrown up the windows. "Let them come in! Let them come in! I—" Suddenly he turned towards her and held out his arms. I can't bear any more." He fell on his knees, burying his face on the shoulder of the chair, and then he cried, "O God, spare me now. I cannot bear any more. Thou hast chastised me enough. O God, don't take my sanity from me. Leave me that. O God, leave me that. Thou hast taken everything else. I have been beaten and betrayed and deserted. I confess my wickedness, my arrogance, my pride, but it was in thy service. Leave me my mind, O God. Spare me, and forgive her who has sinned so grievously against thy laws. O God, God, save me from madness, save me from madness." In that moment Joan became a woman. Her love, her own life, she threw everything away. She went over to him, put her arms around his neck, kissed him, fondled him, pressed her cheek against his. "Dear, dear father, I love you so. I love you so. No one shall hurt you. Father, dear father, darling." Suddenly the room was blazing with light. The torchlight procession tumbled into the precincts. The Cathedral sprang into light. On all the hills the bonfires were blazing. Black figures scattered like dwarfs, pygmies, giants about the grass. The torches tossed and whirled and danced. The Cathedral rose from the darkness, triumphant in gold and fire. End of Book 3, Chapter 7.
Book 4, Chapter 1 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, The Last Stand. Chapter 1. In Ronder's House. Ronder, Wistons. Everyone has, at one time or another, known the experience of watching some friend or acquaintance moved suddenly from the ordinary atmosphere of every day into some dramatic region of crisis where he becomes for a moment far more than life-size in his struggle against the elements. He is lifted, like Siegmund in the Valkyrie, into the clouds for his last and most desperate duel. There was something of this feeling in the attitude taken in our town after the Jubilee towards Archdeacon Brandon. As Miss Stiles said, not meaning it at all unkindly, it really was very fortunate for everybody that the town had the excitement of the Pybus appointment to follow immediately the Jubilee drama. Had it not been so, how flat would every one have been? And by the Pybus appointment she meant, of course, the decline and fall of Archdeacon Brandon and the issue of his contest with delightful, clever Canon Ronder. The disappearance of Mrs. Brandon and Mr. Morris would have been excitement enough, quite by itself, for any 1 year. As everyone said, the wives of archdeacons simply do not run away with the clergymen of their town. It was not done. It had never, within anyone's living memory, been done before, whether in Polchester or anywhere else. Clergymen were, of course, only human, like anyone else, and so were their wives, but at least they did not make a public declaration of their failings. They remembered their positions, who they were, and what they were. In one sense, there had been no public declaration. Mrs. Brandon had gone up to London to see about some business, and Mr. Morris also happened to be away, and his sister-in-law was living on in the rectory exactly as though nothing had occurred. However, that disguise could not hold for long, and everyone knew exactly what had happened. Well, if not exactly, everyone had a very good individual version of the whole story. And through it all, above it, behind it, and beyond it, towered the figure of the Archdeacon. He was the question, he the centre of the drama. There were 100 different stories running around the town as to what exactly had happened to him during those Jubilee days. Was it true that he had taken Miss Milton by the scruff of her long neck and thrown her out of the house? Was it true that he had taken his coat off in the cloisters and given Ronder 2 black eyes? The only drawback to this story was that Ronder showed no sign of bruises. Had he and Mrs. Brandon fought up and down the house for the whole of a night, Joan assisting? And above all, what occurred at the Jubilee Fair? Had Brandon been set upon by a lot of ruffians? Was it true that Samuel Hogg had revenged himself for his daughter's abduction? No one knew. No one knew anything at all. The only certain thing was that the Archdeacon had a bruise on his temple and a scratch on his cheek, and that he was queer. Oh, yes, very queer indeed. It was finally about this queerness that the gossip of the town most persistently clung. Many people said that they had watched him going queer for a long while back, entirely forgetting that only a year ago he had been the most vigorous, healthiest, sanest man in the place. Old Puddifoot, with all sorts of nods, winks, and murmurs, alluded to the mysterious medical secrets, and how much he could tell and he would, and that he had said years ago about Brandon. Well, never mind what he had said, but it was all turning out exactly as, for years, he had expected. Nothing is stranger, and perhaps more fortunate, than the speed with which the past is forgotten.
Brandon might have been all his days the odd, muttering, eye-wandering figure that he now appeared. Where was the Viking now? Where the finest specimen of physical health in all Glebeshire? Where the king and crowned monarch of Polchester? In the dust and debris of the broken past. Poor old Archdeacon! A bit queer in the upper story. Not to be wondered at after all the trouble he's had. They break up quickly, these strong-looking men. Bit too pleased with himself he was. Ah, well, he's served his time. What we need are more modern men. You can't deny that he was old-fashioned. People were not altogether to be blamed for this sudden sense that they were stepping into a new period, out of one room into another, so to speak. The Jubilee was responsible for that. It did mark a period, and looking back now after all these years, one can see that that impression was a true one. The Jubilee of '97, the Boer War, the death of Queen Victoria, the end of the Victorian era, for Church as well as for State. And there were other places besides Polchester that could show their typical figures doomed, as it were, to die for their period. No mean nor unworthy death, after all. But no Polcastrian in '97 knew that that service in the Cathedral, that scratch on the Archdeacon's cheek, that visit of Mrs. Brandon to London, that these things were for them the writing on the wall. June 1897 and August 1914 were not, happily for them, linked together in immortal significance. Their eyes were set on the personal history of the men and women who were moving before them. Had Brandon, in the pride of his heart, not claimed God as his ally, would men have died at Ypres? Can any bounds be placed to one act of love and unselfishness, to a single deed of mean heart and malicious tongue? It was enough for our town that Brandon and his ways were out of date, and it was a lucky thing that as modern a man as Ronder had come among us. And yet not altogether. Brandon in prosperity was one thing, Brandon in misfortune quite another. He had been abominably treated. What had he ever done that was not actuated absolutely by zeal for the town and the Cathedral? And after all, had that man Ronder acted straight? He was fair and genial enough outwardly, but who could tell what went on behind those round spectacles? There were strange stories of intrigue about. Had he not determined to push Brandon out of the place from the first moment of his arrival? And as far as this Pybus living went, it was all very well to be modern and advanced, but wasn't Ronder advocating for the appointment of a man who laughed at the Gospels and said that there were no such things as snakes and apples in the Garden of Eden? After all, he was a foreigner, and Brandon belonged to them. Poor old Brandon! Ronder was in his study, waiting for Wistons. Wistons had come to Polchester for a night to see his friend Foster. It was an entirely private visit, unknown to anybody save 2 or 3 of his friends among the clergy. He had asked whether Ronder could spare him half an hour. Ronder was delighted to spare it. Ronder was in the liveliest spirits. He hummed a little chant to himself as he paced his study, stopping, as was his habit, to touch something on his table, to push back a book more neatly into its row on the shelf, to stare for an instant out of the window into the green garden drenched with the afternoon sun. Yes, he was in admirable spirits. He had known some weeks of acute discomfort. That phase was over. His talk with Brandon in the cloisters after the Cathedral service had closed it. On that occasion he had put himself entirely in the right, having been before that, under the eye of his aunt and certain critics in the town, ever so slightly in the wrong. Now he was justified. He had humbled himself before Brandon, when really there was no reason to do so, apologized, when truly there was not the slightest need for it. Brandon had utterly rejected his apology, turned on him as though he were a thief and a robber. He had done all that he could, more, far more than his case demanded. So his comfort, his dear consoling comfort, had returned to him completely, and with it had returned all his affection, his tenderness for Brandon. Poor man, deserted by his wife, past his work, showing, as he so obviously did in the Jubilee week, that his brain, never very agile, was now quite inert. Poor man! Poor, poor man! Ronder, as he walked his study, simply longed to do something for Brandon, to give him something, make him a generous present, to go to London and persuade his poor weak wife to return to him, anything to make him happy again. Too sad to see the poor man's pale face, restless eyes, to watch his hurried, uneasy walk, as though he were suspicious of every man. Everywhere now Ronder sang Brandon's praises, what fine work he had done in the past, how much the Church owed him, where would Polchester have been in the past without him? "I assure you," Ronder said to Mrs. Preston, meeting her in the High Street, "the Archdeacon's work may be over, but when I think of what the Church owes him—" To which Mrs. Preston had said, "Ah, Canon, how you search for the beauty in human life! You are a lesson to all of us. After all, to find beauty in even the meanest and most disappointing, that is our task." There was no doubt but that Ronder had come magnificently through the Jubilee week. It had in every way strengthened and confirmed his already strong position. He had been everywhere, had added gaiety and sunshine to the flower show, had preached a most wonderful sermon at the evening service on the Tuesday, had addressed from the steps of his house the Torchlight procession in exactly the right words, had patted all the children on the head at the mayor's tea for the townspeople, had enchanted everywhere. That for which he had worked had been accomplished, and accomplished with wonderful speed. He was firmly established as the leading churchman in Polchester. Only now let the Pybus living go in the right direction, as it must do, and he would have nothing more to wish for. He loved the place. As he looked down into the garden and thought of the years of pleasant comfort and happiness now stretching in front of him, his heart swelled with love of his fellow human being. He longed here and there to do something for some one, to give some children pennies, some poor old men a good meal, to lend some one his pounds, to speak a good word in public for some one maligned, to "Mr. Wistons, sir," said the maid. When he turned round, only his exceeding politeness prevented him from a whistle of astonishment. He had never seen a photograph of Wistons, and the man had never been described to him. From all that he had heard and read of him, he had pictured him a tall, lean ascetic, a kind of Dante and Savonarola in one, a magnificent figure of protest and abjuration. This man who now came towards him was little, thin indeed, but almost deformed, seeming to have one shoulder higher than the other, and to halt ever so slightly on one foot. His face was positively ugly, redeemed only, as Ronder, who was no mean observer, at once perceived, by large and penetrating eyes. The eyes indeed were beautiful, of a wonderful softness and intelligence. His hair was jet black and thick, his hand, as it gripped Ronder's, strong and bony. "I'm very glad to meet you, Canon Ronder," he said. "I've heard so much about you." His voice, as Mrs. Combermere long afterwards remarked, has a twinkle in it. It was a jolly voice, humorous, generous, but incisive and exceedingly clear. It had a very slight accent, so slight that no one could ever decide on its origin. The books said that Wistons had been born in London, and that his father had been rector of Lambeth for many years. It was also quickly discovered by penetrating Polcastrians that he had a not very distant French ancestry. Was it Cockney? "I expect," said Miss Stiles, "that he played with the little Lambeth children when he was small." But no one really knew. The two men sat down facing one another, and Wistons looked strange indeed, with his shoulders hunched up, his thin little legs like two crossbones, one over the other, his black hair and pale face. "I feel rather like a thief in the night," he said, "stealing down here, but Foster wanted me to come, and I confess to a certain curiosity myself." "You would like to come to Pybus if things go that way?" Ronder asked him. "I shall be quite glad to come. On the other hand, I shall not be at all sorry to stay where I am. Does it matter very much where one is?" Except that the Pybus living is generally considered a very important step in church preferment. It leads, as a rule, to great things." "Great things? Yes." Wistons seemed to be talking to himself. "One thing is much like another. The more power one seems to have outwardly, the less very often one has in reality. However, if I'm called, I'll come. But I wanted to see you, Canon Ronder, for a special purpose." "Yes?" asked Ronder. "Of course, I haven't inquired in any way into the probabilities of the Pybus appointment, but I understand that there is very strong opposition to myself. Naturally, there would be. I also understand that, with the exception of my friend Foster, you are my strongest supporter in this matter. May I ask you why?" "Why?" repeated Ronder. "Yes, why? You may say, and quite justly, that I have no right at all to ask you that question. It should be enough for me, I know, to realize that there are certain people here who want me to come. It ought to be enough, but it isn't. It isn't. I can't come here under false pretences." "False pretences?" cried Ronder. "I assure you, dear Mr. Wistons—" "Oh, yes, I know what you will naturally tell me. But I have caught enough of the talk here. Foster, in his impetuosity, has been perhaps indiscreet, to realize that there has been, that there still is, a battle here between the older, more conservative body of opinion and the more modern school. It seems to me that I have been made the figurehead of this battle. To that I have no objection. It is not for the first time. But what I want to ask you, Canon Ronder, with the utmost seriousness, is just this. Have you supported my appointment because you honestly felt that I was the best man for this particular job, or because, I know you will forgive me if this question sounds impertinent, you wished to score a point over some personal adversary?" The question was impertinent. There could be no doubt of it. Ronder ought at once to resent any imputation on his honesty. What right had this man to dip down into Ronder's motives? The Canon stared from behind his glasses into those very bright and insistent eyes, and even as he stared there came once again that cold little wind of discomfort, that questioning, irritating wind that had been laid so effectively, he thought, forever to rest. What was this man about? Attacking him like this, attacking him before even he had been appointed. Was it, after all, quite wise that Wistons should come here? Would that same comfort, so rightly valued by Ronder, be quite assured in the future if Wistons were at Pybus? Wouldn't some nincompoop like Forsyth be perhaps, after all, his best choice? Ronder suddenly ceased to wish to give pennies to little children or a present to Brandon. He was, very justly, irritated. "Do forgive me if I am impertinent," said Wistons quietly, "but I have to know this." "But of course," said Ronder. "I consider you the best man for this appointment. I should not have stirred a finger in your support otherwise." "Why," something murmured to him, "are people always attributing to you unworthy motives? First your aunt, then Foster, now this man." "You are quite correct in saying that there is strong opposition to your appointment here, but that is quite natural. You have only to consider some of your published works to understand that. A battle is being fought with the more conservative elements in the place. You have heard probably that the Archdeacon is their principal leader, but I think I may say that our victory is already assured. There was never any real doubt of the issue. Archdeacon Brandon is a splendid fellow and has done great work for the church here, but he is behind the times, out of date, and too obstinate to change. Then certain family misfortunes have hit him hard lately, and his health is not, I fear, what it was. His opposition is as good as over." "That's a swift decline," said Wistons. "I remember only some 6 months ago hearing of him as by far the strongest man in this place." "Yes, it has been swift," said Ronder, shaking his head regretfully, "but I think that his position here was largely based on the fact that there was no one else here strong enough to take the lead against him." My coming into the diocese, someone, however feeble you understand, coming in from outside, made an already strong modern feeling yet stronger. "I will tell you one thing," said Wistons, suddenly shooting up his shoulders and darting forward his head. "I think all this Cathedral intrigue disgusting. No, I don't blame you. You came into the middle of it and were doubtless forced to take the part you did. But I'll have no lot or hold in it. If I am to understand that I gained the Pybus appointment only through a lot of backstairs intrigue and cabal, I'll let it be known at once that I would not accept that living though it were offered me 1,000 times." "No, no," cried Ronder eagerly. "I assure you that that is not so. There has been intrigue here, owing to the old politics of the party who governed the Cathedral, but that is, I hope and pray, over and done with. It is because so many of us want to have no more of it that we are asking you to come here. Believe me, that is so." "I should not have said what I did," continued Wistons quietly. "It was arrogant and conceited. Perhaps you cannot avoid intrigue and party feeling among the community of any Cathedral body. That is why I want you to understand, Canon Ronder, the kind of man I am, before you propose me for this post. I am afraid that you may afterwards regret your advocacy. If I were invited to a canonry, or any post immediately connected with the Cathedral, I would not accept it for an instant. I come, if I come at all, to fight the Cathedral. That is, to fight everything in it, round and about it, that prevents men from seeing clearly the figure of Christ. I believe, Canon Ronder, that before many years are out, it will become clear to the whole world that there are now two religions, the religion of authority and the religion of the Spirit. And if in such a division I must choose, I am for the religion of the Spirit every time." The religion of the Spirit. Ronder stirred, a little restlessly, his fat thighs. What had that to do with it? They were discussing the Pybus appointment. The religion of the Spirit? Well, who wasn't for that? As to dogma, Ronder had never laid very great stress upon it. A matter of words very largely. He looked out to the garden, where a tree, scooped now like a great green fan against the blue-white sky, was shading the sun's rays. Lovely, lovely, lovely like the Hermes downstairs, lovely like the piece of red amber on his writing table, like the blind Homer, like a scallop of green glass holding water that washed a little from side to side, the sheen on its surface changing from dark shadow to faintest dusk. Lovely! He stared, transported, his comfort flowing full tide now into his soul. "Exactly," he said, suddenly, turning his eyes full on Wistons. "The Christian Church has made a golden calf of its dogmas. The calf is worshipped. The Cathedral enshrines it." Wistons gave a swift, curious stab of a glance. Ronder caught it. He flushed. "You think it strange of me to say that?" he asked. "I can see that you do. Let me be frank with you. It has been my trouble all my life that I can see every side of a question. I am with the modernists, but at the same time I can understand how dangerous it must seem to the dogmatists to abandon even an inch of the country that Paul conquered for them. I'm afraid, Wistons, that I see life in terms of men and women rather than of creeds. I want men to be happy and at peace with one another, and if to form a new creed or to abandon an old one leads to men's deeper religious happiness, well then—" He waved his hands. Wistons, speaking again as it were to himself, answered, "I care only for Jesus Christ. He is overshadowed now by all the great buildings that men have raised for him. He is lost to our view. We must recover him. Him, only him. To serve him, to be near him, almost to feel the touch of his hand on one's head, that is the whole of life to me. And now he is hard to come to, harder every year." He got up. "I didn't come to say more than that." "It's the Cathedral, Ronder, that I fear. Don't you yourself sometimes feel that it has, by now, a spirit of its own, a life, a force that all the past years and all the worship that it has had have given it? Don't you feel that? That it has become a god demanding his own rights and worshippers, that it uses men for its own purposes and not for Christ's, that almost it hates Christ. It is so beautiful, so lovely, so haughty, so jealous. For I, thy God, am a jealous God. He broke off. I could love Christ better in that garden than in the cathedral. Tear it down and build it up again. He turned restlessly, almost savagely, to Ronder. Can you be happy and comfortable and at ease when you see what Christ might be to human beings and what he is? Who thinks of him? Who cares for him? Who loves his sweetness and charity and tenderness? Why is something always in the way? Always, always, always! Love, charity, doesn't such a place as this cathedral breed hatred and malice and pride and jealousy? And isn't its very beauty a contempt? And now what right have you to help my appointment to Pybus? Ronder smiled. You are what we need here, he said. You shall shake some of our comfort from us, make a new life here for us. Wistons was suddenly almost timid. He spoke as though he were waking from some dream. Goodbye. Goodbye. No, don't come down. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very kind of you. Goodbye. But Ronder insisted on coming down. They shook hands at his door. The figure was lost in the evening sun. Ronder stood there for a moment, gazing at the bright grass, the little houses with their shining knockers, the red-purple shadow of the cathedral. Had he done right? Was Wistons the man? Might he not be more dangerous than... No, too late now. The fight with Brandon must move to its appointed end. Poor Brandon. Poor dear Brandon. He looked across at the house as on the evening of his arrival from that same step he had looked. Poor Brandon. He would like to do something for him, some little kindly, unexpected act. He closed the door and softly padded upstairs, humming happily to himself that little chant. End of Book 4, Chapter 1. Book 4, Chapter 2 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Two in the House. A letter from Falk to Joan. Dear Joan, Mother has been here. I could get nothing out of her. I had only one thing to say, that she must go back to Father. That was the one thing that she asserted over and over again that she never would. Joan, she is tragic. I felt that I had never seen her before, never known her. She was thinking of nothing but Morris. She seemed to see him all the time that she was in the room with me. She is going abroad with Morris at the end of this week, to South America, I believe. Mother doesn't seem now to care what happens, except that she will not go back to Father. She said an odd thing to me at the end, that she had had her time, her wonderful time, and that she could never be as unhappy or as lonely as she was, and that she would love him always. Morris, I suppose, and that he would love her. The skunk that Morris is. And yet, I don't know. Haven't I been a skunk too? And yet I don't feel a skunk. If only Father would be happy. Then things would be better than they've ever been. You don't know how good Annie is, Joan, how fine and simple and true. Why are we all such mixtures? Why can't you ever do what's right for yourself without hurting other people? But I'm not going to wait much longer. If things aren't better soon, I'm coming down whether he'll see me or no. We must make him happy. We're all that he has now. Once this Pybus thing is settled, I'll come down. Write to me. Tell me everything. You're a brick, Joan, to take all this as you do. Why did we go all these years without knowing one another? Your loving brother, Falk. A letter from Joan to Falk. Dearest Falk, I'm answering you by return because I'm so frightened. If I send you a telegram, come down at once. Mr. Morris's sister-in-law is telling everybody that he only went up to London on business, but she's not going to stay here, I think. But I can't think much even of Mother. I can think of no one but Father. Oh, Falk, it's been terrible these last 3 days, and I don't know what's going to happen. I'll try and tell you how it's been. It's 2 months now since Mother went away. That night it was dreadful. He walked up and down his room all night. Indeed, he's been doing that ever since she went. And yet I don't think it's of her that he's thinking most. I'm not sure even that he's thinking of her at all. He's concentrating everything now on the Pybus appointment. He talks to himself. You can see by that how changed he is. He is hurrying around to see people and asking them to the house, and he's so odd with them, looking at them suddenly, suspiciously, as though he expected that they were laughing at him. There's always something in the back of his mind. Not Mother, I'm sure. Something happened to him that last day of the Jubilee. He's always talking about someone who struck him, and he puts his hand up to feel his forehead where there was a bruise. He told me that day that he had fallen down, but I'm sure now that he had a fight with somebody. He's always talking, too, about a conspiracy against him. Not only Canon Ronder, but something more general. Poor dear, the worst of it all is how bewildered he is. You know how direct he used to be, the way he went straight to his point and wasn't afraid of anybody. Now he's always hesitating. He hesitates before he goes out, before he goes upstairs, before he comes into my room. It's just as though he was forever expecting that there's someone behind the door waiting for him with a hammer. It's so strange how I've changed my feeling about him. I used to think him so strong that he could beat down anybody, and now I feel he wants looking after all the time. Perhaps he never was really strong at all, but it was all on the outside. All the same, he's very brave, too. He knows all the town's been talking about him, but I think he'd face the whole world of Polchester if he could only beat Canon Ronder over the Pybus appointment. If Mr. Forsyth isn't appointed to that, I think he'll go to pieces altogether. You see, a year ago there wouldn't have been any question about it at all. Of course he would have had his way. But what makes me so frightened, Falk, is of something happening in the house. Father is so suspicious that it makes me suspicious too. It doesn't seem like the house it was at all, but as though there were someone hiding in it, and at night it is awful. I lie awake listening, and I can hear Father walking up and down, his room's next to mine, you know, and then if I listen hard enough I can hear footsteps all over the house. You know how you do in the middle of the night. And there's always someone coming upstairs. This will sound silly to you up in London, but it doesn't seem silly here, I assure you. All the servants feel it, and Gladys is going at the end of the month. And, oh, Falk, I'm so sorry for him. It does seem so strange that everything should have changed for him as it has. I feel his own bewilderment. A year ago he seemed so strong and safe and secure, as though he would go on like that forever, and hadn't an enemy in the world. How could he have? He's never meant harm to anyone. Your going away I can understand, but Mother, I feel as though I never could speak to her again. To be so cruel to Father and to write him such a letter. Of course I didn't see the letter, but the effect of it on Father was terrible. He's so lonely now. He scarcely realizes me half the time, and you see he never did think very much about me before, so it's very difficult for him to begin now. I'm so inexperienced. It's hard enough running the house now, and having to get another servant instead of Gladys, and I dare say the others will go too now, but that's nothing to waiting all the time for something to happen and watching Father every minute. We must make him happy again, Falk. You're quite right. It's the only thing that matters. Everything else is less important than that. If only this Pybus affair were over. Canon Ronder is so powerful now. I'm so afraid of him. I do hate him so. The Cathedral and the town, everything seems to have changed since he came. A year ago they were like Father, settled forever. And now everyone's talking about new people and being out of date and changing the Cathedral music and everything. But none of that matters in comparison with Father. I've written a terribly long letter, but it's done me ever so much good. I'm sometimes tempted to telegraph to you at once. I'm almost sure Father would be glad to see you.
You were always the one he loved most. But perhaps we'd better wait a little. If things get worse in any way, I'll telegraph at once. I'm so glad you're well and happy. You haven't in your letters told me anything about the Jubilee in London. Was it very fine? Did you see the Queen? Did she look very happy? Were the crowds very big? Much love from your loving sister, Joan. Joan, waiting in the shadowy drawing-room for Johnny St. Leath, wondered whether her father had come in or no. It wouldn't matter if he had. He wouldn't come into the drawing-room. He would go directly into his study. She knew exactly what he would do. He would shut the door, then a minute later would open it, look into the hall and listen, then close it again very cautiously. He always now did that. And in any case, if he did come into the drawing-room and saw Johnny, it wouldn't matter. His mind was entirely centred on Pybus, and Johnny had nothing to do with Pybus. Johnny's mother, yes. Had that stout, white-haired cockatoo suddenly appeared, she would be clutched, absorbed, utilized to her last white feather. But she didn't appear. She stayed up in her castle, serene and supreme. Joan was very nervous. She stood, a little grey shadow in the grey room, her hands twisting and untwisting. She was nervous because she was going to say good-bye to Johnny, perhaps forever, and she wasn't sure that she'd have the strength to do it. Suddenly he was there with her in the room, big and clumsy and cheerful, quite unaware apparently that he was never, after this, to see Joan again. He tried to kiss her, but she prevented him. "No, you must sit over there," she said, "and we must never, at least not probably for years and years, kiss one another again." He was aware, as she spoke, of quite a new, a different Joan. He had been conscious of this new Joan on many occasions during these last weeks. When he had first known her she had been a child, and he had loved her for her childishness. Now he must meet the woman and the child together, and instinctively he was himself more serious in his attitude to her. "We could talk much better, Joan dear," he said, "if we were close together." "No," she said, "then I couldn't talk at all. We mustn't meet alone again after to-day, and we mustn't write, and we mustn't consider ourselves engaged." "Why, please?" "Can't you see that it's all impossible? We've tried it now for weeks, and it becomes more impossible every day. Your mother's absolutely against it, and always will be. And now at home, here, my mother—" She broke off. He couldn't leave her like that. He sprang up, went across to her, put his arms around her and kissed her. She didn't resist him nor move from him, but when she spoke again her voice was firmer and more resolved than before. "No, Johnny, I mean it. I can think of nothing now but father. So long as he's alive I must stay with him. He's quite alone now. He has nobody. I can't even think about you so long as he's like this, so unwell and so unhappy. It isn't as though I were very clever or old or anything. I've never until lately been allowed to do anything all my life, not the tiniest bit of housekeeping, and now suddenly it has all come. And if I were thinking of you, wanting to see you, having letters from you, I shouldn't attend to this. I shouldn't be able to think of it." "Do you still love me?" "Why, of course. I shall never change." "And do you think that I still love you?" "Yes." "And do you think I'll change?" "You may, but I don't want to think so." "Well, then, the main question is settled. It doesn't matter how long we wait." "But it does matter. It may be for years and years. You've got to marry. You can't just stay unmarried, because one day you may marry me." "Can't I? You wait and see whether I can't." "But you oughtn't to, Johnny. Think of your family. Think of your mother. You're the only son." "Mother can just think of me for once. It will be a bit of a change for her. It will do her good. I've told her whom I want to marry, and she must just get used to it. She admits herself that she can't have anything against you personally, except that you're too young. I asked her whether she wanted me to marry a dowager of 60. Joan moved away. She walked to the window and looked out at the grey mist sweeping like an army of ghostly messengers across the Cathedral green. She turned round to him. "No, Johnny, this time it isn't a joke. I mean absolutely what I say. We're not to meet alone, or to write until Father doesn't need me any more. I can't think, I mustn't think, of anything but Father now. Nothing that you can say, or any one can say, will make me change my mind about that now. And please go, Johnny, because it's so hard while you're here. And we must do it. I'll never change, but you're free to, and you ought to. It's your duty to find someone more satisfactory than me." But Johnny appeared not to have heard her last words. He had been looking about him, at the walls, the windows, the ceiling, rather as a young dog sniffs some place new to him. "Joan, tell me, are you all right here? You oughtn't to be all alone here, like this, just with your father. Can't you get someone to come and stay?" "No," she answered bravely. "Of course it's all right. I've got Gladys, who's been with us for years." "There's something funny," he said, still looking about him. "It feels queer to me, sort of unhappy." "Never mind that," she said, hurriedly moving towards the door, as though she had heard footsteps. "You must go, Johnny. Kiss me once, the last time, and then no letters, no anything until Father's happy again." She rested in his arms, suddenly tranquil, safe, at peace. Her hands were round his neck. She kissed his eyes. They clung together, suddenly two children, utterly confident in one another and in their mutual faith. A hand was on the door. They separated. The Archdeacon came in. He peered into the dusky room. "Joan, Joan, are you there?" She came across to him. "Yes, Father, here I am. And this is Lord St. Leath." "How do you do, sir?" said Johnny. "How do you do? I hope your mother is well." "Very well, thank you, sir." "That's good, that's good. I have some business to discuss with her, rather important business. I may come and see her to-morrow afternoon if she is disengaged. Will you kindly tell her?" "Indeed I will, sir." "Thank you, thank you. This room is very dark. Why are there no lights, Joan? You should have lights. There's no one else here, is there?" "No, Father." Johnny heard their voices echoing in the empty hall as he let himself out. Brandon shut his study door and looked about him. The lamp on his table was lit. His study had a warm and pleasant air, with the books gleaming in their shelves and the fire crackling. You needed a fire on these late summer evenings. Nevertheless, although the room looked comfortable, he did not at once move into it. He stood there, beside the door, as though he was waiting for something. He listened. The house was intensely quiet. He opened the door and looked into the passage. There was no one there. The gas hissed ever so slightly, like a whispering, importunate voice. He came back into his room, closing the door very carefully behind him, went across softly to his writing table, sat down and took up his pen. His eyes were fixed on the door, and then suddenly he would jerk around in his chair as though he expected to catch someone who was standing just behind him. Then began that fight that always now must be waged whenever he sat down at his desk, the fight to drive his thoughts, like sheep, into the only pen that they must occupy. He must think now only of one thing. There were others, pictures, ideas, memories, fears, horrors even, crowding, hovering close about him, and afterwards, after Pybus, he would attend to them. Only one thing mattered now. "Yes, you gibbering idiot, do your worst. Knock me down. Come on, 4-1, like the cowards that you are. Strike me in the back. Take my wife from me and ruin my house. I will attend to all of you shortly, but first, Pybus." His lips were moving as he turned over the papers. Was there someone in the room with him? His head was aching so badly that it was difficult to think. And his heart! How strangely that behaved in these days! 5 heavy, slow beats, then a little skip and jump, then almost as though it had stopped beating altogether. And another thing that made it difficult to work in that room was that the Cathedral seemed so close. It was not close really, although you could so often hear the organ, but now Brandon had the strange fancy that it had drawn closer during these last weeks, and was leaning forward with its ear to his house, listening just as a man might. Funny how Brandon now was always thinking of the Cathedral as a person.
Stones and bricks and mortar and bits of glass, that's what the Cathedral was, and yet lately it had seemed to move and have a being of its own. Fancies! Fancies! Really, Brandon must attend to his business, this business of Pybus and Forsyth, which in a week now was to be settled. He talked to himself as he turned the papers over. He had seen the Bishop, and Ryle, more or less persuaded, and Bentinck Major, Darkhorse never could be sure of him, Foster, Rogers, Foster. Had he seen Foster? Why did the mention of that name suddenly commence the unveiling for him of a scene upon which he must not look? The crossing the bridge, up the hill, at the turnstile, paying your shilling, no farther, and Bentinck Major, that man laughed at him. Positively he dared when a year ago he would have bent down and wiped the dust off his shoes. Positively! That man, that worm, that mean, sycophantic... He was beginning to get angry. He must not get angry. That's what Puddifoot had said. That had been the one thing that old Puddifoot had said correctly. He must not get angry, not even with Ronder. At the mention of that name something seemed to stir in the room, some one to move closer. Brandon's heart began to race round like a pony in a paddock. Very bad. Must keep quiet. Never get excited. Then for a moment his thoughts did range, roaming over that now so familiar ground of bewilderment. Why? Why? Why, a year ago that, and now this. When he had done no one in the world any harm and had served God so faithfully. Why? Back to Pybus. This wasn't work. He had much to do and no time to lose. That enemy of his was working, you could be sure of that. Only a week. Was that someone moving in the room? Was there someone stealing behind him, as they had done once, as... He turned sharply round, rising in his chair. No one there. He got up and began stealthily to pace the floor. The worst of it was that however carefully you went, you could never be quite sure that someone was not just behind you, someone very clever, measuring his steps by yours. You could never be sure. How still the house was! He stopped by his door, after a moment's hesitation, opened it and looked out. No one there, only the gas whispering. What was he doing, staring into the hall? He should be working, making sure of his work. He went back to his table. He began hurriedly to write a letter. Dear Foster, I cannot help feeling that I did not make myself quite clear when I was speaking to you yesterday about Forsyth as the best incumbent of the Pybus living. When I say best, I mean, of course, most suitable. When he said best, had he meant most suitable? Suitable was not perhaps exactly the word for Forsyth. It was something other than a question of mere suitability. It was a keeping out of the bad as well as bringing in of the good. Suitable was not the word that he wanted. What did he want? The words began to jump about on the paper, and suddenly out of the centre of his table there stretched and extended the figure of Miss Milton. Yes, there she was in her shabby clothes and hat, smirking. He dashed his hand at her, and she vanished. He sprang up. This was too bad. He must not let these fancies get hold of him. He went into the hall. He called out loudly, his voice echoing through the house, "Joan! Joan!" Almost at once she came. Strange the relief that he felt, but he wouldn't show it. She must notice nothing at all out of the ordinary. She sat close to him at their evening meal and talked to him about everything that came into her young head. Sometimes he wished that she wouldn't talk so much. She hadn't talked so much in earlier days, had she? But he couldn't remember what she had done in earlier days. He was very particular now about his food. Always he had eaten whatever was put in front of him with hearty and eager appreciation. Now he seemed to have very little appetite. He was always complaining about the cooking. The potatoes were hard, the beef was underdone, the pastry was heavy. And sometimes he would forget altogether that he was eating, and would sit staring in front of him, his food neglected on his plate. It was not easy for Joan. Not easy to choose topics that were not dangerous, and so often he was not listening to her at all. Perhaps at no other time did she pity him so much and love him so much as when she saw him staring in front of him, his eyes puzzled, bewildered, piteous, like those of an animal caught in a trap. All her old fear of him was gone, but a new fear had come in its place. Sometimes, in quite the old way, he would rap out suddenly, "Nonsense! Stuff and nonsense!" as though he knew anything about it. Or would once again take the whole place, town and Cathedral, and all of them, into his charge with something like, "I knew how to manage the thing," what they would have done without. But these defiances never lasted. They would fade away into bewilderment and silence. He would complain continually of his head, putting his hand suddenly up to it, and saying like a little child, "My head so bad, such a headache." But he would refuse to see Puddifoot, had seen him once, and had immediately quarrelled with him, and told him that he was a silly old fool and knew nothing about anything. And this when Puddifoot had come with the noblest motives, intending to patronize and condole. After dinner to-night Joan and he went into the drawing-room. Often after dinner he vanished into the study, to work, but to-night he was tired, very tired, my dear, so much effort in connection with this Pybus business. What's come to the town I don't know. A year ago the matter would have been simple enough. Anything so obvious. He sat in his old armchair, whence for so many years he had delivered his decisive judgments. No decisive judgments to-night. He was really tired, lying back, his eyes closed, his hands twitching ever so slightly on his knees. Joan sat near him, struggling to overcome her fear. She felt that if only she could grasp that fear like a nettle and hold it tightly in her hand, it would seem so slight and unimportant. But she could not grasp it. It was compounded of so many things, of the silence and the dullness, of the precincts and the Cathedral, of whispering trees and steps on the stairs, of her father and something strange that now inhabited him like a new guest in their house, of her loneliness and of her longing for some friend with whom she could talk, of her ache for Johnny and his comforting, loving smile, but most of all, strangely, of her own love for her father, and her desire, her poignant desire, that he should be happy again. She scarcely missed her mother. She did not want her to come back. But she ached and ached to see once again that happy flush return to her father's cheek, that determined ring to his voice, that buoyant, confident movement to his walk. To-night she could not be sure whether he slept or no. She watched him, and the whole world seemed to hold its breath. Suddenly an absurd fancy seized her. She fought against it for a time, sitting there, her hands tightly clenched. Then suddenly it overcame her. Someone was listening outside the window. She fancied that she could see him, tall, dark, lean, his face pressed against the pane. She rose very softly and stole across the floor, very gently drew back one of the curtains and looked out. It was dark and she could see nothing. Only the Cathedral like a grey web against a sky black as ink. A lamp across the green threw a splash of orange in the middle distance. No other light. The Cathedral seemed to be very close to the house. She closed the curtain and then heard her father call her. "Joan, Joan, where are you?" She came back and stood by his chair. "I was only looking out to see what sort of night it was, father dear," she said. He suddenly smiled. "I had a pleasant little nap then," he said. "My head's better. There, sit down close to me. Bring your chair nearer. We're all alone here now, you and I. We must make a lot of one another." He had paid so little attention to her hitherto that she suddenly realized now that her loneliness had, during these last weeks, been the hardest thing of all to bear. She drew her chair close to his and he took her hand. "Yes, yes, it's quite true. I don't know what I should have done without you during these last weeks. You've been very good to your poor stupid old father." She murmured something, and he burst out, "Oh, yes, they do. That's what they say. I know how they talk. They want to get me out of the way and change the place, put in unbelievers and atheists. But they shan't, not while I have any breath in my body." He went on more gently. "Why, just think, my dear, they actually want to have that man Wistons here. an atheist, a denier of Christ's divinity, here, worshipping in the Cathedral, and when I try to stop it, they say I'm mad. Oh, yes, they do. I've heard them. Mad. Out of date. They've laughed at me ever since that elephant, you know, dear, that began it, the circus. She leaned over him. Father, dear, you mustn't pay so much attention to what they say. You imagine so much just because you aren't very well and have those headaches, and because of other things. You imagine things that aren't true. So many people here love you. Love me? He burst out suddenly, starting up in his chair. When they set upon me, 5 of them, from behind, and beat me, there in public with the lights and the singing. He caught her hand, gripping it. There's a conspiracy, Joan. I know it. I've seen it a long time. And I know who started it, and who paid them to follow me. Everywhere I go, there they are, following me. That old woman with her silly hat, she followed me into my own house. Yes, she did. I'll read you a letter, she said. I hate you, and I'll make you cry out over this. They're all in it. He's setting them on. But he shan't have his way. I'll fight him yet, even my own son. His voice broke. Joan knelt at his feet, looking up into his face. Father, Falk wants to come and see you. I've had a letter from him. He wants to come and ask your forgiveness. He loves you so much. He got up from his chair, almost pushing her away from him. Falk, I don't know anyone called that. I haven't got a son. He turned, looking at her, then suddenly put his arms around her and kissed her, holding her tight to his breast. You're a good girl, he said. Dear Joan, I'm glad you've not left me too. I love you, Joan, and I've not been good enough to you. Oh, no, I haven't. Many things I might have done, and now it's too late. Too late. He kissed her again and again, stroking her hair. Then he said that he was tired, very tired. He'd sleep tonight. He went slowly upstairs. He undressed rapidly, flinging off his clothes as though they hurt him. As though someone else had unexpectedly come into the room, he saw himself standing before the long glass in the dressing-room, naked save for his vest. He looked at himself and laughed. How funny he looked only in his vest! How funny were he to walk down the High Street like that! They would say he was mad, and yet he wouldn't be mad. He would be just as he was now. He pulled the vest off over his head and continued to stare at himself. It was as though he were looking at someone else's body. The long toes, the strong legs, the thick thighs, the broad hairless chest, the stout red neck, and then those eyes, surely not his, those strange, ironical eyes. He passed his hand down his side and felt the cool, strong marble of his flesh. Then suddenly he was cold, and he hurried into his nightshirt and his dressing-gown. He sat on his bed. Something deep down in him was struggling to come up. Some thought, some feeling, some name. Falk! It was as though a bell were ringing at a great distance in the sleeping town, but ringing only for him. Falk! The pain, the urgent pain, crept closer. Falk! He got up from his bed, opened his door, looked out into the dark and silent house, stepped forward carefully, softly, his old red dressing-gown close about him, stumbling a little on the stairs, feeling the way to his study door. He sat in his armchair, huddled up. Falk, Falk, oh, my boy, come back. I want you. I want to be with you, to see you, to touch you, to hear your voice. I want to love you. Love. I never wanted love before, but now I want it. Desperately. Someone to love me. Someone for me to love. Someone to be kind to. Falk, my boy, I'm so lonely. It's so dark. I can't see things as I did. It's getting darker. Falk, come back and help me. End of Book 4, Chapter 2. Book 4, Chapter 3 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Prelude to Battle. That night he slept well and soundly, and in the morning woke tranquil and refreshed. His life seemed suddenly to have taken a new turn.
As he lay there and watched the sunlight run through the lattices like strands of pale-coloured silk, it seemed to him that he was through the worst. He did what he had not done for many days, allowed the thought of his wife to come and dwell with him. He went over many of their past years together, and, nodding his head, decided that he had been often to blame. Then the further thought of what she had done, of her adultery, of her last letter, these, like foul black water, came sweeping up and darkened his mind. No more, no more. He must do as he had done, think only of Pybus, fight that, win his victory, and then turn to what lay behind. But the sunlight no longer danced for him. He closed his eyes, turned on his side, and prayed to God out of his bewilderment. After breakfast he started out. A restless urgency drove him forth. The chapter meeting, at which the new incumbent of Pybus was to be chosen, was now only 3 days distant, and all the work in connection with that was completed, but Brandon could not be still. Some members of the chapter he had seen over and over again during the last month, and had pressed Rex Forsyth's claims upon them without ceasing, but this thing had become a symbol to him now, a symbol of his fight with Ronder, of his battle for the Cathedral, of his championship, behind that, of the whole cause of Christ's Church. It seemed to him that if he were defeated now in this thing, it would mean that God himself had deserted him. At the mere thought of defeat his heart began to leap in his breast, and the flags of the pavement to run before his eyes. But it could not be. He had been tested, like Job. Every plague had been given to him to prove him true, but this last would shout to the world that his power was gone, and that the cathedral that he loved had no longer a place for him. And then... He would not, he must not look. At the top of the High Street he met Ryle the precentor. There had been a time when Ryle was terrified by the Archdeacon. That time was not far distant, but it was gone. Nevertheless, even though the Archdeacon were suddenly old and sick and unimportant, you never could tell that he might say something to somebody that it would be unpleasant to have said. Politeness all the way round was Ryle's motto, and a very safe one, too. Moreover, Ryle, when he could rise above his alarm for the safety of his own position, was a kindly man, and it really was sad to see the poor Archdeacon, so pale and tired, the scratch on his cheek even now not healed, giving him a strangely battered appearance. And how would Ryle have liked Mrs. Ryle to leave him? And how would he feel if his own son Anthony, aged at present 5, ran away with the daughter of a publican? And how, above all, would he feel did he know that the whole town was talking about him and saying, "Poor precentor"? But perhaps the Archdeacon did not know. Strange the things that people did not know about themselves, and at that thought the precentor went goose-fleshy all over, because of the things that at that very moment people might be saying about him, and he knowing none of them. All this passed very swiftly through Ryle's mind, and was quickly strangled by hearing Brandon utter in quite his old knock-you-down-if-you-don't-get-out-of-my-way voice, "Ah, Ryle, out early this morning. I hope you're not planning any more new-fangled musical schemes for us." Ah, well, if the Archdeacon were going to take that sort of tone with him, Ryle simply wasn't going to stand it. Why should he? Today isn't 6 months ago. "That's all right, Archdeacon," he said stiffly. "Ronder and I go through a good deal of the music together now. He's very musical, you know. Everyone seems quite satisfied." That ought to get him, my mention of Ronder's name. At the same time, Ryle didn't wish to seem to have gone over to the other camp altogether, and he was just about to say something gently deprecatory of Ronder, when, to his astonishment, he perceived that Brandon simply hadn't heard him at all. And then the Archdeacon took his arm and marched with him down the High Street. "With regard to this Pybus business, precentor," he was saying, "the matter now will be settled in another 3 days. I hope every one realizes the extreme seriousness of this audacious plot to push a heretic like this man Wistons into the place. I'm sure that every one does realize it. There can be no two opinions about it, of course. At the same time..."
How very uncomfortable! There had been a time when the Precentor would have been proud indeed to walk down the High Street arm and arm with the Archdeacon. But that time was past. The High Street was crowded. Anyone might see them. They would take it for granted that the Precentor was of the Archdeacon's party, and to be seen thus affectionately linked with the Archdeacon just now, when his family affairs were in so strange a disorder, when he himself was behaving so oddly, when, as it was whispered, at the Jubilee Fair he had engaged in a scuffle of a most disreputable kind. The word "drink" was mentioned. Ryle tried, ever so gently, to disengage his arm. Brandon's hand was of steel. "This seems to me," the Archdeacon was continuing, "a most critical moment in our Cathedral's history. If we don't stand together now, we..." The Archdeacon's hand relaxed. His eyes wandered. Ryle detached his arm. How strange the man was! Why, there was Samuel Hogg on the other side of the street. He had taken his hat off and was smiling. How uncomfortable! How unpleasant to be mixed in this kind of encounter! How Mrs. Ryle would dislike it if she knew! But his mind was speedily taken off his own affairs. He was conscious of the Archdeacon, standing at his full height, his eyes, as he afterwards described it 1,000 times, bursting from his head. Then, before you could count 2, the Archdeacon was striding across the street. It was a sunny morning. People going about their ordinary business, everyone smiling and happy. Suddenly Ryle saw the Archdeacon stop in front of Hogg. Himself started across the street, urged he knew not by what impulse, saw Hogg's ugly sneering face, saw the Archdeacon's arm shoot out, catch Hogg 1, 2 terrific blows in the face, saw Hogg topple over like a heap of clothes falling from their peg, was in time to hear the Archdeacon crying out, "You dirty spy! You'll set upon me from behind, would you? Afraid to meet me face to face, are you? Take that, then, and that!" And then shout, "It's daylight! It's daylight now! Stand up and face me, you coward!" The next thing of which the terrified Ryle was conscious was that people were running up from all sides. They seemed to spring from nowhere. He saw, too, how Hogg, the blood streaming from his face, lay there on his back, not attempting to move. Some were bending down behind him, holding his head. Others had their hands about Brandon, holding him back. Errand boys were running, people were hurrying from the shops, voices raised on every side. A constable slowly crossed the street. Ryle slipped away. Joan had gone out at once after breakfast that morning to the little shop, Miss Milligan's, in the little street behind the precincts, to see whether she could not get some of the really fresh fruit that only Miss Milligan seemed able to obtain. She was for some little time in the shop, because Miss Milligan always had a great deal to say about her little nephew Benjy, who was at the school as a day boy, and was likely to get a scholarship, and was just now suffering from boils. Joan was a good listener and a patient, so that it was quite late, after 10 o'clock, as she hurried back. Just by the Arden gate Ellen Stiles met her. "Oh, you poor child!" she cried. "Aren't you at home? I was just hurrying up to see whether I could be of any sort of help to you." "Any help?" echoed Joan, seeing at once in the nodding blue plume in Ellen's hat foreboding of horrible disaster. "What? Haven't you heard?" cried Ellen, pitying from the bottom of her heart the child's white face and terrified eyes. "No. What? Oh, tell me quickly what has happened. To father?" "I don't know exactly myself," said Ellen. "That's what I was hurrying up to find out. Your father, he's had some sort of fight with that horrible man Hogg in the High Street. No, I don't know, but wait a minute." Joan was gone, scurrying through the precincts, the paper bag with the fruit clutched tightly to her. Ellen Stiles stared after her. Her eyes were dim with kindness. There was nothing now that she would not do for that girl and her poor father. Knocked down to the ground they were, and Ellen championed them wherever she went. And now this, drink or madness, perhaps both. Poor man, poor man! And that child, scarcely out of the cradle, with all this on her shoulders. Ellen would do anything for them. She would go round later in the day and see how she could be useful. She turned away. It was Ronder now who was up, and a little pulling down would do him no sort of harm. There were a few little things she was longing herself to tell him, a few home truths. Then, halfway down the High Street, she met Julia Preston, and didn't they have a lot to say about it all? Meanwhile, Joan, in another moment, was at her door. What had happened? Oh, what had happened? Had he been brought back dying and bleeding? Had that horrible man set upon him there in the High Street, while every one was about? Was the doctor there, Mr. Puddifoot? Would there perhaps have to be an operation? This would kill her father. The disgrace. She let herself in with her latchkey and stood in the familiar hall. Everything was just as it had always been, the clocks ticking. She could hear the Cathedral organ faintly through the wall. The drawing-room windows were open, and she could hear the birds singing at the sun out there in the precincts. Everything as it always was. She could not understand. Gladys appeared from the kitchen. "Oh, Gladys, here's the fruit. Has father come in?" "I don't know, miss." "You haven't heard him?" "No, miss. I've been upstairs, helping with the beds." "Oh, thank you, Gladys." The terror slipped away from her. Then it was all right. Ellen Stiles had, as usual, exaggerated. After all, she had not been there. She had heard it only at second hand. She hesitated for a moment, then went to the study door. Outside, she hesitated again. Then she went in. To her amazement, her father was sitting, just as he had always sat, at his table. He looked up when she entered. There was no sign upon him of any trouble. His face was very white, stone white, and it seemed to her that for months past the colour had been draining from it, and now at last all colour was gone. A man wearing a mask. She could fancy that he would put up his hands and suddenly slip it from him and lay it down upon the table. The eyes stared through it, alive, coloured, restless. "Well, Joan, what is it?" She stammered, "Nothing, father. I only wanted to see whether that—" "Yes? Is anyone wanting to see me?" "No, only someone told me that I thought—" "You heard that I chastised a ruffian in the town. You heard correctly. I did. He deserved what I gave him." A little shiver shook her. "Is that all you want to know?" "Isn't there anything, father, I can do?" "Nothing, except leave me just now. I'm very busy. I have letters to write." She went out. She stood in the hall, her hands clasped together. What was she to do? The worst that she had ever feared had occurred. He was mad. She went into the drawing-room, where the sun was blazing as though it would set the carpet on fire. What was she to do? What ought she to do? Should she fetch Puddifoot or some older woman like Mrs. Combermere who would be able to advise her? Oh, no. She wanted no one there who would pity him. She felt a longing, urgent desire to keep him always with her now, away from the world, in some corner where she could cherish and love him and allow no one to insult and hurt him. But madness! To her girlish inexperience, this morning's act could be nothing but madness. There in the middle of the High Street, with everyone about, to do such a thing! The disgrace of it! Why, now, they could never stay in Polchester. This was worse than everything that had gone before. How they would all talk! Canon Ronder, all of them, and how pleased they would be! At that she clenched her hands and drew herself up as though she were defying the whole of Polchester. They should not laugh at him. They should not dare. But meanwhile, what immediately was she to do? It wasn't safe to leave him alone. Now that he had gone so far as to knock someone down in the principal street, what might he not do? What would happen if he met Canon Ronder? Oh, why had this come? What had they done to deserve this? What had he done when he had always been so good? She seemed for a little distracted. She could not think, her thoughts would not come clearly. She waited, staring into the sun and the colour. Quietness came to her. Her life was his now. Nothing counted in her life but that. If they must leave Polchester, she would go with him wherever he must go and care for him. Johnny! For one terrible instant he seemed to stand, a figure of flame, outside there on the sun-drenched grass. Outside! Yes, always outside, until her father did not need her any more. Then suddenly she wanted Johnny so badly that she crumpled up into one of the old armchairs and cried and cried and cried. She was very young. Life ahead of her seemed very long. Yes, she cried her heart out, and then she went upstairs and washed her face and wrote to Falk. She would not telegraph until she was quite sure that she could not manage it by herself. The wonderful morning changed to a storm of wind and rain. Such a storm! Down in the basement, Cook could scarcely hear herself speak. As she said to Gladys, it was what you must expect now. They were slipping into autumn, and before you knew, why, there would be winter. Nothing odder than the sudden way the seasons took you. But Cook didn't like storms in that house. Them precinct houses, they're that old they'd fall on top of you soon as whistle trafaces. For her part, she'd always thought this house queer, and it wasn't any the less queer since all these things had been going on in it. It was at this point that the grocery boy arrived, and supposed they'd heard all about it by that time. All about what? Why, the Archdeacon knocking Samuel Ogg down in the 'Igh Street that very morning. Then, indeed, you could have knocked Cook down, as she said, with a whisper. Collapsed her so that she had to sit down and take a cup of tea, the kettle being luckily on the boil. Gladys had to sit down and take one too, and there they sat, the grocer's boy dismissed, in the darkening kitchen, their heads close together, and starting at every hiss of the rain upon the coals. The house hung heavy and dark above them. Mad, that's what he must be, and going mad these past ever so many months. And such a fine man, too, but knocking people down in the street, and 'im such a man for his own dignity, 'im an Archdeacon, too. Had anyone ever heard in their lives of an Archdeacon doing such a thing? Well, that settled Cook. She'd been in the house 10 solid years, but at the end of the month she'd be off. To sit in the house with a madman! Not she! Adultery and all the talk had been enough, but she had risked her good name and all, just for the sake of that poor young thing upstairs. But madness! No, that was another pair of shoes. Now, Gladys was peculiar. She'd given her notice, but hearing this, she suddenly determined to stay. That poor Miss Joan, poor little worm, so young and innocent, shut up alone with her mad father. Gladys would see her through. "Why, Gladys," cried the cook, "what will your young feller you're walking with say?" "If he don't like it, he can lump it," said Gladys. "Lord, how this house does rattle!" All the afternoon of that day Brandon sat, never moving from his study table. He sat exultant. Some of the shame had been wiped away. He could feel again the riotous happiness that had surged up in him as he struck that face, felt it yield before him, saw it fade away into dust and nothingness. That face that had for all these months been haunting him, at last he had banished it, and with it had gone those other leering faces that had for so long kept him company. His room was dark, and it was always in the dark that they came to him. Hoggs, the drunken painters, that old woman's in the dirty dress. And today they did not come. If they came, he would treat them as he had treated Hogg. That was the way to deal with them. His heart was bad, fluttering, stampeding, pounding, and then dying away. He walked about the room that he might think less of it. Never mind his heart. Destroy his enemies. That's what he had to do. These men and women who were the enemies of himself, his town and his cathedral. Suddenly he thought that he would go out. He got his hat and his coat and went into the rain. He crossed the green and let himself into the cathedral by the St. Margaret Chapel door, as he had so often done before. The cathedral was very dark, and he stumbled about, knocking against pillars and hassocks. He was strange here, too. It was as though he didn't know the place. He got into the middle of the nave, and positively he didn't know where he was. A faint green light glimmered in the east end. There were chairs in his way. He stood still, listening. He was lost. He would never find his way out again. His cathedral, and he was lost. Figures were moving everywhere. They jostled him and said nothing. The air was thick and hard to breathe. Here was the Black Bishop's tomb. He let his fingers run along the metalwork. How cold it was! His hand touched the cold, icy beard. His hand stayed there. He could not remove it. His fingers stuck. He tried to cry out, and he could say nothing. An icy hand, gauntleted, descended upon his and held it. He tried to scream. He could not. He shouted. His voice was a whisper. He sank upon his knees. He fainted, slipping to the ground like a man tired out. There, half an hour later, Lawrence found him. End of Book 4, Chapter 3.